Welcome back, everyone. Huge thanks for helping us hit 200 likes on part 1 of What If Naruto Was the Reincarnation of Sun Wukong in High School DxD? You guys are amazing. As promised, here's part 2. If you're new, check out the first part and don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Now, let's continue Naruto's epic journey. Chapter 7. Unleashing the Monkey. The next couple of days at Kuo Academy passed in a blur of surprising, yet heartwarming changes. Asia had not only been reincarnated as a devil and officially welcomed into the Gremory peerage, but she had also moved in with Issei, something that stirred a whirlwind of gossip and excitement within their group of friends. Asia's presence had already brought a sense of light and warmth to Issei's home, her gentle nature making her a perfect fit for the Hyudu household. However, it wasn't long before their classmates caught wind of the situation. Between seeing Asia walking with Issei to school and her transfer into Class 2B, rumors spread like wildfire. Naruto couldn't help but grin as he watched Issei struggle to keep his composure while their friends teased him mercilessly about Asia moving in. "Dude, are you serious? You've got a cute girl living with you now?" Matsuda, one of Issei's perverted friends, exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and envy. Motohama adjusted his glasses, the glint of jealousy clear in his eyes. "How did you pull that off, Issei? Asia's way out of your league." Issei, his face flushed with embarrassment, waved his hands frantically. "It's not like that. She's just staying at my place for now. That's all." Matsuda smirked, nudging Issei with his elbow. "Yeah, right. How long until you two are sharing a bed?" Issei's face turned an even deeper shade of red. "It's not like that. She's just a friend." Naruto chuckled from his seat, watching the scene unfold with amusement. "You know, Issei, you should just be happy your friends are jealous of you for once. Asia's just trying to adjust to her new life. Be good to her." Issei shot Naruto a grateful look, though his cheeks remained flushed. "Thanks, Naruto, but they're making it sound so weird." Asia, oblivious to the teasing, smiled sweetly at Issei. "Thank you for letting me stay at your home, Issei. You've been very kind to me." Issei looked at her, his heart softening at her innocence. "Of course, Asia. You're always welcome." Their friends, however, were relentless, continuing their barrage of playful teasing. Naruto leaned back in his chair, watching with a grin. It was nice to see things returning to a sense of normalcy, even with the lingering danger of the supernatural world around them. But deep down, Naruto knew he had some other things to take care of. After the final bell rang, Naruto decided to take some time to visit Sona, the student council president, and thank her personally for helping him out during the chaos with the fallen angels. He hadn't had the chance to properly express his gratitude, and it felt like the right thing to do. Making his way toward the student council room, Naruto recalled how Sona had been so composed and calculating during the crisis. She always seemed in control, always thinking several steps ahead. Naruto respected that, but today, he just wanted to offer his thanks, no formalities. When Naruto reached the student council room, he knocked on the door. This time, he didn't hear a direct answer, but sensed a soft murmur of conversation from within. Taking that as an invitation, he opened the door. Inside, Sona was standing near the window, gazing out at the school courtyard. She wasn't seated behind her desk like she usually was, lost in paperwork. The afternoon sunlight framed her figure as she stood with her arms crossed, deep in thought. Tsubaki was quietly organizing files near the back, clearly focused on the task. The atmosphere felt different from the usual strict order of the student council room. It was quieter, more reflective. Naruto cleared his throat, and Sona turned toward him, her calm demeanor giving nothing away. "Uzumaki," Sona greeted him, her voice steady as ever. "I wasn't expecting you." Naruto stepped inside, offering a relaxed smile. "Yeah, I figured I'd drop by. I wanted to thank you for what you did during that whole mess with the fallen angels." Sona's eyebrows raised slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing through her eyes. "You came here just to thank me?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, you and your peerage helped me and my friends when we needed it. I didn't really get a chance to say it before, but I really appreciate it." Sona blinked, as if she hadn't expected Naruto to say something so genuine. "There's no need for thanks. I was simply acting in the interest of maintaining order and protecting Kuo Academy. Rias is a dear friend, and her peerage's safety is important to me." Naruto smiled, a bit of his casual nature seeping through. "Yeah, I figured you'd say something like that. But still, you helped when you didn't have to, and I'm grateful for that." For a brief moment, Sona's expression softened, and she turned back to the window, her gaze distant. "I see. Well, you're welcome, Naruto." The way she said his name carried a certain warmth, different from the formal tone she usually used with her fellow students. It caught Naruto off guard for a second, but he let it slide. "I've noticed something about you. Sona said after a pause, turning her sharp gaze back toward Naruto. You don't hesitate to throw yourself into danger to protect others, even when it's not your responsibility. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his grin widening. I guess that's just how I am. It's in my nature to help people, whether I have to or not. Sona's lips curved ever so slightly into a smile, something subtle, but noticeable enough to give Naruto pause. I see. That's a rare quality, especially among devils. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her words. Rare, huh? Sona nodded thoughtfully, her eyes studying him. Yes, loyalty like yours is admirable. If it's not too forward to ask, would you be willing to help me again in the future, should the need arise? Naruto didn't hesitate. Of course. If you ever need me, just let me know, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Sona's eyes widened slightly, her expression softening again, clearly surprised by how quickly Naruto agreed. She hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming, but she smiled a genuine, rare smile that brightened her usually serious face. That's good to hear, Sona replied, her voice carrying an unusual warmth. I didn't think you'd agree so easily. Naruto shrugged, his carefree nature showing. Hey, that's just who I am. If someone needs help, I'm there. Just as Sona seemed about to respond, the door swung open, and Saji burst into the room. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Naruto and Sona talking, his eyes narrowing immediately at the scene. Saji's gaze flickered between Naruto and Sona, and his mouth fell open slightly. Wait, Naruto? And President? What's going on here? Sona, her smile fading back into her usual composed expression, turned to address her pawn. Saji, is something wrong? But Saji was too fixated on the unusual sight of Sona's expression just moments ago. He pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, clearly agitated. What did you do to her? She was smiling. The president never smiles like that. Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender, blinking in confusion. Whoa, hold on. I didn't do anything. We were just talking. Saji shot Naruto a glare, clearly not buying it. You expect me to believe that? You must have done something. She never smiles like that. Sona sighed, her usual authority returning to her voice. Saji, enough. Naruto didn't do anything. We were simply having a conversation. Saji crossed his arms, still looking suspicious. I've known you for a long time, President, and seeing you smile like that? It's suspicious, I tell you. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the situation, patting Saji on the shoulder as he made his way toward the door. Relax, man. I'm not here to mess with your president. I'm just a friendly guy. Saji grumbled under his breath, still clearly unsure. Yeah, well, just don't make a habit of it. With a wave, Naruto left the student council room, the tension fading behind him. As he walked through the school halls, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He had earned Sona's respect, and in turn, had found another ally he could count on. The rhythmic sounds of fists striking pads and feet hitting mats echoed through the dojo as Naruto trained with Rock Lee, both sweating from an intense session. The dojo had become a familiar place for Naruto, a space where he could clear his mind and focus on the physical, even if his life outside was growing more and more entangled with the supernatural. Despite everything happening with the fallen angels and his growing powers as Sun Wukong's reincarnation, training with Lee brought a sense of normalcy. Rock Lee delivered a powerful kick to a practice dummy before turning to Naruto with an enthusiastic grin. Naruto, the tournament is just around the corner. You should enter, show everyone the power of your martial arts. Lee's excitement was palpable as he bounced on the balls of his feet. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, his smile softening. Tournament, huh? He thought about it for a moment, but in the back of his mind, something felt off. With the power of Sun Wukong coursing through him, entering a normal martial arts tournament felt unfair. He had already faced beings from the celestial realm and wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. If he entered the tournament, he'd be holding back more than half of himself just to make it a fair fight. He chuckled softly. I don't think I'll join Lee. It wouldn't be fair to the others. Lee's eyes widened, clearly confused. What do you mean, Naruto? You've always been an incredible fighter. I know the competition will be fierce, but that's the point. Test your limits, push yourself. I'm sure Niji Hyuga would love a rematch after all these years. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the mention of Niji, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. He hadn't seen Niji in years, and the idea of a rematch was almost nostalgic. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that participating in the tournament would be overkill. His abilities were no longer those of an ordinary martial artist. That was years ago, Lee, Naruto said, shaking his head with a grin. I'm sure Niji's grown stronger since then. But trust me, this time around, I'd have to hold back a lot. It wouldn't be the same. Lee frowned, clearly disappointed. Hold back? I don't get it. Naruto? You've always fought with everything you had. Why wouldn't you do the same now? Naruto shrugged, trying to downplay it. I just don't want to overshadow everyone else, you know? You guys are working hard, and it wouldn't be right if I came in and wiped the floor with everyone. But as Naruto spoke, his thoughts began to drift. The words felt hollow, even to him. It wasn't just about holding back, it was about something more. He was changing, and the more he accessed Wukong's power, the more those changes became undeniable. Just as Naruto finished speaking, a sharp, searing image flashed in his mind. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. A mountain once green and lush was engulfed in flames, the heat unbearable. The sky above roared with fury, clouds swirling as if pulled into a vortex of chaos. The ground beneath Naruto's feet trembled, and the sky darkened into an ominous shade of red. The air smelled of smoke and ash, and everything around him seemed to melt under the weight of the destruction. But then, as quickly as the fire had come, it was gone. In its place, a thick blanket of snow covered the ground, the air turning icy cold. Snowflakes swirled in the wind, and the burning heat that had once consumed the landscape was replaced by a bone-chilling frost. Naruto looked around, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. That's when he felt it, a presence, a powerful one looming above him. Slowly, Naruto tilted his head upward, his heart racing. A massive, serpentine figure, twisting and coiling through the sky. Its body was covered in shimmering white scales, and it moved with a fluid grace that was both terrifying and beautiful. The creature's long, flowing form seemed endless, its massive body disappearing into the swirling clouds above. A dragon, ancient and powerful. It was Kongjin's star. The dragon's glowing eyes locked onto Naruto, and he could feel the weight of its gaze pressing down on him. There was no mercy in those eyes, only raw, unyielding power. And then, the dragon opened its mouth, and the sky above Naruto roared with thunder. Bolts of lightning crackled within the storm clouds, ready to strike down at any moment. The vision was so vivid, so real, that Naruto's entire body tensed, bracing for the impact of the lightning. But just before the bolts could rain down upon him, the memory ended. The image of the dragon vanished, and Naruto found himself back in the dojo, standing frozen in place. His breath came in shallow gasps as he tried to steady himself, his heart racing. Sweat beaded on his forehead, not from the workout, but from the intensity of what he had just experienced. Hey, Naruto, are you okay? Lee's voice snapped him back to reality. Naruto blinked, looking around the dojo as the present came back into focus. Lee was standing in front of him, his face full of concern. Naruto quickly shook his head, forcing a grin onto his face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just zoned out for a second. Lee gave him a skeptical look. Zoned out? You look like you saw a ghost. Naruto chuckled, brushing it off. Nah, just tired from the workout. Nothing to worry about. But inside, Naruto was anything but calm. The vision of Kongjin's star, the white dragon, still lingered in his mind, the image of its massive form looming over him. He had never seen a dragon like that before, not in person, but Wukong's memories. They were starting to bleed into his own. Just as Naruto tried to piece together what he had seen, Wukong's voice echoed in his mind. Kongjin's star. So, you're remembering her now. She was one of Yellowbrow's disciples, back in the day. Always had a thing for balance and heroism. Naruto frowned. Yellowbrow? Who's that? Yellowbrow immortal, Wukong explained, his tone tinged with nostalgia. A powerful figure in the celestial world, known for his strict philosophies about balance and order. Kongjin's star trained under him for years, learning to control her immense power. Back when I was still causing chaos in the heavens, she and Yellowbrow didn't quite approve. But for a time, she admired me, thought of me as a hero for standing up against the gods. Naruto blinked, his mind racing. She admired you? I thought she was an enemy. Wukong's voice grew quieter, more contemplative. At one point, yes. But that was after everything went south. Kongjin's star believed in balance above all else, and when I started going too far, we ended up on opposite sides. Still, I could never really call her a true enemy. She had her reasons. She followed Yellowbrow's teachings, Wukong continued, his voice a little softer now. She wasn't just about power. She was about maintaining the balance between worlds. When I tipped that balance, we became rivals. But I always respected her. And in a way, she respected me too. Lee gave him a concerned look. You sure everything is okay? Naruto managed to grin, shaking off the lingering tension. Yeah, I'm good. Nothing to worry about. Lee nodded, though he didn't seem entirely convinced. Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, you know where to find me. I'll be training nonstop for the tournament. I still think you should join, but I respect your decision. Naruto chuckled, patting Lee on the shoulder. Thanks, Lee. You're a good friend. I'll come watch, and maybe cheer you on from the sidelines. Just make sure you don't let Neji show you up again. Lee's eyes burned with renewed determination. I'll train harder than ever, Naruto. Neji won't stand a chance this time. As Naruto and Lee wrapped up their training, Naruto couldn't stop thinking about Kong Star. The vision had been so vivid, and Wukong's explanation left him with more questions than answers. Kong Star had followed Yellowbrow Immortal, trained to maintain balance and order. She wasn't just some enemy to be defeated. There had been respect between her and Wukong once. But if she still existed in this world, what would she think of Naruto now? She thought of you as a hero once, Naruto thought to himself. But now, what does she see in me? Wukong's voice echoed in his mind again, more serious this time. If Kong Star is on your mind, it might mean she's starting to take notice of you. She was never one to meddle without a reason. But if she thinks you're disrupting the balance, she might step in. Naruto clenched his fists, his mind racing. Is she a threat now? Not like the others, Wukong replied. Kong Star isn't driven by revenge or power. She's a guardian of balance. If she sees you as a danger, she might become an adversary. But if she sees potential in you, she could be an ally. She's not someone you want on your bad side, but she's not beyond reason either. Naruto nodded slowly, absorbing Wukong's words. Kong Star wasn't just a force of destruction, she was a protector of balance, someone who could either stand by his side or become a powerful foe, depending on how he handled the situation. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Wukong found himself alone once again. Naruto had begun tapping into more of his powers, unlocking memories that had long been sealed away. It had been slow progress, but today, something different happened. One of the chains that bound Wukong had snapped. Wukong stood in the quiet of the mindscape, staring down at the broken chain. It was an ethereal link, shimmering faintly in the void, a symbol of the restraints that had held him back for so long. The feeling of it breaking was liberating, yet it brought with it a rush of memories Wukong had tried to bury deep within himself. As those memories surged forward, his mind was flooded with visions of his past, battles against celestial beings, betrayals from those who had once claimed to be his allies, and the bitter defeat at the hands of Erlang Shan and the Celestial Court. The scene that haunted him most was the massacre his kind, slaughtered at the hands of the heavens. He could still see their faces, hear their cries for mercy as the gods, angels, and devils alike had shown no remorse. Wukong had been a warrior, but even he couldn't protect them all, and the Celestial Court had reveled in his downfall. Wukong clenched his fists, a simmering rage building inside him. His red eyes glowed brighter, filled with the untamed fury he had kept locked away for centuries. Those bastards, he muttered, his voice low and dangerous. His memories dragged him back to the moment of his greatest humiliation when Erlang Shan had defeated him, and the Celestial Court had bound him in chains, sealing away his power. They had thought they had one. They had thought they could keep him trapped forever. They killed my kind, Wukong growled, his voice laced with fury. Those mongrels, angels, devils, and gods. They all played their part. They will all pay. He could feel the anger boiling over, the emotions he had kept buried for so long finally breaking free. The Celestial Court thought they could contain me, but they were wrong. Erlang Shan, the Jade Emperor, and the rest of those cowards. I'll make sure they fall. But it wasn't just the celestial beings that had wronged him. In the present, Naruto's encounters with devils and angels had sparked the same fury within Wukong. The supernatural world was filled with factions, none of which had shown him mercy in the past. He had been a threat to their order, and they had united to bring him down. Now, with his power returning, he would settle the score. The angels, the devils, even now, they meddle in affairs they do not understand. Wukong hissed, his voice darkening as his red eyes burned with vengeful intent. They too will fall. All of them. His mind flashed to the present. The devils Naruto had allied with, the angels who had meddled in their lives. They were no different than the celestial beings who had betrayed him. Wukong had no intention of listening to anyone, not angels, not devils, not gods. His path was his own, and his revenge would encompass all who had wronged him. I listened to no one. Not now, not ever. His fists tightened, the broken chain falling to the ground as he stood taller. The Celestial Court, the devils, the angels, they will all feel my wrath. I was beaten once, but I will not be beaten again. Not by them. The anger roared inside him like a wildfire. I will slaughter them all, those below, those above. Every one of them who thought they could stand in my way. They will fall, like they should have centuries ago. Wukong's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice dripping with malice. No one will escape this time. His fury was barely contained, but for now, He remained in the depths of Naruto's subconscious. The chains were weakening, but Wukong knew the time would come when he could act on his desires for revenge. The celestial court, the devils, the angels, all of them would face the wrath of the great sage, equal to heaven. For now, he would bide his time. But the day of reckoning would come, and when it did, the heavens would tremble. Back in the real world, Naruto was watching a tennis match that he hadn't exactly planned on attending. But here he was watching an intense 2v2 tennis match between some of the strongest devils he knew. On one side of the court, Rias and Akino stood ready, poised with confidence. On the other side, Sona and Tsubaki looked equally determined. Naruto was sitting between two very different energies. On his left, Issei, who was leaning forward, his eyes glued to Rias with laser focus, muttering things that weren't exactly pure. And on his right, Saji, who wasn't any better, practically drooling as he watched Sona's every movement, his face flushed with excitement. "Yeah, Rias. You got this," Issei shouted, his eyes never leaving the sight of Rias's bouncing form as she readied to serve. He bit his lip, looking more interested in her outfit than the actual game. Naruto side-eyed Issei, a little embarrassed. Dude, calm down. It's just a game." Issei whipped his head toward Naruto, eyes wide. "Are you kidding me? Look at her. Rias is perfect. She's an absolute goddess in that uniform." Naruto rolled his eyes but couldn't help but chuckle. "Right, because you're totally here for the tennis." On the other side, Saji was no better, his eyes locked on Sona's graceful movements as she prepared to return Rias's serve. "President Sona, show them your elegant form. You've got this." His voice was practically dripping with admiration as he ogled her. Naruto sighed, stuck between the two perverts. "How did I get roped into this again?" he thought, glancing at the court. Sona adjusted her glasses as she positioned herself. "Focus, Saji. It's just a tennis match," she said, though Naruto could tell she was aware of the attention on her. Saji clenched his fists, his voice thick with passion. "Why yes, President. But still, you look so graceful," he muttered under his breath, clearly still staring at her figure rather than the ball. The game began with a powerful serve from Rias, who sent the ball flying towards Sona and Tsubaki. Akino, moving with her usual elegance, followed up the volley, sending it right back with a well-placed strike. The ball flew back and forth, but Naruto was more aware of the commentary happening next to him than the game itself. "Rias, you're amazing," Issei cheered, his focus entirely on her body as she moved. "There's no way they can beat those. I mean you're too perfect." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, watching as Issei practically vibrated with excitement. "You sure you're not here just for the view, Issei?" Issei turned, grinning like a fool. "Oh, come on, Naruto. Look at her. She's gorgeous, and those moves. How can I not be cheering her on with my entire soul?" Naruto sighed. "Your soul, huh? Right." Meanwhile, Saji was getting equally worked up. "President Sona, your movements are like a goddess descending from heaven," he called out, practically bouncing in his seat. "You're so composed, so elegant, there's no way Rias can beat you." Naruto glanced over at Saji, who was staring so intently at Sona that he looked like he might faint from excitement. "You're not even paying attention to the game, are you?" Saji whipped around, glaring at Naruto. "What? Of course I am. Sona's the best, and her form is unbeatable." His eyes darted back to the court, but Naruto could tell he wasn't exactly talking about her tennis skills. The match continued, with both sides playing surprisingly well. Akino's graceful movements kept Tsubaki on her toes, and Rias's powerful serves were matched by Sona's strategic returns. The ball flew across the net with increasing intensity, but soon, things started to escalate. Sona scored a clean point with a well-placed curveball that zipped past Rias and Akino, landing just inside the line. Naruto, who was caught up in the action, couldn't help but nod in approval. "Nice one, Sona." That's when Issei turned to Naruto, his face filled with betrayal. "What? Naruto, are you rooting for them?" Naruto blinked, suddenly aware of the tension in the air. No, I'm just saying it was a good shot." But before Naruto could explain further, Saji jumped up, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "I knew it. You've been spending time with President Sona, haven't you? There's something going on between you two, isn't there?" Naruto's eyes widened, and he shook his head furiously. "No way, man. It's not like that." Saji pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, his voice filled with jealousy. "You've been too friendly with her lately. Admit it." Naruto was flustered, trying to defuse the situation. "It's nothing like that. I'm just being friendly." Sona, overhearing the commotion, raised an eyebrow but kept her composure. However, A small smirk tugged at the corners of her lips as she adjusted her glasses. She didn't say anything, but the air around her changed. As the next point began, Sona's eyes flashed with a hint of magic, and when she hit the tennis ball, it curved unnaturally through the air, zigzagging in impossible directions. The ball shot past Rias and Aquino, bouncing just inside the corner of the court. Sona scored another point. Saji jumped up again, pumping his fists. Yes, that's how you do it, President. They can't beat you. Issei, realizing what had happened, scowled. Hey, that's cheating. Did she just use magic? Naruto, caught in the middle, sighed. Yeah, looks like it. Rias, noticing Sona's trick, narrowed her eyes. So that's how you want to play, Sona? She muttered, her competitive spirit igniting. With a flick of her hand, Rias's own magic flared, and the next time she served, the ball flew through the air with incredible speed, crackling with demonic energy. Aquino followed up, sending the ball spiraling towards Sona and Tsubaki with supernatural precision. The match had officially gotten out of hand. Both sides began to use their powers freely. The tennis ball flew through the air, leaving trails of energy and magic behind it. At one point, Aquino's serve crackled with lightning, while Tsubaki's return sent the ball twisting through the air like a bullet. Naruto could only watch in disbelief as the tennis match turned into a magical showdown. I think this is a little beyond normal tennis now, Naruto muttered, glancing at Issei, who was still cheering like his life depended on it. Come on, Rias. Show them your true power. Issei shouted, clearly thrilled by the turn of events. Saji, equally fired up, was cheering for Sona, his jealousy toward Naruto forgotten in the heat of the competition. You've got this, President. They can't handle your power. The game continued at an absurd pace, with balls flying so fast they left scorch marks on the court. Magic infused every shot, and it was clear that neither side was willing to back down. Eventually, after several minutes of intense play, the game came to an end in a draw. Both teams were exhausted, their competitive spirits still burning brightly. Rias wiped some sweat from her brow, letting out a breath. I guess we'll call it a tie. Sona, equally composed but clearly tired, nodded. Agreed. This match was more than I anticipated. Aquino giggled, stretching her arms. That was fun, though. Tsubaki simply nodded in agreement. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that the madness had finally come to an end. He glanced at Issei, who still looked like he was on cloud nine from watching Rias, and at Saji, who seemed equally pleased with Sona's performance. That was something, Naruto muttered. Leaning back on the bench, Issei grinned, his eyes still sparkling. Yeah, and I got to see Rias in action. This was the best day ever. Saji, regaining some of his earlier jealousy, shot Naruto a look. You better stay away from the president, Naruto. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, man. I'm just here for the game. Later that night, Naruto decided to skip out on the dodgeball game he had been invited to. Instead, he opted to focus on his training. He found a quiet spot near the outskirts of town, away from the prying eyes of anyone who might stumble upon him. The moonlight filtered through the trees as Naruto sat on the ground, trying to calm his mind. He had been feeling the growing weight of Wukong's power inside him, more memories surfacing, more strength bubbling beneath the surface. Tonight, he wanted to tap into that power. He wanted to push himself further, see how far he could go. All right, Wukong, Naruto muttered quietly, closing his eyes. Let's see what you've got for me tonight. Inside his mind, Wukong stirred, his voice echoing with amusement. You're starting to understand, but don't think this is your full power, not even close. You're just scratching the surface. If you want to become strong enough to face the battles ahead, you're going to need more than brute strength. Naruto felt a surge of energy coursing through him as Wukong's presence strengthened. His heart raced as he felt the familiar transformation begin. The air around him crackled with power, and a golden glow began to envelop him. His clothes fluttered in the wind as a shimmering loop appeared around his head, the loop of binding, and his eyes began to glow an intense blue, with golden pupils like a cross within them. His body felt lighter, yet stronger. The world around him seemed sharper, clearer, and he could feel the raw power coursing through every fiber of his being. Wukong's voice rang out once more, this time with a more serious edge. Now, this is closer to what you should be. But don't get cocky, you're nowhere near your full potential. The more you remember, the stronger you'll get. But right now, you need something more versatile. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the power surge within him, but he knew Wukong was right. He needed more than just raw strength. If he was going to face devils, angels, and the celestial forces that were bound to come for him, he needed more skills in his arsenal. So what now? More fighting techniques? Naruto asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Wukong chuckled, a mischievous tone creeping into his voice. Oh, we'll get to that. But right now, you need to learn a trick that'll come in handy in more ways than one. Let's start with something simple, a spell. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious but cautious. A spell? What kind of spell? Wukong grinned inside his mind. An old favorite of mine. It's time you learned the hair clone technique. With your power, it should come naturally. But I don't expect you to nail it right away. Here's what you do: pull out a hair, focus your energy, and you'll see what I mean. Naruto blinked. Wait, you want me to pull out my hair? Exactly, Wukong replied, his tone lighthearted. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Focus on your power, and you'll get it. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but decided to trust Wukong. He reached up, tugged at a strand of his hair, and pulled it out. All right, here goes nothing. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy inside him. The loop of binding around his head shimmered, and he felt a surge of power flowing through him. He focused hard on that power, channeling it into the single strand of hair in his hand. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the hair, and when the smoke cleared, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Standing before him were 3 clones, exact copies of himself, each grinning back at him. Whoa! Naruto breathed, staring at the clones in disbelief. Did I just do that? Wukong's laughter rang out in his mind, full of pride. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to pull it off on the first try. The hair clone technique is one of my signature moves. You're getting the hang of this faster than I thought. Naruto looked at his clones, marveling at how real they seemed. Each one of them moved with the same ease and confidence he had, and he could feel their presence as if they were part of him. Feels like this was made for me, Naruto said, grinning. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had fully used one of Wukong's techniques, and it felt natural. Wukong's voice was filled with approval. It was. This is just the beginning, though. The more you push yourself, the more you'll unlock. Remember, this power is yours now. Don't be afraid of it. Embrace it. Naruto's grin widened as he watched the clones move around, testing their agility and power. These clones felt more connected to him, more a part of his own essence. All right, Naruto said, determination burning in his eyes. Let's see what else I can do. With his clones by his side and Wukong's power surging through him, Naruto began to train in earnest. The night was young, and there was no telling how far he could push himself. But one thing was clear: he was growing stronger, and with each new technique, he was coming closer to unlocking the full power of the Monkey King. A couple of days later, Naruto walked toward Kuo Academy, enjoying the quiet morning air. His thoughts drifted between his training from the night before and the bizarre tennis match he had watched yesterday. He hadn't noticed at first, but something about the day felt off. The atmosphere around him was charged with tension, though he couldn't quite figure out why. As he approached the academy gates, Naruto saw Kiba, Kaneko, and Issei up ahead, and he hurried to catch up with them. Kiba gave him a friendly nod, while Kaneko walked beside them silently as usual. Issei, however, looked like he was trapped deep in thought, his face a bright shade of red. Yo, Issei, Naruto said, jogging up to him. What's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost. Issei shook his head rapidly, snapping out of his thoughts. Nothing. It's just. His eyes darted around nervously before he leaned in closer, whispering, Rias was in my bed last night, bear. And then a maid just appeared and took her away. Naruto blinked, trying to process what Issei had just said. What? Issei blushed even more, clearly flustered by the memory. I couldn't even enjoy it. 1 second, she was there, and the next, she was gone. It's driving me crazy. Naruto scratched his head, still confused by the whole thing. Man, I have no idea what's going on with you guys lately. First, that weird tennis match, and now this. As they made their way toward the occult research club, Naruto felt the tension growing even thicker. Something was definitely off. Entering the club room, Naruto immediately noticed the unfamiliar presence in the room. Rias and Akino were standing in the center, deep in conversation with a woman he hadn't seen before. She was tall, elegant, and exuded a commanding presence. Her silver hair was perfectly groomed, and she wore a maid outfit, but the way she held herself made it clear she wasn't just any ordinary servant. Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of her aura. This woman was powerful. Rias turned as the group entered, her eyes lighting up briefly when she saw Naruto with them. She hadn't expected him to be there, and though she kept her expression calm, Naruto could sense a mix of relief and happiness in her gaze. Good, everyone's here, Rias began, stepping forward. There's something I need to. Before she could finish, a bright light began to glow from the floor in the shape of a magic circle. The room filled with an oppressive energy as the symbol of a phoenix appeared, casting a golden glow throughout the room. Naruto stepped back, instinctively reaching for his power, but stopped when he saw Rias stiffen at the sight of the circle. This wasn't some random magical intrusion, this was something she had been expecting, but not happily. The light faded, and a tall, blond man stepped out of the circle, wearing a smug expression on his face. He was surrounded by an entourage of women, each of them radiating confidence and superiority. The man's aura was suffocating, full of arrogance and entitlement. "Riser Phoenix," Rias muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with frustration. Riser Phoenix smirked as he surveyed the room, his eyes lingering on Rias before addressing the group as a whole. "Ah, my lovely Rias. I've come to see you. How long do you plan to keep me waiting?" Issei clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing in anger. Who the hell is this guy? Before Rias could explain, Riser turned his attention to Issei, looking him up and down with obvious disdain. "Who am I? I am Riser Phoenix, a pure-blooded devil from a noble family. And more importantly, I am engaged to Rias Gremory." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Engaged? Rias looked down, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, but she didn't deny it. "It's a marriage arranged by our families," she said reluctantly. "One I don't agree with." "Engaged?" Issei finally burst out, his voice trembling with anger. "You can't be serious. Rias isn't some prize you can just take." Riser turned to Issei, his expression one of sheer disdain. "And who might you be? A low-class devil, I presume. You should watch your mouth when addressing someone of noble blood." Riser's gaze shifted to Naruto, his eyes narrowing with disdain. "And who is this? A mere human standing in the presence of devils? How quaint." "Hey, jerk," Issei shouted, his fists clenched. "You can't talk to us like that. Rias isn't your property, and I'm not going to let you treat her like she is." Riser's smirk returned, and with a flick of his wrist, one of his pawns stepped forward, a female devil with a confident grin. "You should know your place, low-class devil," Riser said, waving his hand dismissively. "You are beneath me." Issei, fueled by his emotions, lunged forward, summoning his boosted gear in a flash of red energy. "I'm going to make you pay for looking down on us." But before Issei could even reach Riser, the pawn intercepted him, moving with blinding speed. In one swift motion, she kicked Issei squarely in the chest, sending him flying across the room. Issei crashed into the wall, groaning in pain as the boosted gear faded from his arm. "Issei," Rias called, her concern evident. Riser laughed, his arrogance growing. "Pathetic. This is the best Rias peerage has to offer? A weakling like that can't even touch one of my pawns." Naruto clenched his fists tighter, the sight of Issei being knocked down stirring something deep within him. His vision flickered. His eyes darkened, turning a deep crimson as a surge of anger welled up inside him. It wasn't just Naruto's frustration, it was Wukong's rage, boiling over at the audacity of being talked down to by a mere devil. "Know my place?" Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, filled with fury. "A devil dares to speak to me like this?" Without warning, Naruto's eyes flared bright red, the pupils narrowing into golden slits as Wukong took control for a moment. The power inside him surged, radiating off his body in waves as he stepped forward, his gaze locked onto Riser with a chilling intensity. Riser blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in Naruto's demeanor. Wukong's voice, cold and filled with disdain, came from Naruto's mouth. "Know my place? Don't mistake yourself, devil. I am Son Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. I answer to nobody. Not the devils, not the heavens, not even the gods. Did you think for a moment that you, or anyone in this room, could command me?" The room fell silent, the air heavy with Wukong's power. Riser's peerage took a step back, fear flickering in their eyes as they felt the immense force radiating from Naruto. Even Rias and Akino watched with wide eyes, unsure of what was happening. Naruto, or rather, Wukong took another step forward, his voice low but dripping with menace. "If I wanted, I could kill you and every member of your peerage in an instant, and there's nothing you or any other devil could do about it." With that, Naruto's aura exploded outward, the pressure in the room increasing tenfold. The power of the great sage was fully unleashed, and everyone could feel it. The walls trembled, and the floor beneath them cracked under the sheer force of Wukong's energy. It was as if the entire world was bending to his will, acknowledging the presence of a being far greater than any devil. Riser's smirk faltered, his eyes wide as he took an involuntary step back. For the first time, he felt the weight of the power standing before him, and it was terrifying. He had heard stories of the legendary Son Wukong, but he had never imagined such a being would appear before him, especially not in the form of this boy. Naruto's red eyes glowed as he continued, his voice filled with icy disdain. You're nothing more than a spoiled child playing at being powerful. Don't ever forget that. Please, Lord Wukong, Graphia said, her voice smooth yet firm. This is a matter between devils. As much as we respect your power, we ask that you leave this to us as it concerns family business. Wukong's eyes, still burning with rage, flicked toward Graphia. For a moment, he considered ignoring her, but then his expression shifted. The power around Naruto began to recede, the crackling energy dissipating as Wukong reluctantly pulled back. I answer to no one, Graphia, Wukong said coldly, but I'll leave this for now. The devil isn't worth my time. With that, the overwhelming power began to recede, the room slowly returning to its normal state. The cracks in the floor remained, and the weight of Wukong's presence lingered in the air, but the immediate threat was gone. Naruto blinked as his red eyes faded back to their usual blue, the power of Wukong retreating deep within him. He felt a momentary dizziness as he regained full control of himself, realizing just how close he had come to losing control entirely. Rias, who had been watching the whole exchange with a mix of awe and concern, stepped forward. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto nodded slowly, still processing what had just happened. Yeah, I'm fine. Rias turned to Graphia, her voice cold and determined. Tell my brother that I agree to the raiding game. I'll settle this with Riser. In the arena? Graphia nodded, stepping forward with a calm expression. As you wish, Lady Rias. I will inform Lord Surzex of your decision. Riser, though clearly shaken, tried to salvage what was left of his pride. You may have power, but this isn't over. With that, Riser and his peerage disappeared in a flash of golden light, leaving the room in silence. The room remained tense, the weight of what had just transpired hanging over everyone. Graphia, ever composed, turned to Rias. I will inform Lord Surzex of your decision to accept the raiding game challenge. We'll begin preparations immediately. Rias nodded, though her eyes never left Naruto. Thank you, Graphia. Graphia gave a small nod and then vanished just as quickly as she had appeared, leaving Naruto, Rias, and the others in the room. The silence stretched on for a moment before Issei finally spoke up. Dude, what the hell was that? Issei asked, still clearly shaken. Were you even you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, his usual carefree demeanor returning, though there was a shadow of Wukong's presence still lingering. That was Wukong. Rias stepped closer, her voice gentle. I didn't realize his presence was so strong in you. Are you sure you're okay? Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. Yeah, I need to keep him in check. He's not someone who takes insults lightly. Akino, who had been quietly observing, smirked. Well, Riser certainly learned his place. I've never seen him look so terrified. Naruto shrugged, though inside, he was still trying to calm the storm of emotions left by Wukong's outburst. He understood now, more than ever, just how powerful and prideful Wukong was. And while that power could be useful, it was also dangerous. He had to be careful not to let it consume him. Rias placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Just remember, we're here to help. You don't have to carry the weight of Wukong's power alone. Naruto nodded, grateful for her support. Thanks, Rias. I'll keep that in mind. As the group began to discuss preparations for the upcoming raiding game, Naruto couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. The power of Sun Wukong was both a blessing and a curse, and he would have to learn to control it before it controlled him. The room was thick with a single, unspoken question. How do we win? Rias's peerage, along with Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino, all wore expressions of determination. There was no question that they would need to push themselves to their limits if they were to defeat Riser in the upcoming raiding game. But while everyone else was fired up, Naruto felt a sinking weight in his chest. He wasn't a devil he couldn't take part in the raiding game. Despite the growing power of Sun Wukong within him, he could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Rias had mentioned that they would be training up in the mountains until the day of the match, preparing themselves for the fight ahead. Naruto's mind raced with the possibilities. Maybe there's something Wukong can teach them, he thought, hoping there was some way he could help his friends in the fight, even if he wasn't directly involved. Walking home, Naruto's thoughts were a mess. The frustration of being unable to act was gnawing at him. He didn't like feeling helpless, especially when the people he cared about were in danger. What can I do? He thought. Wukong's power is strong, but it's not like I can just throw myself into the raiding game. There's gotta be a way to help them. As he made his way through the quiet streets, the cool night air helped clear his mind. But just as he was beginning to settle into his thoughts, he heard a strange sound. It was faint at first, like something whistling through the air, but it grew louder and louder, almost as if someone was flying toward him at high speed. Before Naruto could even react, wham! Someone slammed right into his head, sending him stumbling back. His first instinct was to yell out, but as he rubbed his aching skull and looked back at what hit him, the words died in his throat. Lying on the ground in a heap was none other than Zhu Beiji. Naruto blinked in disbelief. What the heck? Zhu Beiji, dressed in his usual ragged attire, let out a booming laugh as he dusted himself off, standing up and towering over Naruto. His face, complete with pig-like features, was instantly recognizable. He had the same round belly and carefree grin. Looks like I got here just in time, Zhu Beiji said, still laughing heartily. Good to see you, old friend. Still getting yourself into trouble, huh? Naruto stared at him, mouth agape. Old friend? Wait a second, you're Zhu Beiji, aren't you? Beiji grinned widely, his tusks gleaming in the moonlight. The one and only, or should I say, your old pal Pigsy. You look different, but I'd know Wukong's aura anywhere. You can't fool me. He slapped Naruto on the back with enough force to nearly knock him over. Naruto, still trying to process the sudden appearance of one of Wukong's legendary companions, took a step back and rubbed the back of his head. Wukong's aura? Right. You mean me, I guess. Beiji's grin widened as he leaned in, his beady eyes shining with amusement. Oh, come on, don't be modest. I could sense Wukong's power a mile away. I figured I'd come check in. It's been a long time, after all. Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, sounding both surprised and amused. Well, Pigsy, huh? Didn't expect to see him so soon. Looks like the gang's getting back together. Naruto glanced up at Beiji, who was still laughing to himself. What's he doing here, Wukong? Naruto asked internally, his thoughts racing. Is he here to help me, or just cause more chaos? Wukong chuckled. Knowing Beiji, it's probably both. But don't underestimate him. He may act like a fool, but he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He's been through a lot with me, and now, it looks like he's showing up just when things are about to get interesting. Beiji suddenly stopped laughing and looked Naruto up and down. I see you're not quite there yet, huh? Still figuring things out. Don't worry, I've been through worse transformations than that. It'll come back to you in time. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, well, I'm kind of in the middle of a crisis here. I've got this raiding game coming up with devils, and I can't even participate because I'm not one of them. Everyone's counting on me, but I can't even help. Beiji crossed his arms, his expression softening for the first time. A devil's game, huh? So that's what's got you so worked up? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm supposed to just sit on the sidelines and watch, and that doesn't sit right with me. Beiji chuckled again, though this time there was a hint of sympathy in his voice. Sounds like the Wukong I remember, always wanting to dive headfirst into things. But let me tell you something, kid. Sometimes watching isn't a weakness. Sometimes it's the hardest thing to do. But it doesn't mean you can't help. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? How am I supposed to help if I can't fight? Beiji scratched his chin thoughtfully, his pig-like snout wrinkling as he considered Naruto's question. You're stronger than you think, kid. You've got Wukong's power, but more importantly, you've got heart. That's something devils and gods alike underestimate. They all think power's the only thing that matters, but there's more to it than that. Naruto looked at him, unsure of what to say. He didn't want to just sit back and watch Rias and the others fight on their own. He wanted to be in the thick of it, helping them however he could. Seeing Naruto's uncertainty, Beiji gave him a wide grin and clapped him on the shoulder again. You're not alone in this, remember? You've got me now. And if I'm here, that means there's a way to help. We just have to figure it out. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And how exactly are you going to help? Beiji grinned even wider, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Oh, you'd be surprised at what I can do when I put my mind to it. We'll find a way for you to get involved, even if the devils want to keep you out of it. Wukong never followed anyone's rules, and neither will you. Naruto couldn't help but smile at Beiji's confidence. There was something oddly comforting about having someone like him around, someone who had fought beside Wukong and understood the chaos that came with his power. Well, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles, if you've got some ideas, I'm all ears. Beiji gave him a wink. Leave it to me, old friend. We'll figure this out together. As the two of them walked through the quiet streets, Naruto couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of hope. Zhu Beiji's arrival, as unexpected as it was, brought with it a sense of familiarity, a reminder that he wasn't alone in this journey. Wukong's companions were slowly finding their way back to him, and that could only mean one thing. Something big was on the horizon. And whether the devils, angels, or gods liked it or not, Naruto was going to be a part of it. Chapter 8, Pretender. Naruto spent many of his evenings listening to Zhu Beiji's endless stories about their shared history. The pig-like deity, who had once traveled alongside Wukong on the famous journey to the west, was as much a storyteller as he was a warrior. Each night, after their training or casual discussions, Naruto would sit under the stars and let Beiji's tales of adventure, triumph, and mischief wash over him. Ah, those were the days, Beiji would say, often with a laugh or a sigh. Wukong and I caused quite a bit of chaos back in the day. You should have seen the trouble we stirred up along the way. Erlang, Yellowbrow, Kongjin, they were always on our tail, but Wukong never backed down. Naruto, fascinated by the stories but also deeply curious about his own connection to this legendary past, found himself asking questions. What about me? I mean, Wukong? What kind of person was he? Beiji chuckled. You were wild, reckless, but always with a purpose. You challenged the heavens, the gods, and even the Buddha himself. But despite all the chaos, there was always something noble in you, deep down. Naruto absorbed the words, feeling a mixture of pride and confusion. He was still struggling to reconcile who he was now, Naruto Uzumaki, with the legendary figure of Sun Wukong. There was a sense of responsibility growing within him, a realization that his past would eventually catch up to him and that he needed to be ready. One evening, as the two sat beneath the moonlit sky, Beiji took a more serious tone. Naruto, there's something you need to find, he began, glancing at Naruto with a meaningful look. Wukong had a lot of treasures, but there's one that's key to unlocking everything you've forgotten your gourd. Naruto furrowed his brow, instantly remembering what Wukong had mentioned in the past. Wukong told me about that. He said it holds the key to all my memories. Beiji nodded. That's right. It's not just any treasure, it's a sacred one, tied to your very soul. It has the power to restore your memories and awaken the full potential of Sun Wukong within you. Naruto sat up straighter, intrigued. So where is it? How do I get it? Beiji scratched his chin, his pig-like snout wrinkling in thought. Well, that's where things get complicated. Last I heard, the gourd was in the possession of Yellowbrow, one of those self-righteous celestial pests we used to deal with. Naruto frowned. Yellowbrow? I think Wukong mentioned him once, but I don't remember much. Beiji waved his hand dismissively. Ah, Yellowbrow's just one of those gods who got a little too big for his boots. We clashed with him a few times, and somehow, he ended up with the gourd. Naruto stood up, feeling a surge of determination. All right, then let's go find this Yellowbrow and get the gourd back. But Beiji held up a hand, laughing nervously. Whoa, hold on, kid. That's just where I think it was. You see, it might not be that simple. His eyes twinkled with mischief as he scratched the back of his head. Naruto sighed, already sensing there was more to the story. What do you mean? Beiji leaned back, rubbing his belly thoughtfully. The thing is, it's been many years since then, and the gourd might have traveled around a bit. Naruto crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Traveled around? Like where? Beiji nodded, his face growing serious for a moment. Well, after Yellowbrow, it could have ended up with a few others. There was this rat in the desert who was always sniffing around for treasures, could have gotten his hands on it. Or maybe that stupid bear we used to fight with, he was obsessed with collecting sacred items. Naruto blinked, feeling his frustration grow. So, you don't know where it is. Beiji continued, as if Naruto hadn't spoken. Or it could have gone to one of my old flames. Ah yes, Violet Spider. She was always fascinated by Wukong and had a thing for his treasures. You know, me and Violet Spider had quite the complicated past, lots of feelings there. Beiji shook his head, grinning to himself as he remembered those days. She always liked keeping things close. Naruto's eyes twitched as he listened to Beiji's increasingly vague list of potential treasure holders. So basically, you have no idea where it is. Beiji finally stopped, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Well, it's been a long time, Naruto. The gourd could have been passed around more than I remember. These things have a habit of changing hands. Naruto let out a long, exasperated sigh, running his hands through his hair. Great. So we're back to square one. Beiji slapped Naruto on the back, nearly knocking him over. Ah, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. We've got time, and with Wukong's power growing in you, I'm sure we'll come across it sooner or later. Naruto looked up at the sky, his thoughts swirling. The gourd was important, he could feel it deep in his gut. It wasn't just about the power it could unlock. It was about discovering who he truly was. But with no clear direction and only Beiji's scattered memories to guide him, it felt like chasing shadows. As the night wore on, Naruto stood up and stretched, his resolve slowly hardening. I guess we'll just have to start somewhere. Maybe Yellowbrow is still the best lead we've got. Beiji grinned, standing up beside him. That's the spirit, kid. I knew I could count on you to take things seriously. Naruto smirked. If Wukong's memories are locked in that gourd, then I'll find it no matter where it's been passed around to. I'm not letting the past control me, but I need to understand it. Beiji nodded, his grin full of pride. Good thinking. With me by your side, and Wukong's power growing within you, we'll find that gourd whether it's with Yellowbrow, that rat, that bear, or even the spider. Naruto laughed, shaking his head. Let's just hope it's not with her. I don't need any more complications. As they made their way back to town, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this was the beginning of something bigger. His journey was far from over, and the more he learned about Wukong's past, the more he realized how intertwined their fates were. Finding the gourd was only the next step, but it was a crucial one. Naruto stood at the edge of town, looking up at the sky as he prepared for the journey ahead. His mind was racing with thoughts of finding Wukong's sacred gourd, the key to unlocking his memories and tapping into the full extent of his powers. Ever since Wukong's power had begun awakening within him, Naruto had become the owner of the Somersault Cloud, a legendary mode of transportation that allowed him to soar through the skies at incredible speeds. He had used it before and was now growing comfortable with the strange, exhilarating experience. All right, Naruto muttered to himself, summoning the golden cloud with a thought. It appeared almost instantly, swirling and shimmering in front of him, ready for the journey. Just as he was about to hop on, Beiji let out a hearty laugh behind him. Ah, the somersault cloud. Brings back memories, Beiji said, slapping his belly. You've gotten used to it, huh? Faster than anything on the ground, that's for sure. Naruto grinned. Yeah, it's pretty handy. We'll get to where we need to go in no time with this thing. Beiji chuckled, clearly impressed. You're lucky to have it, kid. Wukong always kept it close, and it never let him down. We'll be flying over deserts and mountains before you can blink. Naruto gave a nod but then hesitated, a thought crossing his mind. Before we go, though, I need to let someone know where I'm heading. Beiji tilted his head, still not quite understanding. Why would you need to tell anyone where you're heading? Your son Wukong reincarnated. The Great Monkey King didn't need to answer to anyone. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, well, I'm also Naruto Uzumaki. I don't like leaving people in the dark, especially with everything going on with Rias and the raiding game. Beiji's eyes twinkled mischievously, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, now I get it. You've got someone you want to say goodbye to, don't you? Naruto blushed, his face turning red as he waved his hands defensively. It's not like that. I just want to let someone at school know in case something else happens. That's it. Beiji chuckled to himself, but didn't push the matter. All right. Go ahead and say your goodbyes, lover boy. Naruto gave him a sidelong glance, but said nothing as they quickly made their way to Kuo Academy. Beiji, however, couldn't stop grinning, clearly enjoying teasing Naruto. Naruto rushed through the school halls, eventually making his way to the student council room. He knocked on the door, and after a moment, Sona Citri, the stern and composed student council president, opened it. Her expression softened slightly when she saw him, though she still carried her usual air of formality. Naruto, she said, her voice calm but curious. What brings you here? Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously, already feeling awkward about the situation. Hey, Sona. I just wanted to let you know that I'm heading out of town for a few days. There's something I need to take care of. Sona raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Heading out of town? For what purpose? Before Naruto could come up with an explanation, the door behind him swung open, and Beiji came walking in with his usual swagger. He looked around the room with a smug grin on his face before his eyes landed on Sona. His eyes widened slightly, and then a mischievous smile spread across his face. Ah, now I understand why you wanted to say goodbye, Beiji said, stepping forward and looking Sona up and down. This one's quite the looker, isn't she? Naruto's face flushed bright red as he waved his hands defensively. Beiji, that's not. I just came here to let her know in case something happens while I'm gone. Beiji laughed heartily, clearly enjoying Naruto's embarrassment. Wukong wasn't much for romance back in the day, but it looks like Naruto has a softer side. You've got good taste, kid. Naruto covered his face with his hand, shaking his head in disbelief. It's not like that. I just don't want anyone worrying if I don't make it back before the raiding game. That's all. Sona, who had been watching the interaction with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, adjusted her glasses slightly. I appreciate the notice, Naruto, though I'm curious what is it that requires your attention? Naruto sighed, grateful for the chance to steer the conversation away from Beiji's teasing. There's something I need to find something important. It's part of Wukong's past, and I think it'll help me get stronger. But it might take a while. Sona studied him for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. I see. I can respect that, Naruto. I'll make sure to inform Rias of your absence, and if anything happens while you're gone, I'll let you know immediately. Naruto smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Thanks, Sona. I appreciate it. Beiji, still grinning, stepped forward again, winking at Sona. Well, we've got to be off. Can't keep the journey waiting. But hey, if you ever want to tag along, I'm sure Naruto wouldn't mind the company. Naruto turned bright red again, pulling Beiji back by the collar of his robe. We're leaving now, thanks. Sona smiled slightly, clearly entertained by the situation. Good luck, Naruto. I hope you find what you're looking for. Naruto gave her a small wave as he dragged Beiji out of the room. Thanks again. I'll be back soon. As they left the student council room, Naruto could hear Beiji chuckling to himself, still thoroughly amused by the entire encounter. Once outside the school, Naruto finally let go of Beiji's robe, glaring at him as they stood in the courtyard. What the heck was that back there? Beiji laughed, his belly shaking with amusement. Come on, kid. I'm just teasing you. It's obvious you care about her, and I have to admit, she's got quite the sharp wit. Wukong may not have been much for romance, but there's no harm in making connections. Naruto sighed, still embarrassed but no longer angry. I just didn't want anyone worrying while we're gone. I'm not looking for anything else right now. Beiji gave him a sly grin. Sure. Whatever you say. Naruto rolled his eyes, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Despite Beiji's teasing, he couldn't deny that the pig-like deity's company was making things a little easier. All right, enough of that. We've got a journey ahead of us. Let's get moving. With a thought, Naruto summoned the somersault cloud, which appeared instantly, swirling with golden light. It hovered just above the ground, shimmering in the moonlight, ready for their adventure. Beiji's grin widened as he hopped onto the cloud. Just like old times. Hop on, kid, we've got some treasure to hunt. Naruto followed suit, jumping onto the cloud next to Beiji. As soon as they were both aboard, the cloud shot up into the sky, speeding through the night faster than Naruto could have imagined. The town quickly disappeared below them as they soared through the sky, heading toward unknown lands in search of Wukong's lost treasure. The wind whipped through Naruto's hair, and despite everything that had happened, he couldn't help but feel excited. Naruto and Beiji flew swiftly across the sky on the somersault cloud, the land below them a blur of mountains, forests, and deserts. The wind whipped past them as they soared through the sky, but Naruto's mind was far from the beauty of the world beneath him. The more time passed, the more the weight of his responsibilities as the reincarnation of Son Wukong pressed down on him. Beiji, sitting comfortably beside him, leaned back and folded his arms behind his head. His usual carefree demeanor was present, but Naruto had begun to notice a more serious side to his companion the longer they traveled. Kid, Beiji said, breaking the silence, you've got to start focusing on becoming stronger. You may have inherited Wukong's powers, but the title of Son Wukong isn't something you can carry lightly. There are a lot of people beings, really, who'd love to take a shot at you. Wukong made plenty of enemies back in the day, and they won't hesitate to come after you for a little payback. Naruto frowned, staring ahead as the clouds whipped past them. Yeah, I know. I've already had a run-in with one of them. Red Boy. Beiji's expression shifted slightly, his usual grin fading. Red Boy, huh? That brat's always been trouble. So, what happened? Naruto shrugged, remembering the fight clearly. He challenged me. We fought, and I managed to hold my own, but he wasn't trying his hardest. In the end, he left, saying he'd be back. Beiji nodded, his eyes narrowing in thought. Red Boy's no joke. If he walked away from a fight, that means he's biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And trust me, he won't come back alone next time. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the situation even more. Yeah, I figured as much. He's not the only one, is he? Beiji shook his head, his tone more serious than before. No, kid. Not by a long shot. Wukong had plenty of enemies, demons, celestial beings, even gods. They all hated him for what he represented, defiance. The Monkey King didn't play by the rules of the heavens or the earth. That's why they feared him. And now you've inherited that title. Naruto's mind wandered back to the devils he had grown close to: Rias, Issei, Sona, and the rest. He cared for them, even if he wasn't a devil himself. But the reality was starting to set in. His responsibilities as Son Wukong weren't just about helping his friends in their battles. He had his own war to fight, a war against enemies from a past life, beings who would come for him whether he liked it or not. Beiji glanced over at Naruto, reading the tension in his posture. Look, kid, I get it. You care about those devils you've been hanging around with, and that's fine. But don't forget who you are now. You carry the mantle of Son Wukong, and that comes with a lot of baggage. You can't afford to get distracted. Naruto's eyes flickered with frustration. I know. I'm not trying to forget who I am. I just don't want to abandon the people who've helped me. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice echoed, a mixture of wisdom and amusement. Beiji's right, you know. You've got a big responsibility now, Naruto. You've done well to stand by those devils. But the truth is, you have to get stronger. The enemies from my past won't wait for you to figure things out. They're coming, and they won't care who you've made friends with. You'll be the target." Naruto sighed, his hands gripping the edges of the somersault cloud. "So what? I'm just supposed to focus on training and let everything else fall apart around me?" "It's not about letting things fall apart," Wukong replied, his tone firm but not harsh. "It's about surviving. You're carrying the title of Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal to heaven, and that means you have to be ready for anything. If you don't get stronger, the devils you care about won't stand a chance when my old enemies start showing up. And they will show up." Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, letting the words sink in. He had always wanted to protect his friends, whether it was back when he was just Naruto Uzumaki or now, as Sun Wukong reincarnated. But he couldn't deny the truth in Wukong's words. The title of Monkey King carried with it more danger than he could have imagined. "I understand," Naruto said softly. "I'll focus on the task at hand. I'll get stronger. I have to." Beiji, who had been watching him quietly, nodded in approval. "Good. That's the right attitude. We'll track down that gourd, and along the way, we'll make sure you're ready for whatever's coming. Wukong's enemies are crafty, and they'll come at you from every angle, but we've got time to prepare." The air grew colder as the somersault cloud approached its destination. The vibrant greenery and rolling hills had given way to a stark, frozen landscape. The towering mountains ahead were covered in a thick blanket of snow, their peaks lost in the swirling mists above. The temperature plummeted the closer they got, and Naruto could feel the cold biting at his skin, despite the supernatural speed at which they traveled. Naruto could feel it. The air here was heavy with old memories, and the closer they got to the peak, the more he could sense Wukong stirring inside him. This wasn't just any mountain. This was a place where Wukong's past had left a mark, and now Naruto was about to revisit it. As they landed on a ledge halfway up the mountain, the biting wind blew snow and ice against their faces. Beiji stepped off the cloud and looked around, shaking his head as his breath fogged in the frigid air. "This place," Beiji muttered, his voice more serious than usual. "Wukong's got history here." "Bad history." Naruto nodded, gripping the Rui Jingu bang that was now resting at his side. "I know. I've already seen some of it in the memories. This is where he fought Kong Jin's star." Beiji's face darkened. "Ah, so you remember." "Yeah, Kong Jin's no pushover. She's powerful, tied to this mountain's very core. But that's not the only problem. We're here for something far worse." Naruto glanced at Beiji. "Yellowbrow." Beiji grunted, rubbing his arms to fend off the cold. "That bastard's the real danger. He's been lurking around these mountains, and I wouldn't be surprised if he still has the sacred gourd. He's always been slippery, and now that you're back, he's going to come after you." Naruto's expression hardened. Yellowbrow, the true enemy. He'd seen glimpses of him in Wukong's memories, an ambitious and cunning celestial being who had clashed with Wukong in the past. And now, Yellowbrow was likely aware of Naruto's reincarnation, making him an even bigger threat. "Let's get moving," Naruto said, starting up the mountain path. "The sooner we find the gourd, the sooner I can deal with Yellowbrow." Beiji followed, his usual light-heartedness gone. "Just remember, kid, this isn't just about finding the gourd. Yellowbrow's probably set traps and Kong Jin's star. She's not going to let you pass without a fight." As they climbed further, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The wind howled around them, carrying with it an eerie silence that only heightened the tension. The snow beneath their feet crunched loudly in the otherwise quiet mountain, and the mist that hung over the peaks seemed to conceal something more sinister. Suddenly, Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. "She's here, Naruto. Kong Jin's star." Naruto's grip on his staff tightened. He had seen her in his memories, Kong Jin's star, the white dragon who once fought alongside Wukong but later became an enemy. The memory was vivid. A mountain consumed by flames, Kong Jin soaring above it, her serpentine body coiling in the sky, filled with fury. As if summoned by his thoughts, the snow around them shifted, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the pass. In the distance, Naruto could make out the outline of something massive moving through the mist, long, serpentine, and glowing with an ethereal light. "Get ready," Beiji muttered, stepping forward. "She's not one for polite conversation." Before Naruto could respond, the fog parted, revealing Kong Jin's star in all her glory. Her body, covered in shimmering white scales, coiled through the air above them like a massive serpent. Her eyes, glowing with ancient power, locked onto Naruto with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Though whether from the cold or her presence, he couldn't tell. "So, you've returned," Kong Jin's star said, her voice echoing across the mountains like a roar of thunder. "Sun Wukong, or rather, his shadow. I can sense his power within you, but you are not him." Naruto stepped forward, the Rui Jingu bang in his hand humming with energy. I'm not Wukong. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm not here to fight you. Kong Jin's eyes narrowed. You seek the sacred gourd, do you not? The artifact that holds the key to your past. Naruto nodded. That's right. I need it to unlock Wukong's memories and power. Kong Jin let out a low growl, her serpentine form twisting through the air. The gourd is not so easily claimed. It was lost to these mountains long ago. But before you seek it, you must prove yourself worthy. Show me that you are not just a shadow of Wukong but his true successor. Naruto tightened his grip on his staff, knowing what was coming. He had no intention of fighting her, but if that's what it took to prove himself, he wouldn't back down. This wasn't just about the gourd, it was about proving to Kong Jin, and to himself, that he could handle the responsibilities that came with being the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Fine, Naruto said, his voice steady. If that's what it takes, then let's do this. Kong Jin's eyes glowed with approval as she descended from the sky, her long body coiling around the mountain like a snake, preparing to strike. Very well. Prepare yourself, boy. Show me the strength of the Monkey King. Without warning, Kong Jin lunged forward with blinding speed, her body moving like lightning through the air. Naruto barely had time to react as he swung the Rui Jingu bang upward, blocking her first strike. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the snow, scattering ice and debris in every direction. Naruto gritted his teeth as he pushed back against Kong Jin's overwhelming strength. Her power was immense, far greater than anything he had faced before. But he wasn't about to give up. Channeling Wukong's energy through his staff, Naruto extended the Rui Jingu bang, striking out toward Kong Jin's serpentine form. The staff grew rapidly, glowing with golden energy as it slammed into Kong Jin's body, but she twisted out of the way with incredible agility. The white dragon retaliated with a blast of icy wind, freezing the ground beneath Naruto's feet and sending shards of ice flying toward him. Naruto leaped into the air, dodging the attack and landing on a nearby ledge. The cold bit at his skin, but he focused, channeling more of Wukong's power. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice echoed. She's testing you, Naruto. Don't hold back. Use the power you've gained. The Rui Jingu bang is your weapon. Use it. Naruto nodded, his eyes glowing with determination as he spun the staff in his hands. With a burst of energy, he summoned multiple clones using his hair, the technique Wukong had taught him, and sent them charging at Kong Jin from different directions. The clones attacked in unison, but Kong Jin's agility was unmatched. She slithered through the air, dodging their strikes and swiping them away with ease. Her tail whipped through the snow, sending several clones flying as she turned her gaze back to the real Naruto. You fight well, she said, her voice cold as ice. But is it enough to carry the mantle of the Monkey King? Naruto smirked, his confidence growing. I'm not just fighting for Wukong's legacy. I'm fighting for my own. With a shout, Naruto extended the Rui Jingu bang once more, the staff growing larger and larger as it shot toward Kong Jin. She darted to the side, but Naruto was ready. Using the momentum, he launched himself toward her, landing a strike against her side. Kong Jin let out a roar of pain, but her eyes gleamed with approval. Kong Jin, now more determined than ever, lowered her serpentine form and began to shift. Her scales shimmered with a radiant glow, and her massive body began to shrink and contort, taking on a new shape. Before Naruto's eyes, the white dragon transformed into a human dragon hybrid, her upper body that of a fierce woman with long, flowing white hair, and her lower body still wrapped in the coils of her powerful dragon form. Her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, the mark of an ancient force ready to unleash her full power. Sun Wukong, she said, her voice deeper, more dangerous. You passed the first test, but now you must face me at my full strength. Let's see if you truly carry the mantle of the Monkey King. Naruto's heartbeat quickened. He had sensed this coming, a second round, a real test of his abilities. This wasn't just about proving himself to Kong Jin, it was about embracing the power that Wukong had left within him. If he couldn't overcome this, he would never be ready to face Yellowbrow or the trials ahead. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice rumbled with approval. She's testing you again, but this time, she's serious. Don't hold back, Naruto. Show her what you've learned. Naruto's grip on the Rui Jingu bang tightened, his determination surging. All right, he muttered, his voice steady but filled with energy. No holding back. With a surge of power, Naruto transformed once more, his body enveloped in a golden glow. The loop of binding around his head reappeared, and his eyes shone brighter, a mix of deep blue and golden pupils. The ground beneath him crackled with raw energy, and the wind roared as he fully embraced the power of Sun Wukong. Kong Jin, now in her hybrid form, smiled wickedly. Good. Let's see if you can handle this. Without warning, Kong Jin lunged at Naruto, her movements impossibly fast for someone her size. Her dragon tail whipped through the air, aiming to crush him beneath its weight. But Naruto was ready. With a single thought, he summoned his hair clones, and in an instant, several identical Narutos appeared around her. The clones moved in unison, charging at Kong Jin from all angles. They attacked with the same ferocity and precision as the real Naruto, their staffs striking at her from all sides. Kong Jin gritted her teeth as she swatted them away, but for every clone she destroyed, another took its place. Naruto leaped into the air, soaring above her as his clones continued to attack, their combined efforts overwhelming her defenses. Kong Jin roared in frustration, using her dragon tail to whip the snow around her into a flurry of icy shards, hoping to disrupt the clones. She unleashed her powers, freezing the ground beneath them and sending blasts of icy wind to try and break free. But Naruto wasn't about to let up. He had learned from their previous fight, and this time, he was going to finish it. As his clones pressed in, surrounding her, Naruto descended from above, his staff extended and glowing with a fierce golden light. The air around him crackled with power as he came down on Kong Jin like a meteor. "Take this," Naruto shouted, slamming the Rui Jingu bang down on her with all his strength. The impact was earth-shattering. The force of Naruto's strike created a massive crater in the snow-covered ground, sending shockwaves through the mountain. The snow exploded outward, and the ground shook as Kong Jin was slammed into the earth, her body buried beneath the force of the blow. For a moment, the world went silent. The only sound was the wind, howling through the mountains as the snow began to settle. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice echoed with approval. "Impressive, Naruto. You're really starting to get it. That was a proper strike. She's gonna feel that." Naruto stood at the edge of the crater, panting as the golden glow around him began to fade. His eyes scanned the dust and snow for any sign of Kong Jin, unsure if the fight was truly over. After a tense moment, the snow shifted, and Kong Jin slowly rose from the crater, her human dragon form battered but still standing. She looked up at Naruto, her expression a mixture of pain and admiration. "You are indeed powerful, son Wukong, or rather, Naruto Uzumaki," she said, her voice strained but filled with respect. Naruto remained cautious, but he could sense that the fight was over. "Kong Jin Star," he said, lowering his staff slightly. "I'm not your enemy. I'm not here to challenge you or anyone else. I just need to find the sacred gourd." Kong Jin took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing as she considered his words. "You have the strength of Wukong, but your spirit is your own. Perhaps that is what makes you different. But tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, if you gain the gourd and unlock the full power of Son Wukong, will you challenge heaven once more? Will you reignite the war that Wukong once fought?" Naruto shook his head, his eyes clear and resolute. "No, I'm not here to wage war on the heavens. I don't want to challenge anyone like that. I just want to protect the people I care about. I'm not your enemy." Kong Jin studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. "I see. You are not Wukong, but you are something more. Perhaps you are worthy of the gourd after all." Naruto felt a wave of relief, though he remained focused. "Do you know where it is?" Kong Jin's eyes softened slightly. "The gourd, it is said that Yellowbrow has taken it. He always coveted Wukong's power, and it is likely he has hidden it away in his temple. But I cannot be certain." Naruto clenched his fists, the name Yellowbrow sending a surge of anger through him. "So, he's the one I need to find." Kong Jin nodded. "Yes, but be warned he is not to be underestimated. He will not give it up easily." With that, Kong Jin's form began to fade, her body dissolving into mist as she prepared to leave. "I will watch your journey, Naruto Uzumaki. You have proven yourself strong. But the path ahead is filled with greater challenges than even I could present." As her presence vanished into the wind, Naruto stood alone in the snow, his heart pounding from the battle and the weight of what lay ahead. Beiji finally approached, patting Naruto on the back. "Well, that was one hell of a fight, kid. You really gave her a beating." Naruto smiled slightly, though his thoughts were already focused on the next step. "Yeah, but now we've got a bigger problem." "Yellowbrow?" Beiji nodded, his expression darkening. "Yeah, and he's not gonna go down easy." Naruto stared at the snowy horizon, determination burning in his chest. "We'll find him, and when we do, hopefully we get the gourd." After parting ways with Kong Jin Star, Naruto and Ju Beiji continued their trek through the snow-covered peaks of the mountain. Each step felt heavier now, as Naruto's mind buzzed with thoughts of the looming confrontation with Yellowbrow and the retrieval of the sacred gourd. They were getting closer, but the path ahead was far from clear. "Keep your eyes open, kid," Beiji grunted as they climbed higher through the rugged terrain. "Yellowbrow isn't dumb. He'll have his cronies watching every inch of these mountains." Naruto nodded, gripping the Rui Jingu bang at his side. The cold wind lashed against his face, but he barely noticed. His focus was entirely on the task at hand. They had already come too far to be stopped by mere minions. Sure enough, not long after they entered a narrow pass, the first signs of trouble appeared. Shadows darted between the snow-laden trees, their movements swift and silent. Naruto tensed, feeling Wukong's instincts stirring inside him. Yaoguais, Beiji muttered, his pig-like snout twitching in annoyance. Small-time demons, but they're pesky. They're probably scouting for Yellowbrow. As if on cue, a group of Yaoguais emerged from the tree-line, their bodies hunched and their eyes glowing with malice. These demonic creatures were small but numerous, their twisted forms slinking through the snow like predators ready to strike. They carried crude weapons, clubs, and jagged blades, but their real threat came from their numbers. One of the Yaoguais stepped forward, a sneer twisting its face. What's this? The mighty Pigsy and the so-called reincarnation of Sun Wukong? Yellowbrow will be pleased to hear we found you so easily. Naruto rolled his eyes, unimpressed. You guys again? Haven't you figured out that I'm not interested in small fry? The lead Yaoguai hissed, its teeth bared in a twisted grin. Arrogant little monkey. We'll see how cocky you are after we tear you apart. Naruto smirked, his eyes glowing faintly with Wukong's power. Oh, I don't think so. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto summoned the Rui Jingu Bang, extending the staff in an instant. The staff gleamed with golden energy, and before the Yaoguais could react, Naruto launched himself at them with lightning speed. The battle was over before it even began. Naruto's clones summoned from his hair swarmed the Yaoguais, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and precision. His staff moved like a blur, striking down the demons with pinpoint accuracy. Each swing sent the creatures flying into the snow, their crude weapons shattering under the force of his attacks. Within minutes, the entire group of Yaoguais lay defeated, groaning and twitching in the snow. Naruto didn't even break a sweat as he lowered his staff, looking back at Beiji. That was underwhelming, Naruto said with a sigh. Beiji chuckled, his snout twitching with amusement. You're getting too good at this, kid. These Yaoguais are nothing but a warm-up compared to what's coming. Naruto grinned, though he could feel the weight of the looming battle with Yellowbrow pressing on him. Yeah, but they're just scouts. Yellowbrow will have stronger forces waiting for us. As they moved on, the path ahead became steeper and the cold more biting. But Naruto's resolve only grew stronger. He was ready for whatever Yellowbrow had in store. The snow-covered path twisted higher into the mountains. Naruto and Beiji came across a clearing. It was serene, almost peaceful compared to the violent encounters they had just faced. In the center of the clearing sat a small stone Buddha statue, its gaze fixed on the horizon, as though contemplating something far beyond the physical world. But there was something unusual about this statue. It wasn't just any ordinary Buddha. This one seemed to emanate a faint, golden light, and there was a distinct presence about it, almost as if it was alive. Naruto could feel it, a subtle, calming energy that stood in stark contrast to the harshness of the snowy mountains. Beiji stopped in his tracks, his expression twisting into one of annoyance. Oh great, it's him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Him? Who's that? Beiji crossed his arms, glaring at the Buddha statue. That's no ordinary statue, kid. That's the boy Mithraea, the future Buddha, they say. And let me tell you, I'm not his biggest fan. Naruto blinked, confused. Wait, the Mithraea? The one who's supposed to succeed Buddha in the future? Beiji grunted, nodding. That's the one. He's all about peace and enlightenment and all that stuff. But he's got a holier than thou attitude that really grinds my gears. Before Naruto could respond, the statue suddenly shimmered, and the air around it rippled like heat waves. In a blink, the stone form shifted, and standing before them was a young bald-headed chubby boy dressed in simple robes, his face calm and serene. His eyes, however, carried a knowing glint, one that suggested he had seen much more than the surface of the world. Well, Mithraea said, his voice smooth and full of amusement. Look who's made their way up the mountain. Pigsy and the new Monkey King. What an interesting pair. Naruto blinked in surprise. You know who we are? Mithraea's smile widened. Of course. Word travels quickly in these parts, especially when it comes to the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. But I must say, you're making quite the impression. Beiji grumbled under his breath. I've had enough of your games, Mithraea. What are you doing here? Mithraea chuckled softly, stepping down from his perch. Oh, just enjoying the view, Pigsy. It's not every day I get to see such a colorful cast of characters. Naruto crossed his arms, already sensing that Mithraea wasn't here just for idle chatter. We're looking for Yellowbrow. Do you know where he is? Mithraea's expression remained serene, but his eyes sparkled with hidden knowledge. Yellowbrow, you say? I've heard rumors. He's a slippery one, always moving between his temple and the hidden sanctuaries he's set up around these mountains. But who can say where he is at any given moment? Naruto frowned. Mithraya's answer was frustratingly vague, and it felt like the boy was playing them for fun. So, you don't know? Mithraya shrugged, his smile never fading. Oh, I might know, but then again, it's not my place to interfere. I'm just here to observe. After all, the mountain has many secrets. You never know who or what you might run into. Beiji rolled his eyes. Typical. Always dodging the question. Mithraya's smile widened further, as if he were enjoying the game. It wouldn't be any fun if I just told you, would it? Naruto sighed, clearly annoyed. All right, fine. We'll find Yellowbrow ourselves. As they turned to leave, Mithraya's voice drifted after them, his tone still playful but carrying a hint of something darker. Oh, by the way, I've been hearing some interesting stories lately. Rumors of another Monkey King running around. I wonder, could there be a pretender among us? Naruto froze, turning back to face Mithraya. Another Monkey King? What are you talking about? Mithraya's smile widened. Oh, just a story. Word travels fast in these parts, and it seems someone's been going around claiming to be the great Sun Wukong. I thought you might find that interesting. For a moment, Naruto's mind raced. Another Monkey King? How is that even possible? But before he could ask more, a sudden surge of rage flared inside his mind, cutting through his thoughts like a knife. A fake Monkey King? Wukong's voice thundered in Naruto's head, his usual calm replaced with barely controlled fury. That's a joke. A bad one. No one takes my name and title for themselves. No one. Naruto felt Wukong's pride and anger flooding through him, the weight of the legendary Monkey King's reputation burning in his chest. Wukong, Naruto began, but the deity's voice cut him off. You listen to me, kid, Wukong growled, his tone laced with venom. I earned my title. I defied heaven, battled gods, and tore down the celestial court. I am the great sage equal to heaven, and no imposter will tarnish my name. If there's someone out there pretending to be me, I want you to find them. And when you do, you remind them who the real Sun Wukong is. Naruto's heart pounded as Wukong's words echoed in his mind. The intensity of Wukong's anger was palpable. This wasn't just about pride. It was about honor. The idea of someone else taking the name of Sun Wukong was an insult to everything the Monkey King stood for. Got it, Naruto thought, feeling Wukong's approval simmering beneath the surface. I'll deal with it. Mithraya, still watching with that infuriating smile, seemed to sense the internal conflict. Oh, it seems I've struck a nerve. Don't worry, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sure you'll find the answers you seek soon enough. Beiji, clearly fed up with the conversation, waved a hand dismissively. We don't have time for your cryptic nonsense, Mithraya. Come on, Naruto, let's get going. As they turned to leave, Mithraya's parting words echoed through the air, his tone still playful but carrying an ominous edge. Good luck with Yellowbrow. And with the other Monkey King. You'll need it. Naruto and Beiji moved further up the mountain, the cold winds howling around them. Naruto could feel Wukong's lingering anger boiling inside him. The thought of someone else claiming the title of the Monkey King was a deep wound to Wukong's pride. You're really mad about this, huh? Naruto thought, trying to calm the deity down. Damn right I'm mad, Wukong snapped. My name isn't just a title. It's who I am. I didn't fight the heavens and crush my enemies just for some coward to start playing dress-up and pretend they're me. If someone's pretending to be the Monkey King, they're challenging everything I stand for. And I won't let that slide. Naruto sighed, the weight of Wukong's rage pressing down on him. He understood Sun Wukong had built his reputation through battles, defiance, and sheer willpower. The title of Monkey King wasn't something that could be passed around lightly. All right, Naruto thought, his resolve hardening. We'll deal with Yellowbrow first, but after that, we'll figure out who this imposter is. Beiji, walking beside him, glanced over. You all right, kid? You've been quiet since we left Mithraya. Naruto nodded, still deep in thought. Yeah, just processing. Wukong's not too happy about what Mithraya said. Beiji chuckled. I can imagine. Wukong's got more pride than most gods. Someone running around pretending to be him? That's not something he's gonna take lightly. As they approached the temple, the storm seemed to grow fiercer, as if the mountain itself was warning them of the danger ahead. The looming presence of Yellowbrow weighed heavily on Naruto's mind. But now there was another threat in the back of his thoughts, a pretender, someone bold enough to take Wukong's name. I'm ready, Naruto muttered, gripping his staff tightly. Let's deal with Yellowbrow first. Then we'll deal with the fake Monkey King. Beiji grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Now you're talking, kid. Let's finish this. Chapter 9, Round 2. The frigid winds howled through the snow-covered peaks as Naruto and Beiji made their way further up the treacherous path of the mountain. The landscape was stark and unforgiving, the ground covered in deep snow, and the air was thin and biting. The distant sound of avalanches echoed through the mountain range, as if the very land itself was warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. Naruto, riding the somersault cloud, guided it expertly through the rough terrain. His mind focused on the task at hand, finding Yellowbrow's temple and retrieving the sacred gourd, the key to unlocking the rest of Wukong's memories and full power. But as the journey wore on, the weight of the task began to sink deeper into him. This wasn't just about him anymore. There were forces from Wukong's past waiting for their chance to challenge him. Naruto glanced over at Beiji, who was trudging through the snow beside him. The pig-like deity hadn't said much since their brief encounter with Mithraea, the trickster who had dropped a cryptic hint about a fake monkey king roaming the land. Though Naruto had pushed the thought aside for now, Wukong had not. Ever since Mithraea's words, the fiery presence of Wukong had simmered within him, growing more restless with each step. This mountain, it stirs up a lot of old memories, doesn't it? Naruto muttered, his breath fogging in the icy air. Beiji grunted in agreement, wiping snow from his brow. You could say that again. Yellowbrow's not going to make this easy. If he's hiding out here, you can bet he's fortified his temple with all sorts of traps. This mountain's more than just snow and ice. There are ancient powers here, ones you don't want to mess with lightly. Naruto nodded, though his mind was still racing with thoughts of the sacred gourd. Inside, Wukong's voice echoed, the great sage's presence growing more intense with every step they took toward the temple. Yellowbrow. Wukong's voice growled inside Naruto's mind. That rat's always been a thorn in my side. He was never strong enough to challenge me outright, but his schemes were always dangerous. Be ready, Naruto. He'll have laid out more than just physical traps. He'll try to play with your mind. Naruto's grip tightened on the Rui Jingu Bang. I'll be ready. As they ventured deeper into the snowy mountains, the path grew steeper and the cold more biting. Naruto and Beiji pushed forward, undeterred by the rough terrain. The landscape was eerily silent now, the howling wind their only company. It was as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Naruto's eyes scanned the area, his instincts on high alert. He could feel the presence of something lurking just beyond the snow-covered peaks. He glanced over at Beiji, who had also gone quiet, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a wary seriousness. Suddenly, the snow around them shifted, and the air grew colder, unnaturally so. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto caught movement, a flicker of a shadow darting between the trees. Beiji, Naruto called quietly. We're not alone. Beiji nodded, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the snowy landscape. Yeah, I feel it too. Yao Guai's again? Before Naruto could respond, a chilling laugh echoed through the mountain pass, sending a shiver down his spine. Emerging from the shadows of the trees were a group of Yao Guais, but these weren't the lower-class demons they had faced before. These were stronger, more feral, their twisted forms larger and more dangerous. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they surrounded Naruto and Beiji, their jagged weapons gleaming in the pale light. One of the larger Yao Guais stepped forward, its voice dripping with malice. So, the reincarnation of Sun Wukong has finally come. Our master has been expecting you. Naruto stepped forward, summoning his staff into his hand. His eyes glinted with determination. Yellowbrow sent you, didn't he? The Yao Guai sneered, its fangs bared. Our master is ready for you, little monkey. But first, we're going to see if you're worthy of reaching him. Naruto's grip on the Rui Jingu Bang tightened. Then let's get this over with. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned his hair clones, and in an instant, multiple versions of himself appeared, surrounding the Yao Guais. The demons snarled and lunged forward, but Naruto and his clones were faster. The clones attacked in unison, overwhelming the Yao Guais with swift, precise strikes from the staff. The snow around them was kicked up into a frenzy as the battle raged. The Yao Guais fought fiercely, but they were no match for Naruto's speed and power. One by one, they fell, their bodies disappearing into the snow. Beiji watched the battle unfold, his arms crossed as he leaned against a nearby tree. Not bad, kid. You're getting quicker with those clones. Naruto smirked, knocking the last Yao Guai into the snow with a swift strike. I'm just getting started. But before they could catch their breath, the snow behind them shifted once more, and from the depths of the icy landscape, a massive figure emerged. It was another Yao Guai, but this one was different, taller, stronger, and covered in thick, armored scales. Its eyes glowed with a deep, crimson light, and a dark aura radiated from its body. Beiji's eyes widened. Great, just what we needed. A general Yao Guai. The towering creature let out a roar, its voice shaking the very ground beneath them. You dare challenge the forces of Yellowbrow? I will crush you where you stand. Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for the next fight. Guess I'll have to take this one up a notch. The massive General Yaoguai charged forward, the ground trembling with each heavy step. Its massive fists swung toward Naruto, who quickly dodged out of the way, leaping into the air with the agility of the great sage. His staff extended in his hand, glowing with golden energy as he swung it down toward the Yaoguai's head. The Yaoguai raised its arm to block the strike, and the force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air. The creature growled in pain but remained standing, its glowing eyes locked onto Naruto with a murderous glare. You're strong, little monkey, the Yaoguai snarled, but you're no match for me. Naruto landed gracefully on the snow, his eyes focused as he summoned more clones to surround the Yaoguai. His clones charged in from all sides, attacking in unison, but the creature swung its massive fists in a wide arc, knocking several of them away in a single strike. Guess I'll have to step it up, Naruto muttered, extending the Rui Jingu Bang to its full size. With a burst of speed, he launched himself at the Yaoguai, his staff glowing with golden energy as he aimed for the creature's exposed side. The staff struck true, slamming into the Yaoguai with enough force to crack its armored hide. The creature roared in pain, but it was far from defeated. It swung its massive arm toward Naruto, but he dodged at the last second, using his agility to stay just out of reach. Impressive, Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, watching with approval. But you'll need more than that to take this beast down. Naruto grinned. I know. With a final burst of energy, Naruto leaped into the air, spinning the staff above his head as he gathered momentum. The Rui Jingu Bang glowed brighter, crackling with energy, and with a powerful downward strike, he slammed the staff into the Yaoguai's head. The impact was devastating. The ground beneath the Yaoguai cracked, and with a final roar, the creature collapsed into the snow, its massive form sinking into the frozen ground. Naruto landed softly beside Beiji, who was watching with a mixture of amusement and admiration. Well, that was one way to deal with it, Beiji said with a grin. You're getting better at this. Naruto, panting slightly from the effort, gave him a thumbs up. Thanks, but we're not done yet. Yellowbrow's temple is still up ahead. Beiji nodded, his expression turning serious. Yeah, and he's not going to go down easy. With the General Yaoguai defeated, Naruto and Beiji continued their climb up the mountain, the looming presence of Yellowbrow's temple growing closer with every step. But as they neared their destination, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The wind howled fiercely as Naruto and Beiji finally reached the base of Yellowbrow's temple, the treacherous path behind them littered with the remnants of their battles. The air around them was thick with tension, and even the snow seemed to fall more heavily, as if warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. The temple itself loomed in the distance, carved into the mountainside like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. The structure was imposing, with towering pillars of stone and intricate carvings of ancient demons and deities etched into its walls. The once vibrant colors of the temple had faded over time, leaving behind a cold, dark gray that blended seamlessly with the snow-covered peaks. Naruto's breath misted in the cold air as he studied the temple. It was eerily quiet. Too quiet. There it is, Naruto muttered, tightening his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang. Yellowbrow's hiding inside. Beiji grunted in agreement, wiping the frost from his face. Yeah, but don't let your guard down, kid. He's been preparing for this. This temple isn't just a building, it's a fortress. Naruto nodded, his eyes narrowing. I can feel it. This place is full of traps. As they approached the entrance, the gates of the temple groaned open with a deep, ominous creak, revealing a vast, dimly lit chamber beyond. The flickering light of the ancient torches cast long shadows on the walls, giving the impression that the very stone itself was alive, watching them with unseen eyes. With a quick nod to each other, Naruto and Beiji stepped through the gates, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The temple was as silent as a tomb, the air thick with an oppressive energy that weighed down on their shoulders. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted. The floor cracked and groaned, and before they could react, several stone slabs began to slide into place, blocking their path forward and sealing the way behind them. Great, Beiji muttered, glancing around. This is just what we needed. Naruto stayed calm, his eyes scanning the room. It's a trap? Before they could make another move, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed from the shadows at the far end of the chamber. A figure emerged from the darkness, his golden brows gleaming in the dim light, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yellowbrow. The figure was taller than Naruto had expected, with sharp, angular features and a cold, calculating gaze. His golden eyebrows were his most distinct feature, glowing faintly in the light as they framed his piercing eyes. His robes were dark and intricately decorated with symbols of power, but they were worn like armor, indicating the battles he had fought over the centuries. He carried himself with an air of superiority, as if everything in this temple, including Naruto and Beiji, were beneath him. Well, Yellowbrow drawled, his voice as cold as the air around them. The reincarnation of Sun Wukong has finally arrived. I was wondering when you'd show up. Naruto stepped forward, his gaze locked onto Yellowbrow. I'm not here for games, Yellowbrow. You know what I want. Yellowbrow chuckled, his golden brows rising slightly. The sacred gourd, right? Of course. You're here to reclaim Wukong's power, aren't you? To finish what he started all those years ago. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his grip on the Rui Jingu bang tightening. I'm here to stop you. Wukong may have fought you in the past, but this is my fight now. Yellowbrow sneered, taking a step forward. Your fight? Please. You're just a shadow of the real Monkey King. Do you honestly think you can handle the weight of his legacy? Naruto's chest tightened, but before he could respond, Wukong's voice echoed in his mind, filled with rage. He dares to mock you? To mock me? Wukong growled. This rat has always been jealous of my power. He doesn't deserve to even speak my name. Naruto could feel Wukong's anger boiling inside him, and for a moment, his vision blurred as the great sage's presence surged to the surface. But Naruto held it back. This was his fight, and he had to stay in control. I'm not just Wukong's shadow, Naruto said, his voice firm. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to stop you. Yellowbrow's grin widened, and with a flick of his wrist, the room around them began to change. The walls shifted, twisting and morphing as if they were alive. The floor beneath them rumbled, and several large stone statues, each one depicting a fierce demon, began to rise from the ground. So be it, Yellowbrow said, his voice dripping with malice. But let's see if you can survive my temple first. The stone demons around the room roared to life, their eyes glowing with an eerie light as they lumbered toward Naruto and Beiji. The air crackled with energy as the temple itself seemed to come alive, the ancient magic within its walls reacting to Yellowbrow's will. Naruto leaped into action, his staff spinning in his hands as he charged at the nearest demon. The stone creature swung a massive fist toward him, but Naruto was quicker. With a swift motion, he extended the Rui Jingu bang, slamming it into the demon's chest and sending it crashing into the far wall. Beiji, not one to be left out, swung his massive rake at another demon, knocking its stone head clean off its shoulders. These things are annoying, Beiji grumbled, dodging another attack. As the stone demons continued their assault, Yellowbrow stood at the far end of the room, watching with amusement. You may have Wukong's power, but you're still a child. You can't possibly hope to defeat me. Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. We'll see about that. Summoning several hair clones, Naruto sent them into the fray, each one attacking the stone demons from different angles. The battle was chaotic, with the sound of stone shattering and weapons clashing echoing through the chamber. But despite the onslaught, Naruto and Beiji held their ground, their combined strength overwhelming the demon statues. But Yellowbrow wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, Yellowbrow unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the force of which sent Naruto and his clones flying backward. The energy crackled through the air, warping the temple around them as the walls closed in, trapping them in a smaller, tighter space. Enough of this, Yellowbrow growled, stepping forward as his eyes glowed with malice. It's time you understood what you're truly up against. Naruto struggled to his feet, panting as the weight of Yellowbrow's power pressed down on him. He could feel Wukong's presence growing stronger, the great sage's anger building with each passing moment. This rat thinks he can defeat you. He thinks he's stronger than me? Wukong snarled in Naruto's mind. I won't stand for this. Let me out. I'll tear him apart. But Naruto shook his head, pushing Wukong's influence back. No, this is my fight. Yellowbrow's grin widened as he raised his hand, dark energy swirling around him. You're a fool if you think you can stand against me, reincarnation of Wukong. I've waited centuries for this moment, to reclaim the power that was denied to me. Naruto raised the Rui Jingu bang, his eyes locked onto Yellowbrow. You're not getting that chance. With a burst of speed, Naruto charged at Yellowbrow, his staff glowing with golden energy. The room trembled as he swung the staff toward the villain, but Yellowbrow moved with a speed that defied his earlier arrogance, dodging the strike with ease. He countered with a blast of dark energy, which Naruto narrowly avoided, rolling to the side and sending a hair clone to attack from behind. Yellowbrow sneered, blocking the clone's attack and shattering it with a single blow. You'll have to do better than that, boy. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling Wukong's power surging within him. This wasn't just about strength, it was about control. He couldn't let Wukong take over, but he needed every bit of power he could muster to defeat Yellowbrow. "Use my power," Wukong urged, his voice filled with anticipation. "Let me show him why the heavens feared me." Naruto hesitated for only a second, then nodded. "All right, let's do this." With a deep breath, Naruto allowed Wukong's power to flow through him, his body enveloped in a golden aura as the loop of binding around his head glowed brightly. His eyes gleamed with a mix of blue and gold, and his staff extended to its full length, crackling with energy. Yellowbrow's eyes widened slightly as he felt the shift in power. "So, you're finally getting serious?" Naruto grinned, spinning the staff in his hands. "You have no idea." With a powerful leap, Naruto closed the distance between them in an instant, his staff swinging down with enough force to crack the stone floor beneath them. Yellowbrow barely had time to react, raising a barrier of dark energy to block the strike. But the impact sent him staggering back, his grin faltering as he realized just how much power Naruto was wielding. "This ends now, Yellowbrow," Naruto said, his voice filled with determination. Yellowbrow snarled, his golden brows furrowing in frustration. "I won't be defeated by a child." But as Naruto prepared to deliver the final blow, the walls of the temple began to shake, and a deep, rumbling sound echoed through the chamber. The ground beneath them cracked, and from the depths of the temple, a dark, twisted energy began to rise. Yellowbrow's grin returned, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "You may be strong, but you're too late." The temple walls trembled as the intense battle raged on between Naruto and Yellowbrow. The air crackled with raw power as the forces of dark and light clashed, filling the chamber with blinding flashes of energy. Yellowbrow's smug grin remained plastered on his face, but Naruto could see the cracks in his confidence. Each clash of their powers shook the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves through the temple. Naruto gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly, his eyes glowing with the energy of Wukong coursing through him. His senses were heightened, and his mind was clear as he danced through Yellowbrow's attacks, parrying the blasts of dark energy with precise swings of his staff. Yellowbrow snarled, his golden brows glowing faintly as he summoned another wave of dark energy. "You're strong reincarnation of Wukong, but you're still nothing compared to the true son Wukong." Naruto smirked, his gaze locked on Yellowbrow. "You're right, I'm not Wukong. I'm stronger, because I'm me." Yellowbrow roared in frustration and charged forward, his hands crackling with dark energy as he launched himself at Naruto. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered as he moved with incredible speed, but Naruto was ready. With a burst of golden energy, Naruto extended the Rui Jingu Bang to its full length and swung it down, meeting Yellowbrow's attack head-on. The collision of their powers sent a shockwave rippling through the temple, causing the walls to shake violently. Naruto gritted his teeth, pouring more of Wukong's energy into the staff as he pushed back against Yellowbrow's attack. The dark energy from Yellowbrow clashed with the golden light of Wukong, and for a moment, it seemed like the entire temple would collapse under the pressure. Suddenly, Naruto spun the staff, deflecting Yellowbrow's attack and sending him staggering backward. With a quick leap, Naruto closed the distance between them and delivered a powerful strike to Yellowbrow's chest, sending him crashing into the stone floor. Yellowbrow groaned in pain, his once confident expression faltering as he struggled to stand. His golden eyebrows twitched with frustration as he looked up at Naruto, who stood tall, his staff glowing with golden light. You're stronger than I expected," Yellowbrow muttered, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "But you're still a fool if you think you'll find the sacred gourd." Naruto narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding as he heard the words. "What do you mean?" Yellowbrow chuckled, his voice filled with bitterness. "You've come all this way, fought all these battles, but I don't have the gourd, Naruto Uzumaki." "I never did." Naruto froze, his grip on the staff tightening as Yellowbrow's words sank in. Wukong's voice echoed in his mind, filled with disbelief and rage. "What? That rat doesn't have the gourd?" All this time, Wukong's anger boiled over, his presence in Naruto's mind flaring with frustration. "He's been toying with us." Naruto's eyes burned with frustration as he stepped closer to Yellowbrow, the glow of Wukong's power still radiating from him. "You're lying," Naruto said through gritted teeth. "You're just trying to stall. Where is it?" Yellowbrow coughed, struggling to get to his feet. "I'm not lying, boy. I may have wanted the sacred gourd, but I never got my hands on it. It was taken from me long ago, before I could claim it." Naruto's heart sank, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He had come all this way, fought so hard, only to find out that the sacred gourd wasn't even here. He glanced at Beiji, who had been watching the battle closely, his arms crossed, and his usual grin replaced by a frown of concern. So, if you don't have it, Naruto demanded, stepping closer, then who does? Yellowbrow chuckled weakly, leaning against a crumbling pillar for support. Who has it now? I'm not sure. It was passed around for centuries, from one powerful entity to the next. Last I heard, it may have fallen into the hands of a certain Yellow Wind Sage. Naruto's eyes widened. Yellow Wind Sage? Who's that? Beiji's expression darkened as he stepped forward, shaking his head. Not good, kid. If the gourd ended up with that old rat, it's going to be even harder to track down. He's a slippery one, always moving from one place to another, hiding in the shadows. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the frustration building inside him. He had come so far, only to be sent on another chase. But Wukong's voice in his mind remained calm, his anger replaced by a steely determination. It doesn't matter, Wukong said. We'll find him. And when we do, we'll get the gourd back. Naruto took a deep breath, calming the storm of emotions inside him. Fine, he said, his voice steady. But you're not off the hook, Yellowbrow. You've caused enough trouble. Yellowbrow sneered, but there was fear in his eyes now. Do what you want with me. But know this, Naruto Uzumaki, whether you find the sacred gourd or not, you'll never escape the shadow of Sun Wukong. His enemies are your enemies now. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, raising the Rui Jingu Bang. I don't care about Wukong's enemies. I'll fight my own battles. With a swift motion, Naruto brought the staff down, the golden energy crackling as it struck the ground beside Yellowbrow, sending a shockwave through the temple. The villain flinched but remained standing, his smug demeanor crumbling as he realized that Naruto wasn't here to kill him. Get out of my sight, Naruto said coldly, and don't let me catch you trying to cause more trouble. Yellowbrow, clearly defeated, limped away toward the shadows of the temple, disappearing into the darkness without another word. As the dust settled and the temple grew quiet once more, Naruto stood in the center of the chamber, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths. The battle was over, but the frustration still gnawed at him. Beiji stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You did good, kid. Yellowbrow was never going to make it easy. At least now we know where to start looking. Naruto nodded, though his mind was still racing. Yeah, the Yellow Wind Sage. Wukong's voice echoed in his mind, more composed now. That rat has always been a trickster, hiding in the darkest corners of the world. He'll have the gourd hidden away, but we'll find him. I won't let him slip away this time. Naruto glanced at Beiji. How do we track him down? Beiji stretched his arms, his pig-like snout twitching. I'm going to reach out to some old contacts, see if they've heard anything about the rat's whereabouts. I've got a few people who owe me favors, and if anyone knows where that little weasel is hiding, it'll be them. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, what should I do in the meantime? Beiji smirked, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You're heading back home. You've already had your fair share of excitement for the time being. Head back to Kuo and try to stay out of trouble for a bit. Let me handle this. Naruto laughed. Stay out of trouble? Me? I think that ship sailed a long time ago. Beiji chuckled, shaking his head. Yeah, I figured as much. But still, take it easy for a while. You'll need your strength for what's coming next. The rat isn't going to go down without a fight. With that, Beiji turned to leave, but not before giving Naruto a playful salute. Don't worry, kid. I'll be back soon with some leads. Just stay alive until then, alright? Naruto grinned. I'll try. Beiji's expression softened for a moment, a rare hint of seriousness in his eyes. Take care, Naruto. This journey isn't just about Wukong anymore. It's your story now, too. With a final wave, Beiji set off down the mountain path, disappearing into the snowy horizon. Naruto stood alone at the top of the mountain, the silence of the snow-covered peaks settling around him. He let out a deep breath, feeling the weight of the journey ahead pressing down on him. He was about to summon the somersault cloud to head back to Kuo when he felt a familiar presence. From behind him, the soft crunch of footsteps echoed through the snow. Naruto turned, and his eyes widened as he saw Kong Jean Star emerging from the shadows of the mountains. She was in her human form, her long dark hair flowing gracefully in the wind, and her sharp, dark blue dragon-like eyes fixed on him. Her presence was as commanding as ever, but there was a different energy about her this time, something less hostile and more curious. Kong Jean, Naruto said, surprised. You're back? Kong Jin's lips curved into a small smile as she approached him. I am. I've been watching you. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Well, that's a little unnerving, but okay. So, what brings you back? Kong Jin's gaze lingered on him, her expression unreadable for a moment. I watched your fight with Yellowbrow. You defeated him with ease. Naruto shrugged, trying to downplay it. Yeah, but we didn't find the sacred gourd, so it feels like it was a waste. Kongjin shook her head. It wasn't a waste. You've proven yourself. You're different from the Wukong I knew. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Different, huh? Well, yeah, I'm not the Wukong you knew. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a wide grin. Kongjin hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she were struggling with what to say next. Finally, after a brief pause, she spoke. I want to travel with you. Naruto blinked, completely taken off guard by the request. Wait, what? You want to travel with me? Kongjin nodded, her expression serious. I want to see your growth for myself. You're not like the Wukong I knew, but there's something about you that intrigues me. I wish to observe your journey. Naruto scratched the back of his head, confused by the sudden shift. I mean, I guess that's fine, but why? You were just trying to kill me not too long ago, remember? Kongjin's gaze softened ever so slightly. That was before. You've earned my respect. I can see now that you are carving your own path. I want to see where it leads. Inside Naruto's mind, Wukong's voice rumbled with amusement, though there was a hint of suspicion. This is out of character for her. She's never been one to follow anyone, let alone ask to travel with them. Be careful, Naruto. Naruto, though a little wary, grinned. Well, if Wukong thinks it's weird, then that means it's probably interesting. Sure, why not? But I'm not sure you'll like it. My life's been pretty chaotic lately. Kongjin's lips curved into a rare smile, her eyes gleaming with something that resembled excitement. Chaos doesn't scare me, Naruto Uzumaki. I've faced far worse. Naruto shrugged, feeling a bit more relaxed. All right then, let's do this. Welcome to the team, I guess. Kongjin's smile widened, though her dragon-like gaze remained sharp. Thank you. I look forward to seeing how far you can go. With that, the two of them turned and began making their way down the mountain together. The air around them seemed lighter, despite the heavy snow, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a strange sense of companionship building between them. Unbeknownst to them, a figure watched their exchange from a distance, perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking the snow-covered landscape. Mithraea leaned against the stone, his serene smile playing on his lips as he observed Naruto and Kongjin from afar. His eyes glimmered with amusement, though there was a hint of curiosity in his gaze as well. Interesting, Mithraea mused softly to himself. It seems the new Monkey King is making his own little group. He's not following the same path as the Wukong I remember. But that's what makes him so intriguing. He chuckled lightly, watching as Naruto and Kongjin disappeared into the distance. Let's see where this journey takes him. It's bound to be entertaining if nothing else. With a soft hum, Mithraea vanished from his perch, leaving the mountain to its silence once more. After a long day of travel, Naruto finally returned to his small apartment in Kuo Town. The familiar creak of the door greeted him as he stepped inside, followed by Kongjin Star, who looked around with mild curiosity. The apartment wasn't much, just a modest space with a simple bed, a small kitchen, and a few personal belongings scattered about, but to Naruto, it was home. Well, here it is, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. It's not exactly a palace, but it's mine. Kongjin, in her human form, walked around the apartment slowly, inspecting the space with an unreadable expression. Her long dark hair cascaded down her back, and her sharp eyes took in every detail. Despite the simplicity of the apartment, she nodded approvingly. It's nice, Kongjin said, her tone surprisingly soft. Naruto blinked in surprise. Really? I mean, I figured someone like you, a dragon, and all would be used to something more grand. Kongjin shook her head. A home is not defined by its size or wealth. It is the peace it brings. You have that here. Naruto chuckled, relieved. Glad you like it. Just as Naruto was about to settle in, the room suddenly lit up with a vibrant purple glow. A magical circle appeared on the floor, pulsing with energy, and within moments, Sona Shirtorai stepped out of the light. Her expression was serious, though there was a hint of frustration in her eyes. Naruto, Sona said, her voice urgent. I've been trying to reach you, but something was blocking my communication. Naruto, completely caught off guard, blinked in confusion. Sona? What's going on? Sona looked around the apartment briefly, her eyes landing on Kongjin before refocusing on Naruto. We have a problem. Rias lost the raiding game. Naruto's heart sank. No way. She lost? What happens now? Sona's voice softened slightly, though the tension in the air remained. The wedding. Rias and Riser will be married in the underworld tomorrow night. Naruto's mind raced. He couldn't believe it. Rias had lost the raiding game to Riser Phoenix. And now, she was going to be married to him. It didn't sit right with him, not at all. That's insane, Naruto said, clenching his fists. There's no way this should be happening. Before Sona could respond, Her gaze shifted toward Kong Jin, who had been standing quietly in the background, observing the conversation. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she addressed Naruto. Who is she? Sona asked, her tone carefully controlled. I don't think I've seen her around before. Naruto, completely oblivious to the subtle tension in Sona's voice, smiled and gestured toward Kong Jin. Oh, right. This is Kong Jin's star. She's, well, she tried to kill me at first, but now she's traveling with me. Sona blinked in surprise, her carefully composed expression faltering for just a moment. She tried to kill you, and now she's staying with you? Naruto nodded, completely missing the subtle jealousy in Sona's eyes. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? But it's all good now. She's cool. Sona's lips pressed into a thin line as she glanced between Naruto and Kong Jin. I see. And is she staying here with you? Naruto, still oblivious, shrugged. Yeah, for now, I guess. She wanted to travel with me and see how I grow or something. Sona's gaze lingered on Kong Jin for a moment longer, her usual calm demeanor hiding the flicker of jealousy she felt. She had known Naruto for a while now, and though she'd never admit it, she had grown fond of him. The idea of another girl, especially one as powerful as Kong Jin, staying with him made her feel uneasy, though she couldn't quite understand why. Quickly regaining her composure, Sona shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Naruto, if you're thinking of stopping the wedding, you'd need to be invited to the underworld. Naruto frowned. Invited? There's got to be another way, right? I can't just stand by while Rias is forced into something like this. Sona sighed, her frustration evident. It's not that simple. The wedding is a formal event, and only those with invitations can attend. You can't just barge in. Besides, it's in the Phoenix territory of the underworld. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, pacing around the small room. There's got to be something I can do. Kong Jin, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward. Perhaps I could be of assistance. My power allows me to traverse different realms. If you need to get to the underworld, I can help you. Sona's eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced at Naruto. She can? Naruto grinned, feeling a surge of hope. Well, that's a start. Thanks, Kong Jin. But even if we get there, I'm not sure how we're supposed to stop the wedding. Sona nodded thoughtfully. If you do go, you'll need a plan. Ria's family won't take kindly to an uninvited guest, and the Phoenix clan will be on high alert. Naruto crossed his arms, deep in thought. I'll figure something out. I can't let this happen. Rias deserves better than this. Sona sighed softly, her earlier frustration fading into something more like concern. Just be careful, Naruto. Rias is important to all of us, but we can't afford to make enemies of the entire underworld. Naruto smiled at her, his usual confidence returning. Don't worry, Sona. I've got this. Sona gave him a small nod, though she still looked unsure. Before she could say anything more, the purple magic circle appeared beneath her feet once again. I'll try to buy you some time. Good luck, Naruto. With that, Sona disappeared in a flash of light, leaving Naruto and Kong Jin alone in the apartment. Sometime later, Naruto, Kong Jin's star, and Issei found themselves standing outside Issei's house in the cool evening air. Naruto had decided to visit Issei, knowing that he wouldn't sit back and let the wedding between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix happen without a fight. Knocking on the door, Naruto grinned to himself as he imagined what Issei might be planning. The door swung open, and Issei stood there, looking flustered as he adjusted his jacket. Naruto? What are you doing here? Naruto smirked and crossed his arms. What's up? You look like you're about to head out on some kind of mission. Issei jumped back, startled by Naruto's sudden appearance, but quickly recovered. Geez, man, don't sneak up on me like that. And yeah, I am. I'm going to crash a wedding. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You? Crash a wedding? What's the plan? Before Issei could answer, his eyes shifted to the figure standing behind Naruto, Kong Jin's star. His mouth hung open for a moment, and then the familiar look of perviness overtook his face. Whoa, who's the hottie? Naruto, you've been holding out on me. Naruto rolled his eyes, already knowing where this was headed. Knock it off, Issei. Kong Jin's with me, and she's not interested in whatever weird stuff you're thinking. Kong Jin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Issei with an amused expression but didn't say anything. Issei rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Right, sorry. But seriously, what are you doing here, Naruto? Naruto gave him a serious look. Same thing as you. I'm not letting Rias marry that jerk Riser. So, what's the plan? Issei's eyes lit up with determination. I've got a magic circle. It'll let me attend the wedding in the underworld. I was just getting ready to go when you showed up. Naruto grinned. Perfect timing then. Let's crash that wedding. Kong Jin remained silent, her gaze focused as she listened to the exchange. Though she hadn't met Rias or Riser, she could sense the gravity of the situation. Naruto's determination to help his friends had drawn her to follow him, and now she was more curious than ever about his journey. Issei, Naruto, and Kongjin gathered at the designated area where the magic circle had been prepared. The circle glowed with an ethereal red light, pulsating with power. Issei stepped forward and activated it, the circle expanding to engulf all three of them in a swirl of energy. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to the underworld, right in front of the Grand Avenue where the wedding was being held. The Gremory Phoenix wedding was a grand affair, with nobles and high-ranking devils in attendance. The venue was adorned with lavish decorations, and the air was filled with the sound of music and chatter. Everything seemed perfect except for the uninvited guests who had just appeared in the middle of the hall. Naruto, Issei, and Kongjin arrived with a loud thud as they landed right in the center of the party. The entire hall went silent as dozens of eyes turned to look at them, confusion and outrage rippling through the crowd. The music stopped, and whispers spread like wildfire as the trio stood awkwardly in the middle of the elegant wedding ceremony. Riser, standing at the altar next to Rias, narrowed his eyes and sneered. What is the meaning of this? Issei stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. I'm here to stop this wedding, Riser. Rias doesn't want to marry you, and I won't let it happen. The crowd erupted into murmurs, but before anything could escalate further, a commanding voice cut through the air. Surzek's Lucifer, Rias' older brother, and one of the four Mao, appeared at the front of the room. His crimson hair gleamed under the chandelier lights, and his presence alone seemed to calm the chaos that was brewing. Surzek raised a hand, and the room fell silent once more. Enough. It seems we have some unexpected guests. His eyes lingered on Naruto for a moment, as if sensing something unusual about him, but then he turned his attention to Issei. You wish to challenge this wedding, Issei Hyudu? Surzek asked, his voice calm but firm. Issei nodded, his fists clenched. Yeah, Rias deserves better than Riser. Surzek closed his eyes thoughtfully before offering an alternative. Very well. To settle this dispute, I propose a one-on-one battle between Riser Phoenix and Issei Hyudu. The winner will determine the outcome. Naruto was about to step forward when he noticed Riser's smirk. Something wasn't right. Before anyone could accept or deny the challenge, Riser's voice rang out, dripping with smugness. How about a 2-on-2 battle? Everyone in the room froze, unsure of what Riser meant. Confusion flickered across their faces, and even Surzek raised an eyebrow at the unexpected proposal. Naruto frowned. What are you talking about, Riser? Riser's smirk widened as he crossed his arms. You see, I made a deal with someone who's quite interested in you, Naruto. Someone from Wukong's past. Suddenly, the air around them shifted, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. A dark red flame ignited in the corner of the room, and from the inferno stepped a familiar figure, Red Boy, the son of the Demon King and an old adversary of Wukong. Red Boy's fiery eyes locked onto Naruto as he emerged from the flames, his body surrounded by a scorching aura. His presence alone made several guests step back in fear, and the intensity of his power filled the room. Found you, Monkey King, Red Boy snarled, his voice filled with malice. I've been waiting for this. Naruto's heart raced, his eyes narrowing as he faced his old foe. You again. So this is what you've been up to? Red Boy sneered, flames licking at his fingertips. I've waited centuries for revenge. You won't escape me this time? Riser chuckled, clearly enjoying the chaos he had just unleashed. So, what do you say, Issei? Naruto? A 2-on-2 battle, me and Red Boy against the two of you. If we win, the wedding continues as planned. Surzek watched the scene unfold with a sharp gaze, but he made no move to stop the challenge. His eyes flicked between Naruto and Red Boy, clearly sensing the deep-rooted connection between them. Naruto, his heart pounding with adrenaline, looked at Issei, who was equally shocked by the sudden appearance of Red Boy. Issei took a deep breath, his determination burning brighter than ever. I'm in. Naruto clenched his fists, the power of Wukong stirring inside him. Let's do this. The hall buzzed with excitement and tension as the challenge was set in motion. The battle between Naruto and Issei against Riser Phoenix and Red Boy would decide the fate of Rias' wedding, and possibly much more. Naruto could feel Wukong's presence in the back of his mind, his voice filled with both anger and anticipation. That little brat. Red Boy. I should have known he'd come crawling back for another fight. Be careful. Naruto, he's not the same as before. Naruto's eyes locked onto Red Boy, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves. He could feel the weight of the challenge, but more than that, he could feel Wukong's anger bubbling beneath the surface. Ready, Issei? Naruto asked, his voice steady. Issei nodded, summoning his boosted gear. Let's kick their ass. As the crowd looked on, the stage was set. The battle for Ria's future and Naruto's confrontation with the past was about to begin. Chapter 10, Sun Wukong. The entire hall erupted in a mixture of gasps, whispers, and shocked expressions. The unexpected appearance of Red Boy had shaken the very foundation of the ceremony. The presence of a being so steeped in ancient history created a ripple of unease among the devils in attendance. Rias, still standing at the altar, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Her emotions were a whirlwind relief that Issei and Naruto had come to help her, and yet dread at the danger they now faced. The sight of Red Boy sent a chill through her. She hadn't expected Naruto to be entangled with such powerful enemies from Wukong's past. Naruto, Issei, Rias whispered, clenching her fists at her side. You're risking everything for me? Beside her, Akino looked intrigued but concerned. Her sharp eyes flickered between Naruto and Red Boy. This is getting out of hand, Rias. These aren't ordinary opponents. That boy, he's dangerous. Kiba was tense but ready to fight if necessary. I've never felt power like this before. Naruto isn't fighting an ordinary person. This Red Boy feels like something else entirely. Meanwhile, Kaniko's golden eyes were locked on the scene, her usual calm demeanor hiding a deep unease. Red Boy. I've heard of him. His power rivals that of high-ranking devils. Rias peerage members all shared the same concern. Naruto and Issei were going to face not just Riser, but a legendary being tied to Wukong's past, a past none of them fully understood. Across the hall, Sona and her peerage watched in stunned silence. Sona's composed expression faltered slightly as she processed the unfolding events. She had always known Naruto was special, but this was beyond her expectations. Sona adjusted her glasses, her voice steady but laced with concern. Naruto, Issei, what have you gotten yourselves into? Tsubaki, Sona's queen, stood close by, her face grim. That boy, Red Boy, his power is nothing like what we've faced before. Sona sighed softly, unsure of what to think. Her eyes lingered on Kong Jean Star, who had accompanied Naruto. She had questions, many questions. But for now, her focus was on the upcoming battle and how it would affect Rias. In the crowd, devils and nobles whispered among themselves, trying to make sense of the situation. Many had never even heard of Red Boy, but the sheer intensity of his presence left no doubt he was dangerous, perhaps even more dangerous than Riser. Surzex Lucifer, the most powerful figure in the room, stood silently as the chaos unfolded around him. His crimson eyes glowed faintly as he observed both Naruto and Red Boy, recognizing the ancient conflict that had suddenly resurfaced. Though Surzex kept his emotions hidden behind his calm exterior, his mind was racing. The presence of Red Boy meant that this was more than just a wedding challenge. This was something tied to the legends of Sun Wukong. And Naruto, for all his strength, was still young and inexperienced compared to the enemies Wukong had faced. But Surzex wasn't about to deny Naruto and Issei their chance. With a wave of his hand, a magic circle appeared beneath the entire group, and in an instant, the environment around them shifted. The grand hall of the wedding ceremony vanished, and they reappeared in a wide-open arena perfect for combat. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Surzex prepared to oversee the battle. The arena was vast, with towering stone pillars and an open sky overhead, creating the perfect backdrop for the fight that was about to take place. In the stands, magic circles appeared one by one, teleporting the guests and nobles from the wedding hall to observe the battle. Surzex's voice echoed across the arena, powerful and commanding. This battle will be broadcast for all in attendance. The terms are simple. If Naruto Uzumaki and Issei Hayudu win, the wedding is cancelled. If Riser Phoenix and Red Boy are victorious, the marriage proceeds as planned. The audience buzzed with excitement, curiosity, and fear as they settled in to watch the fight. Eyes turned to Naruto and Issei, with many wondering if these young warriors could really stand up to someone as powerful as Red Boy. Kong Jean Star, who had accompanied Naruto, stood with the other members of Rias Peerage and the devils from Kuo Academy. Her blue eyes observed everything with a calculating gaze. Though she had only recently started traveling with Naruto, she felt a strange connection to his journey. And now, she was about to see how far he could truly go. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed, especially by Rias Peerage and Sona, who had questions of their own. Akino leaned toward Rias with a teasing smile. Looks like Naruto has a new traveling companion, and she's quite the beauty. Do you think he'll end up with her? Rias, her usual composure faltering slightly, glanced at Kong Jean before focusing back on the battlefield. I don't know, she replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But she's powerful. I can feel it. Kiba nodded in agreement. There's something about her. It's not just her power, it's ancient, like she's been around for centuries. Sona, seated a few rows away, couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity and perhaps jealousy as she watched Kong Jin silently. Finally, after a few moments, she leaned over to speak to Kong Jin directly. "So, you're traveling with Naruto?" Sona asked, her voice calm and measured, though there was an underlying curiosity. Kong Jin glanced at Sona, her dragon-like eyes flickering with recognition. "Yes, I've decided to watch his journey. He intrigues me." Sona's eyebrows raised slightly. "Intrigues you? Why is that?" Kong Jin paused for a moment, choosing her words carefully. "He's not like the Wukong I once knew. There's something different about him, something that makes me curious. I want to see how he grows." Sona, though she tried to maintain her neutral demeanor, couldn't help but feel a slight pang of jealousy. "I see. Well, Naruto does have a way of drawing people to him." Kiba jumped in as his curiosity piqued. "You knew Sun Wukong?" Kong Jin gave a slight smile, her draconic eyes shimmering. "I fought him once in the past. He was relentless. But Naruto is different. He has the potential to surpass even Wukong." Akino raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. "Surpass Wukong? That's a bold statement." Kong Jin nodded confidently. "Naruto has something Wukong didn't. He has bonds. He fights not just for himself, but for those he cares about. That's what makes him stronger." Rias, who had been listening quietly, glanced at Kong Jin with a thoughtful expression. "And what do you hope to gain from traveling with him?" Kong Jin's gaze shifted to the arena, where Naruto was preparing for the fight. "I want to see him grow, to see if he can truly walk a different path from the great sage." As the conversation continued, the audience's attention shifted to the arena, where Naruto and Issei stood ready to face their opponents. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the battle loomed closer. Before the conversation could continue further, the booming voice of Surzex cut through the air once more, signaling the start of the battle. Surzek's voice boomed across the arena once more. "The battle will now begin. Prepare yourselves." In the center of the arena, Naruto tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang, his eyes locked on Red Boy, who stood across from him with flames licking at his feet. The air around Red Boy crackled with heat, the intensity of his power making the very air shimmer. "I've waited a long time for this, Naruto," Red Boy sneered, his eyes burning with hatred. "This time, you won't escape." Naruto met Red Boy's gaze with unwavering determination. "Come at me." Beside Naruto, Issei summoned his boosted gear, the red gauntlet glowing with power as he stepped forward. "Let's do this, Naruto. I'm ready to kick their ass." On the other side of the arena, Riser stood confidently, his wings of fire flaring behind him. "You should have stayed out of this. This fight won't end well for you." As the battle began, the arena was filled with tension and the energy of the combatants. Issei, on one side, squared off against Riser, the arrogant devil lord whose flames burned with a golden fury. The two clashed fiercely, the sound of Issei's boosted gear echoing as he powered up, every shout of "boost," increasing his strength. The fight was intense. Regenerative abilities made it nearly impossible for Issei to deal any lasting damage. Riser laughed mockingly as his wounds healed instantly, his flames flaring out to engulf Issei time and time again. But Issei, with his sheer determination and his desire to protect Rias, kept pushing forward, never backing down despite the odds. As Riser's flames engulfed him again, Issei's thoughts turned to Rias and the promise he had made to her. His heart burned with determination, and with each shout of "boost," his power grew. The two combatants clashed repeatedly, with Riser using his superior regenerative abilities to stay ahead, while Issei relied on his ever-growing strength, fueled by his feelings for Rias. But while Issei was locked in a struggle against Riser, something far more dangerous was unfolding on the other side of the arena. Naruto faced off against Red Boy. The air between them crackled with tension as they stared each other down, the fiery hatred in Red Boy's eyes unmistakable. Red Boy sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll burn you to ashes and finally avenge the humiliation he caused me." Naruto gripped the Rui Jingu Bang, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel Wukong's anger boiling inside him, the great sage's presence pushing him forward. But Naruto wasn't fighting for revenge, he was fighting for his friends, for Rias, and to protect those who mattered to him. Without warning, Naruto launched himself forward, using his incredible speed to close the gap between them. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang with a ferocity that sent shockwaves through the arena. The staff extended, growing larger and larger as Naruto aimed to crush Red Boy under its immense weight. Red Boy barely dodged the strike, his fiery aura flaring to life as he unleashed a wave of flames in retaliation. But Naruto was faster, using Renewal Taekwondo to weave through the flames and close in again. His kicks came fast and hard, striking Red Boy's defenses with precision and force. The two clashed repeatedly, exchanging powerful blows. Naruto's agility and martial prowess kept him ahead, his movements fluid and precise as he used his taekwondo techniques to gain the upper hand. Red Boy, though powerful, struggled to keep up with Naruto's speed and unpredictable attacks. Naruto's staff extended once again, slamming into Red Boy with enough force to send him flying across the arena. The ground cracked beneath the impact, and Red Boy skidded to a stop, his eyes blazing with fury. "You're strong," Red Boy growled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "But you're still no match for my true power." With a snarl, Red Boy unleashed his most powerful technique, the Samadhi Fire. The air around Red Boy crackled with an oppressive heat as his body became engulfed in flames. The Samadhi Fire, a legendary flame known to be one of the most dangerous sorceries in existence, roared to life, burning with an intensity that made even the ground beneath him melt. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the heat wash over him. This wasn't normal fire. It was something much more dangerous, something ancient, destructive, and nearly impossible to extinguish. The flames surged forward, enveloping Naruto in an instant. The searing heat tore at his skin, and for the first time in the battle, Naruto felt genuine pain. His breath caught in his throat, and he stumbled backward, his body aching from the intensity of the flames. "This isn't normal fire," Naruto gasped, his voice strained as he tried to withstand the heat. Inside his mind, Wukong was raging. "The Samadhi Fire. That brat. You don't know how dangerous this flame is, Naruto. You need to stop him before it's too late." But Naruto could barely focus, the flames licking at his skin and burning hotter with every passing second. He tried to swing his staff, but Red Boy was relentless, using the flames to create a circle of fire around Naruto, trapping him in an ever-tightening ring. Naruto's breathing became labored as the heat closed in, making it harder and harder to focus. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his vision began to blur as the flames consumed the air around him. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang desperately, trying to break free, but the flames only intensified, making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate. Red Boy laughed, his voice echoing through the arena. "It's over, Monkey King. The Samadhi Fire will consume you, just like it would have consumed your predecessor if it hadn't been for divine intervention." The crowd watching in the stands felt the tension rising, their expressions shifting from excitement to concern. Rias, Akino, Kiba, and the others watched in horror as Naruto was engulfed in the deadly flames. This can't be happening," Rias whispered, her heart racing with fear. "Naruto, he's..." Sona, watching from the stands, clenched her fists tightly. "Naruto, what are you doing? You need to escape." Even Kong Jin, who had been observing quietly, felt a pang of alarm as she watched the flames intensify around Naruto. Her dragon-like senses could feel the ancient power radiating from the fire, and she whispered to herself, "This power, it's not ordinary." Naruto's mind began to go blank, his thoughts slipping away as the flames sapped his strength. His vision darkened, and the pain became overwhelming. I can't breathe," Naruto gasped, falling to his knees as the flames closed in. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice thundered, filled with rage. "No, this is not how it ends. You're stronger than this, Naruto. You're the Monkey King, whether you accept it or not." But Naruto's body was failing. He couldn't think, couldn't focus. The flames burned too hot, and his transformation was slipping away. His consciousness began to fade, and it felt like this would be the end. Then, in the darkness of his mind, something snapped. Just as Naruto's body was about to give out, a surge of power exploded from deep within him. His mind went completely blank, and the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong began to take control. The Samadhi Fire around him faltered for just a moment, as if sensing the ancient presence that had awoken inside Naruto. The flames still roared, but now they seemed to hesitate, as if unsure whether they could consume the being they now faced. Naruto's body began to transform. His hair grew wilder, more untamed, flowing like a mane as it shifted from its usual spiky form to something more beastly. His eyes, once their vibrant blue, now glowed a deep crimson red, with a golden hue circling the pupils. The loop of binding shining brighter than before. The aura around him changed completely, no longer the controlled energy of the Naruto everyone knew. This was something more primal, more ancient. Kong Jin's eyes widened as she felt the shift in power. She whispered under her breath, This feeling. It's him. It's Sun Wukong. He has returned." The crowd, sensing the monumental change in the air, fell silent as Naruto's transformation completed. The oppressive flames of the Samadhi Fire still roared around him, but now, they seemed to bend to his will, swirling around him but never touching his skin. Red Boy, once confident in his victory, took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, that can't be. He's gone. Sun Wukong is gone. But the figure standing before him wasn't just Naruto anymore. It was something far more dangerous. The battle was far from over. It had just begun. As the crimson flames of the Samadhi fire swirled around the newly transformed Naruto, it became clear to everyone watching that something had changed. This was no longer just Naruto Uzumaki standing in the arena. This was Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, reborn through Naruto. His wild hair, glowing crimson eyes with a golden hue, and the raw, primal power radiating from him left no room for doubt. Wukong, now fully in control, surveyed the arena with a grin, his staff resting casually over his shoulder as he sized up Red Boy. After a moment of silence, Wukong spoke, his voice low and filled with amused mockery. After all these years, he muttered, his gaze settling on Red Boy. You're the one I see first? A deep, rumbling laugh escaped him, echoing throughout the arena. Good. I'm entertained. He pointed his staff at Red Boy, his grin widening with wicked amusement. Speaking of entertainment, wouldn't it be fun if I pulled your horn out for a snack? I'll let you keep the other one as a reminder, because I'd hate for you to miss how I'll slaughter each and every mongrel on your mountain back home. The air grew thick with tension as Wukong's eyes burned with a cold fury, his wild grin never faltering. Those below and those above? Wukong's voice grew darker, filled with rage as he slammed the end of his staff into the ground, causing the arena to tremble. I've come back for revenge. Everyone watching felt the power radiating from Wukong. The sheer force of his presence weighed down on the onlookers like an invisible storm. The nobles, peerages, and guests in the audience stared, mouths agape, as they felt the overwhelming power of the great sage. Even Sirzex Lucifer, one of the most powerful beings in the underworld, raised an eyebrow, impressed and alarmed by the ancient power now unleashed before him. Red Boy, on the other hand, was trembling not just with rage, but with fear. He had known Wukong's strength in the past, but this was something else. His face contorted in fury, and he clenched his fists, his pride refusing to let him back down. Wukong tilted his head, still grinning. Come then, let's see if you've gotten any stronger. With a snarl, Red Boy launched himself at Wukong, flames erupting from his body in a wild, uncontrolled frenzy. But Wukong only laughed, his eyes glinting with amusement. As Red Boy closed in, Wukong moved faster than anyone could see, sidestepping his attack with effortless grace. Too slow, little brat? Wukong teased, tapping Red Boy on the back of the head with his staff as if it were a toy. You always were reckless. Red Boy roared in fury, swinging wildly at Wukong. But the great sage was already gone, moving with such speed and precision that Red Boy couldn't keep up. Wukong toyed with him, appearing in and out of his reach, delivering light, mocking strikes with his staff and dancing around the battlefield with a gleeful laugh. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Wukong raised two fingers, pointing them at Red Boy. A brilliant golden flash filled the arena, and in an instant, Red Boy was frozen in place, trapped in a shell of golden light. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in shock. They had never seen such power before. What's the matter? Stuck? Wukong taunted, stepping closer to the immobilized Red Boy. You thought you could challenge me again? I thought you'd learn after all these years. But I guess you're still just a child. As Wukong circled his immobilized foe, his grin faltered for a moment, and his hand instinctively went to his head. The loop of binding, the white circlet placed on him by the Buddha to control his power, had begun to tighten, sending a sharp pain through his skull. Wukong winced, his eyes narrowing as he looked up at the sky. Ah, I see. He laughed quietly to himself, the sound dark and filled with bitterness. Those high above don't trust me. Even now, you tighten my leash. The circlet dug deeper, but Wukong only grinned wider, his eyes gleaming with madness. I understand all too well. Knowing his time was running out, Wukong turned back to Red Boy, his eyes glowing with malice. With a burst of energy, Wukong unfroze Red Boy, releasing him from the golden shell. But before Red Boy could react, Wukong summoned several clones of himself, each one identical, each one grinning with that same wild, dangerous look. Red Boy's eyes widened as he looked around, realizing he was surrounded. What? The Wukong clones descended upon him, each one striking with the Rui Jingu Bang, pummeling him from all directions. Red Boy tried to fight back, but he was no match for the sheer number of clones, each one as powerful as the original. Every time he swung his flames, another clone appeared, laughing as they toyed with him. The sound of the staff cracking against Red Boy's body echoed through the arena, and the audience watched in stunned silence as Wukong's clones overwhelmed him. Finally, the real Wukong appeared above Red Boy, his staff raised high for the final blow. Red Boy, bruised and bleeding, looked up just in time to see Wukong's shadow looming over him. Wukong's voice was cold and merciless as he brought the staff down with lethal force. I do not forgive those who play at my mercy. You wanted a duel, and it ends with your death. With a sickening crack, the staff connected with Red Boy's chest, and the light in his eyes began to fade. Before his life slipped away, Red Boy managed to gasp out one final, ragged breath. This marks your fate, Wukong. The courts will come for you once more. Wukong laughed, a wild and triumphant sound. Let them come. I'll slaughter each and every mongrel in the court. As Red Boy's body slumped lifeless to the ground, Wukong's clones vanished, their purpose fulfilled. The arena fell silent, the only sound the fading crackle of Red Boy's flames as they flickered out. Wukong stood there, his chest heaving with excitement and rage. His wild eyes darted around the arena, and for a moment, it seemed like he might turn his wrath on the rest of the world. But then, the loop of binding tightened once more, sending another sharp pulse of pain through his skull. Wukong winced, staggering slightly as the transformation began to fade. His wild hair returned to its normal state, his crimson eyes dulled, and the overwhelming aura of the great sage slowly dissipated. As the power left him, Naruto returned, his breathing heavy and his body aching from the strain. He fell to his knees, exhausted and disoriented, unsure of what had just happened. The crowd, still in shock, watched in stunned silence. Even Surzex seemed momentarily taken aback by what he had witnessed. Rias, her heart pounding, stared at Naruto, her eyes filled with concern and awe. Kong Jin, who had been watching from the stands, whispered to herself, it wasn't just Naruto. That was truly Sun Wukong. As Naruto regained his senses, the weight of what had just happened settled on him. Red Boy was dead, and he could feel the remnants of Wukong's rage still simmering inside him. Naruto looked down at his hands, confused and shaken. What did I just do? Inside his mind, Wukong's voice was quiet, but there was a lingering satisfaction in his tone. You let me out, Naruto, and I showed them what happens when you challenge the great sage. Don't forget, this isn't just your fight anymore. It's mine too. Naruto, still kneeling in the center of the arena, took a deep breath. He wasn't sure what would happen next, but he knew one thing for certain. The world wasn't done with him, and neither was Sun Wukong. The arena was still echoing with the last remnants of the clash between Naruto and Red Boy as Issei stood over the defeated form of Riser Phoenix. The battle between them had ended quickly once Asia and Draig, the ancient dragon within Issei's boosted gear, had given him the strength he needed to overpower Riser's regeneration abilities. Now, with Riser lying unconscious, the air was thick with tension, but Issei stood victorious, though barely able to stay on his feet. His chest heaved with every breath, and his body ached from the battle. He had done it, he had saved Rias from an unwanted fate. But before he could bask in his victory, Revel Phoenix, Riser's younger sister, flew in front of Issei, her wings glowing with fiery light. She spread her arms wide, shielding her defeated brother from any further attacks. Please, no more, Revel begged, her voice filled with desperation. He's already lost. I won't let you harm him further. Issei, who had been ready to collapse from exhaustion, paused. He blinked at Revel, surprised by her sudden appearance. His heart, still pounding from the adrenaline of the fight, softened at the sight of her protecting her brother, even though Riser had been his enemy. Before Issei could respond, the booming voice of Surzex cut through the air, silencing the crowd. The battle is over, Surzex announced, his voice calm but firm. There is no need for further bloodshed. This dispute has been settled. With a wave of his hand, the arena began to dissolve, the magic circle surrounding them dissipating into a soft glow as the battlefield vanished. The jagged cliffs and dark sky were replaced with the grand hall of the wedding venue once more, the onlookers now seated in the gallery. Revel, seeing that the battle was officially over, let out a small sigh of relief. She knelt down beside her brother, helping him to his feet as they prepared to leave. With a quick glance at Issei, she gave a small nod of acknowledgement before spreading her wings and flying away, carrying the unconscious Riser with her. Issei, his strength finally giving out, stumbled forward, but before he could hit the ground, Rias was there. She caught him in her arms, her eyes shining with gratitude and relief. Issei, Rias whispered, her voice soft and full of emotion. Thank you, you saved me. Issei looked up at her, his face red from both exhaustion and the proximity to Rias, but a wide, goofy grin spread across his face. I told you. I wouldn't let you marry that guy. Rias smiled warmly, pulling him closer in a gentle embrace. The sight of Rias holding Issei sent a ripple of approval through the crowd, who now whispered among themselves, watching the touching moment between the two. But as the guests murmured among themselves about Issei's victory, their attention soon shifted to another figure, the one who had just moments ago displayed the terrifying power of the great sage equal to heaven. Naruto, still floating on his somersault cloud, hovered above the ground, his expression one of shock and confusion. He had regained control of his body, but the memory of what had just transpired, the feeling of Wukong's power surging through him, was still fresh in his mind. Naruto's wild hair had returned to its normal state, his eyes no longer glowing with the primal energy of Wukong. But the weight of what had happened, the brutal power he had unleashed on Red Boy, lingered heavily on his shoulders. His chest heaved as he tried to process everything, his mind racing with questions and uncertainty. The guests, nobles, and peerages who had witnessed the battle couldn't take their eyes off him. There was a mixture of awe and fear in the air. Naruto had not only fought off an ancient demon but had done so with the power of a god. Even those who didn't fully understand the legend of Sun Wukong could feel the overwhelming presence that had filled the arena just moments before. Rias, still holding Issei, looked up at Naruto with a mixture of concern and admiration. Naruto? She whispered to herself, unsure of what to make of what she had just witnessed. Akino, standing nearby, placed a hand on her hip, her usual teasing smile replaced with a more serious expression. So, that's the true power of Naruto? No wonder he's so fascinating. Kiba narrowed his eyes as he watched Naruto float on the cloud. It was like he became someone else entirely. That wasn't just his power, that was something far older, far stronger. Even Sona, standing a little farther away with her peerage, felt the weight of the situation. She adjusted her glasses, deep in thought. Naruto, you're much more dangerous than I realized. And then there was Surzex, the most powerful figure in the room. He had remained silent during Naruto's battle, but now his gaze was fixed on Naruto with intense interest. He could sense the ancient power within Naruto, power that rivaled even the greatest beings in the underworld and beyond. For a moment, Surzek's eyes softened, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Sun Wukong, he muttered under his breath. You've returned in a most unexpected way. Floating above the crowd, Naruto's mind was racing. The adrenaline from the fight had faded, leaving behind a swirling storm of thoughts. He had felt Wukong's anger, his thirst for revenge, his desire to destroy those who had wronged him. But Naruto wasn't Wukong. He didn't share the same hunger for violence, and the brutality with which Wukong had fought disturbed him. What was that? Naruto muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Inside his mind, Wukong's voice echoed, still filled with that playful, chaotic energy. That, my little monkey, was just a taste of what's to come. You felt it, didn't you? The power, the freedom. It's exhilarating, isn't it? Naruto gritted his teeth, frustration and confusion bubbling up inside him. I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want to fight like that. Wukong laughed, the sound rich and full of amusement. He challenged me, and I responded in kind. You need to understand, Naruto. The world isn't kind. If you don't fight with everything, they will tear you apart. But don't worry. I'll help you. After all, we're in this together, aren't we? Naruto shook his head, trying to focus. This power, it's not just mine, is it? Wukong's voice lowered, becoming more serious. No, but it's yours now, whether you like it or not. You can't hide from it. You're the Monkey King, even if you don't want to be. Naruto's hands tightened around the Rui Jingu Bang, his grip firm as he floated back down to the ground. His mind was still a mess, but he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't let this power consume him. He had to stay in control, he had to stay himself. As he landed softly on the floor, the crowd remained silent, still watching him with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Rias, seeing him land, gently released Issei and stepped toward Naruto. Are you okay? Rias asked, her voice soft but filled with concern. Naruto, still reeling from the events, forced a small smile. Yeah, I think so. I just need some time to figure things out. Rias nodded, understanding the weight of what had just happened. Take all the time you need. We're here for you. Naruto glanced at Issei, who was still grinning despite his exhaustion. Nice job, Issei. You really pulled through. Issei gave a thumbs up, his energy renewed by Rias' presence. Thanks, man. But you were insane out there. What even was that? Naruto chuckled weakly, but his eyes were distant. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out. As the evening settled, the crowd began to disperse, and the tension that had filled the grand hall slowly dissipated. The wedding had been canceled, and Riser's defeat ensured that Rias was free from her unwanted engagement. Naruto, still trying to process everything, felt the exhaustion of the fight begin to settle in. He had barely wrapped his head around the power he unleashed when he felt a presence watching him. A boy, no older than Naruto himself, stood in the shadows near the edge of the hall. His dark hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes glowed with a crimson-red intensity, adorned with 3 black tomos circling his pupils. The boy gave Naruto a small smirk as he approached, his movements smooth and deliberate. His presence was calm but commanding, and the air around him seemed to ripple with quiet power. That was quite the display of power. "Son Wukong," the boy said, his voice low and cool, with just a hint of amusement. "I look forward to seeing you again." Before Naruto could even respond, the boy's body dissolved into a swirling mass of crows, each one cawing loudly as they fluttered out of the hall, disappearing into the night. The sight left Naruto momentarily speechless, and the faint sound of feathers fluttering echoed as the last crow vanished. Naruto blinked in confusion. "Who the hell was that?" he muttered under his breath, still staring at the spot where the boy had stood. Beside him, Sona stepped forward, her gaze narrowing in thought. That was the son of Amaterasu, the Shinto sun goddess. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Amaterasu? For real?" Sona nodded, her expression serious. "Yes. His name is Sasuke, and he's one of the most powerful members of the Shinto faction. It seems he's taken an interest in you." Naruto groaned, running a hand through his messy hair. "Great, another faction watching me. Just what I needed." Sona stepped closer to him, her usually calm and composed demeanor softening. She placed a hand on his arm, her voice more personal than it had ever been. "Be careful, Naruto. The Shinto faction is powerful, and if Takahiro is involved, it means they'll be keeping a close eye on you. You need to be on guard." Before Naruto could fully process Sona's warning, something unexpected happened. She leaned in and, without warning, wrapped her arms around him in a gentle hug. The hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Naruto stood there, completely caught off guard by the sudden display of affection. His face turned bright red as he awkwardly glanced around, unsure of how to respond. Everyone else, including those in Rias Peerage and even the remaining guests, looked equally stunned. Sona, the strict, composed president of the student council, wasn't known for public displays of emotion, and seeing her hug Naruto of all people was a shock to everyone. Akino leaned over to Rias with a smirk. Well, it looks like Naruto's been getting some special attention from the student council president. Who would have thought?" Rias blinked in surprise, her eyebrows raised. "Sona, hugging someone? That's unusual, to say the least." Saji, who had been standing nearby, couldn't hold back his anger any longer. His face twisted with jealousy as he watched the scene unfold. "What the hell, Naruto? What did you do to President Sona to make her act like this?" he shouted. His fists clenched tightly, but Sona, ignoring Saji's outburst, pulled back slightly from the hug and looked up at Naruto with a soft smile. "I'm just happy you're safe," she said quietly, her usual reserved tone melting away for a brief moment. "If you ever want to talk or if you need anything, you can come see me at school." Naruto, still blushing furiously, managed to nod, though he was still too flustered to form a coherent response. Yeah. Thanks, Sona." Sona gave him a small nod before stepping back, her composure quickly returning as she adjusted her glasses. "Take care of yourself, Naruto." With that, Sona turned and walked away, leaving behind a thoroughly confused Naruto and a furious Saji. Saji stormed up to Naruto, his face red with anger. "This isn't over, Naruto. I don't know what you did, but I'll get to the bottom of it," he yelled. But before he could say anything else, Sona called out for him to leave, and Saji, grumbling under his breath, followed her. As the crowd began to leave, Naruto could feel the stares of everyone around him. He could already tell he was going to get teased for this. "Dude," Issei said, sidling up to him with a wide grin. "Did Sona just hug you? Like, for real?" Naruto groaned, still feeling embarrassed. "I don't even know, man. This whole night's been insane." Issei chuckled, clearly amused. "Hey, at least she cares, right?" Naruto was about to respond when Surzex approached, his presence instantly commanding attention. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the Mao. Surzex smiled kindly at Naruto and gestured for him to follow. "Naruto, before you leave, could I have a moment of your time?" Naruto blinked, surprised but curious. Sure." The rest of Rias Peerage watched as Naruto followed Surzex to a quieter corner of the hall. Despite Surzex's calm demeanor, Naruto could sense the weight of the conversation to come. As they stood away from the others, Surzex studied Naruto for a moment, his blue eyes sharp yet warm. "Naruto," Surzex began, "tonight, You showed us something extraordinary. The power you possess, the power of Sun Wukong, is legendary. But that power is also dangerous, as you well know. Naruto nodded, already aware of the complicated relationship he had with Wukong's strength. Yeah, I get it. Wukong's not exactly known for playing nice. Surzex nodded, his expression understanding. I felt that power before. Sun Wukong was once one of the most feared and respected beings in all realms. His strength was unrivaled, but his anger and thirst for revenge made him a dangerous force. Naruto's eyes darkened as he remembered the rage Wukong had unleashed during the fight with Red Boy. I don't want to be like him. I'm not looking for revenge. Surzex smiled slightly at Naruto's understatement, but then his expression grew more serious. With that kind of power, you could change the balance of many things both in this world and in the others. Factions like the Shinto gods are already taking notice, and there are others who will soon follow. He paused for a moment, as if considering how best to proceed. That's why I'm asking you to stand with us. Naruto blinked in surprise. Wait, what? Surzex continued, his voice steady but urgent. I can feel that something big is coming, Naruto. I don't know when or where, but I sense that we will face greater challenges in the days ahead. The underworld, the devils, and even the other factions may soon be at risk. With your power, the power of Sun Wukong, we could be stronger. We could protect everyone. Naruto stared at Surzex, his mind racing. He hadn't expected this, a direct offer to join forces with one of the most powerful beings in the underworld. But as he stood there, considering the weight of Surzex's words, a voice echoed in his mind. No, came Wukong's voice, sharp and commanding. You don't need them, Naruto. Don't tie yourself down with their petty politics and alliances. We don't answer to anyone, especially not the devils. Naruto felt the familiar surge of Wukong's defiance, the desire to remain free and untethered to any faction or group. But as Naruto looked at Surzex, at Rias, and at his friends standing nearby, he knew that this wasn't just about power or politics. It was about protecting the people he cared about. And right now, the devils were his friends, people who had stood by him. Naruto grinned, shaking off Wukong's objections. Since you're Rias' older brother, and you seem like a good guy, why not? You guys are my friends, and if I can help protect you all, then I'm in. Surzex blinked, clearly surprised by Naruto's easy acceptance. He had expected it to take far more convincing, perhaps more time to earn Naruto's trust. But this young man, the reincarnation of one of the most powerful and rebellious figures in history, was agreeing so easily, with a genuine smile on his face. Surzex studied Naruto for a moment longer, then smiled warmly, a rare moment of deep gratitude crossing his features. Thank you, Naruto. Your willingness to help means more than you know. He extended his hand, and Naruto, always one to trust his instincts, reached out and shook it. As their hands clasped, Surzex couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of hope. In his head, he thought, he's truly a good-natured person after all. Not just a reincarnation of power, but someone who chooses to use it for the right reasons. Inside Naruto's mind, Wukong was less than pleased. His voice crackled with annoyance, though there was a grudging respect for Naruto's decision. You're too soft, Naruto. Trusting these devils, it's going to get you tangled up in their mess. And I don't care for their factions or alliances. We answer to no one. Naruto mentally sighed, shaking his head as he silently responded to Wukong. I get it, but this isn't just about you. I'm not Sun Wukong. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and these guys are my friends. I'm going to help them whether you like it or not. Wukong huffed, but his tone softened slightly. Humph, you're stubborn. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you when this alliance drags us into something bigger. Naruto chuckled. I'll take my chances. As Naruto finished shaking hands with Surzex, the others in the hall couldn't help but notice the interaction. Issei, standing nearby, grinned from ear to ear, clearly impressed. Dude, Naruto's working with Rias' older brother now? That's awesome. Akino gave Naruto a sly smile. Naruto-kun, you're becoming quite the influential figure in the underworld. First Sona hugs you, and now you're shaking hands with Surzex Lucifer. What's next? The gods themselves? Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head, though his face still carried a slight blush from the earlier hug. I don't know about the gods, but I'm just trying to help out. Kiba gave Naruto a respectful nod. You've earned that handshake. It's not every day someone can make Surzex smile like that. Rias, standing close by, looked at Naruto with a mixture of admiration and gratitude. Naruto, thank you for everything. You've done more than we could ever ask for. Naruto grinned at her, his usual carefree attitude returning. Hey, don't worry about it. I've got your back. As the night began to wind down and the remaining guests finally started to leave, Naruto felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He had made a powerful ally in Surzex, gained the trust of the devils, and more importantly, he knew he wasn't alone in whatever was coming. Kang Jin had been watching Naruto with a sense of growing curiosity. She had joined him on this journey to witness his growth firsthand, and tonight had shown her just how much potential he had not just in his power, but in his character. Seeing Naruto so easily agree to work with Surzex had surprised her, and though Wukong's return through Naruto had initially concerned her, she felt more certain now that Naruto was not like the Wukong of the past. As Kang Jin approached him with her usual calm demeanor, her dragon-like eyes studying him closely. "You've impressed many tonight," Kang Jin said softly, her voice laced with curiosity. "Even the strongest devils in the underworld now see your potential." Naruto looked over at her, still catching his breath after the emotionally charged conversation with Surzex. "Yeah, I guess I did," he said with a grin, though his mind was still processing everything that had happened. "But I couldn't have done any of this without my friends. They're the reason I'm able to keep going." Kang Jin nodded, though her gaze remained thoughtful. "I've seen the way you fight, Naruto. You carry the strength of Wukong, but you don't let it control you. That's admirable." Naruto blinked, surprised by the compliment. "Thanks, Kang Jin. That means a lot coming from you." Kang Jin's lips curved into the slightest of smiles, though it disappeared almost as quickly as it had come. "You've earned it. But remember, your path is still unfolding, and the world will continue to watch." Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed by her serious tone. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I've got you with me anyway, right?" Kang Jin's eyes softened, and she nodded again. For now, nearby, Kaneko, the quiet and observant rook of Rias Peerage, had been watching Naruto with her usual stoic expression. While she didn't often say much, her sharp instincts had picked up on the tension building throughout the night. Like the others, she had been shocked by the power Naruto had displayed, but unlike some, she wasn't easily swayed by raw strength. Approaching Naruto quietly, Kaneko glanced up at him with her large golden eyes. "You were reckless," she said bluntly, though there was no malice in her tone. It was just her way of being honest. Naruto gave her a sheepish grin. "Yeah, maybe a little, but it worked out in the end, right?" Kaneko's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she nodded slightly. "You need to be careful. Wukong's power, it's dangerous." Naruto's expression softened, and he nodded. "I know, Kaneko. I'm trying to figure it all out, but I promise I won't let it hurt anyone. Not my friends, at least." Kaneko's eyes flickered with a hint of something, maybe concern, maybe respect, but she gave him a small nod before stepping back. Good. After a long and eventful day, the group finally returned to Kuo Academy, where the familiar surroundings felt like a comfort after the chaos of the underworld. The sky was dark and the air was cool, but the tension from earlier had faded, leaving only the warmth of friendship behind. As they stood outside the academy, Rias turned to her peerage, her eyes soft with gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, for everything." Issei, his usual energy restored, grinned. "Of course, Rias. We've got your back always." Naruto smiled, looking around at the group. "Yeah, we're all in this together." As they each said their goodbyes and began to head home for the night, Naruto glanced up at the sky, feeling a strange mixture of peace and anticipation. There was still so much ahead: new challenges, new enemies, and new discoveries about his own power. But for now, he was content. With his friends by his side, Naruto knew that whatever came next, he would be ready. Far beyond the mortal world, in the grand halls of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his golden throne, surrounded by the finest celestial warriors and advisors. The throne room was vast, with pillars of shimmering jade and clouds of ethereal energy swirling around the ceiling, creating an aura of divine authority. Seated beside him was Erlang Shen. His third eye, always vigilant, gleamed with a cold, calculating light as he stood at attention, listening intently to the reports coming in from across the realms. One of the court's messengers stepped forward, bowing deeply before speaking in a hushed, reverent tone. "Your Majesty, we have received news from the underworld. The Red Boy has been defeated by the reincarnation of Sun Wukong." The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the court shifted. The once tranquil room became heavy with tension as the assembled gods and celestial beings exchanged uneasy glances. The news of Red Boy's death had spread like wildfire, but the revelation that Wukong had returned through Naruto Uzumaki was something far more alarming. The Jade Emperor, his face carved from stone, barely moved, though his golden eyes flickered with a deep, simmering intensity. He had ruled the heavens for millennia, and the memory of Wukong's rebellion still lingered in his mind. The Monkey King had been one of the greatest threats to the celestial order, unpredictable, chaotic, and uncontrollable. And now, his reincarnation had resurfaced, bringing with it the old flames of unrest. Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor muttered under his breath, his voice echoing across the throne room. Beside him, Erlang Shen's face remained impassive, but there was no mistaking the tension in his posture. His jaw clenched slightly as memories of his battles with the great sage flooded back. He had bested Wukong once before, but that had been after a long and bitter struggle. Erlang Shen stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. "Your Majesty, we must act once more. His return will undoubtedly stir unrest among the celestial beings, and even among those who still hold grudges from the past. Red Boy's death is only the beginning." The Jade Emperor, still deep in thought, slowly nodded. "Yes, Erlang. I trust you to handle this. We cannot allow Wukong to disrupt the balance again." Erlang Shen bowed his head, his third eye gleaming with cold resolve. "I will make preparations. But know this son Wukong is not the only one we must contend with. The Demon Bull King and his wife Princess Rakshasi will undoubtedly seek revenge for the death of their son." The Jade Emperor's gaze hardened. "Then we will deal with them as well. Wukong's return may bring others out of the shadows. We must be ready." As the court murmured in agreement, the weight of the situation grew heavier. The wheels of fate were turning, and the heavens would soon find themselves at odds with an old foe who had never truly been vanquished. In the dark, volcanic depths of the demon realm, the Demon Bull King sat upon his massive iron throne, his hulking figure barely fitting within the confines of the chamber. His black horns curled menacingly from his head, and his eyes burned with a deep, smoldering rage. The news of Red Boy's death had reached him not long ago, and the fury in his heart was enough to shake the very foundations of his lair. Beside him stood his wife, Princess Rakshasi, her elegant but deadly form cloaked in dark silks. Her eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating fury that matched her husband's, though her anger was tempered by a sharp intellect that had kept them both alive through countless wars and betrayals. "How dare he?" The Demon Bull King's voice was like thunder, rumbling through the cavernous chamber. His fists clenched, the iron gauntlets scraping against his throne. "That upstart, that Naruto Uzumaki. Reincarnation or not, he has taken my son from me." Rakshasi placed a hand on her husband's arm, her voice as smooth as silk but filled with venom. "It is not just Naruto you should hate, my love. It is Wukong himself. This is his doing." The Bull King growled, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Son Wukong, I should have never trusted him. All those years ago, when we fought side by side, I should have known he would betray me. This is my payback for betraying my brother in arms." Rakshasi's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Now is your chance for revenge. Wukong has returned in this Naruto, and he has killed our son. We cannot let this insult go unanswered." The Demon Bull King rose to his feet, his massive form towering over his wife as his fists ignited with molten fire. "I will crush him. Naruto Uzumaki or Wukong, it makes no difference. I will destroy him for what he's done to our family." Rakshasi, always the strategist, stepped closer to her husband, her eyes gleaming. "We will bide our time. The Jade Emperor will no doubt make his move, and the Celestial Court will be busy. That is when we will strike. But first, we need to gather our forces. Wukong has many enemies. We must find them." The Demon Bull King nodded, his rage simmering but controlled. "Yes, we will gather our allies. And when the time comes, we will make sure Wukong's return is his final one." Far away from the schemes of the Celestial Court and the vengeance of the Demon Realm, a figure sat in the endless void of Chaos Brigade's headquarters. The air was thick with power, yet utterly still. In this realm of nothingness, the infinite dragon god, Ophis, rested upon her throne of shadow, her unblinking eyes staring into the void. Ophis, the being whose very existence defied the laws of creation, had been watching the unfolding events with great interest. She cared little for the affairs of gods, demons, or mortals, but the reappearance of Sun Wukong had piqued her curiosity. After all, the Monkey King was one of the few beings who had always walked the line between chaos and order, between rebellion and loyalty. Sitting in the silence, Ophis finally spoke, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet it reverberated through the void like the toll of a bell. "Wukong has returned." She paused, her thoughts drifting as she considered what this meant for her plans. Chaos Brigade had been moving in the shadows for years, waiting for the right moment to strike. But with Wukong's reincarnation now walking the earth in the form of Naruto Uzumaki, the game had changed. Ophis rose from her seat, her serpentine eyes narrowing as she considered her next move. "It's time for my plans to go ahead." As she spoke, her power rippled through the void, reaching out to the various factions, drawing the attention of her followers. Ophis had no interest in ruling or conquering, but she desired one thing above all: eternal silence, an end to the endless noise of creation. And Sun Wukong, with his chaotic nature, was a force that could either help her achieve that goal or become an obstacle in her path. Ophis allowed a rare smile to cross her lips, cold and detached. Sun Wukong, you have always been a force of chaos, but now you are a key piece in my game. She looked into the distance, her eyes reflecting the infinite expanse of nothingness around her. The world has shifted, and you, Naruto Uzumaki, will bring the storm. Chapter 11, Childhood Friends. It had been a couple of days since the intense battle at the wedding and the strange appearance of Red Boy. Things had started to calm down, and life in Kuo Academy had returned to a semblance of normalcy for Naruto, or as normal as things could get when you were the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. This morning, Naruto was feeling restless. He had spent a lot of time thinking about everything that had happened, and he needed an outlet for the stress that had been building up. So, like always, he decided to head to the dojo for some training. It was the perfect way to clear his mind and focus on something physical rather than the growing pressure of his newfound powers and the complicated mess of alliances he had stumbled into. Naruto was about to leave his apartment when he realized he had forgotten something important: his training gloves. Damn it, where did I put those? He muttered to himself, quickly rushing back to his room. After a few minutes of searching, he realized he might have left them in the bathroom. Without thinking, he dashed toward the bathroom, his mind completely focused on finding the gloves so he could head out for his training session. But as he flung the bathroom door open, he immediately froze in his tracks, his eyes going wide with shock. Kong Jin's star, standing in the shower, was completely bare, her body glistening under the soft spray of water. Her long, dark hair clung to her back, and the steam rising around her only added to the surreal and intimate scene. Naruto's face turned bright red as he realized what he had just barged into. His heart raced, and his brain completely short-circuited for a moment as he stared, utterly stunned and mortified. I'm sorry," Naruto blurted out, quickly averting his gaze and stumbling backward. His mind was spinning, and he desperately tried to look anywhere else but at Kong Jin's exposed form. "I didn't mean to. I wasn't, I'll go." Kong Jin, in her typical composed fashion, barely reacted to the intrusion. She turned her head slightly, raising an eyebrow in mild amusement, but not showing any sign of embarrassment. She seemed completely unbothered by the situation, her dragon-like gaze calmly following Naruto's flustered movements. "Are you always this clumsy, Naruto?" she asked, her tone dry but not unkind. There was a faint hint of amusement in her voice, but she didn't seem overly concerned by the intrusion. Naruto, still panicking, scrambled out of the bathroom and shut the door behind him, leaning against the wall as he tried to catch his breath. His face was still burning from the embarrassment, and his mind was filled with the unshakable image of Kong Jin's body. "Oh man, oh man, oh man," Naruto muttered to himself, his hand covering his face as he tried to shake the image from his mind. Why did that have to happen? Despite his best efforts, the scene kept replaying in his head, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop himself from remembering every detail. After a few minutes of trying to compose himself, Naruto grabbed his training gloves, finally remembering where he had left them, and dashed out of the apartment, desperate to clear his head. The crisp morning air hit his face as he stepped outside, and he took a deep breath, hoping the fresh air would help him calm down. But no matter how hard he tried to focus on something else, his mind kept drifting back to the shower incident. "Get it together, Naruto," he muttered to himself as he jogged toward the dojo. "You've faced gods, demons, and crazy exorcists. You can't let something like this mess you up." But it wasn't just something. Kong Jin was no ordinary person. She was a powerful dragon with a mysterious past, and despite her aloof demeanor, Naruto had grown to respect her deeply. Seeing her in such an intimate moment had thrown him off completely, and he wasn't sure how to handle it. As he reached the dojo, Naruto tried to focus on his training. The familiar rhythm of his punches and kicks against the training dummy helped distract him, but every now and then, his mind would wander, and his cheeks would flush as he remembered the morning's encounter. "Nope, nope, nope. Focus," he groaned, shaking his head in frustration. "I've got enough on my plate without getting distracted by stuff like that." But despite his best efforts, the image of Kong Jin in the shower kept popping back into his head. He wondered how she had remained so calm. Was it because she was a dragon? Did she not care about modesty the way humans did? Naruto sighed, throwing a heavy punch at the dummy. "Why does this stuff always happen to me?" Back at the apartment, Kong Jin Star finished her shower and stepped out, completely unfazed by what had just happened. To her, the situation had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She had lived for centuries, and modesty was a fleeting concept when you had seen as much of the world as she had. As she dried herself off and got dressed, her thoughts briefly turned to Naruto's flustered reaction. She found his embarrassment both amusing and endearing. Despite the power he wielded and the ancient strength within him, Naruto still carried with him a sense of innocence that was rare in beings of such strength. She couldn't help but smile faintly as she thought about it. He's still just a boy, despite everything. But even as she brushed off the incident, Kangji knew that things were changing. Naruto's power was growing, and with it, the attention of the world. The return of Sun Wukong had already begun to stir ancient forces, and the balance of power was shifting. She had chosen to travel with Naruto to see where this journey would take him, and now, she could feel that the path ahead would be anything but simple. As she prepared for the day, Kang Jin's thoughts drifted to the looming threats they will now face, the Jade Emperor, the Demon Bull King. Their eyes were now on Naruto, and soon, the world would test whether he could truly stand as the reincarnation of the great sage. With a sigh, Kang Jin glanced toward the dojo where Naruto was likely already throwing himself into training. There was much to discuss with him, but she would give him space for now. After all, she could sense his embarrassment from miles away. Today at the dojo, the usual excitement in the air felt off. Lee was quiet, his movements lacking the typical energy that usually radiated from him. Might Guy, his sensei, approached them, his usual energetic smile slightly dimmed. "Naruto, I have something important to tell you," Guy said, crossing his arms and looking at his favorite student with a serious expression. Naruto glanced at Lee, noticing his friend's tension. Lee stopped mid-kick, turning toward his mentor, his brows furrowed in concern. Guy took a deep breath. "Lee, lost in the finals, to Niji Hyuga. He's grown even stronger since your last match. Lee fought well, but Niji's skill has surpassed even yours this time." Lee's face fell slightly, his lips pressing into a tight line. His usual fiery spirit seemed to flicker for a moment, replaced by a deep sense of frustration. Losing to Niji was always tough on Lee. He saw Niji not just as a rival but as a representation of natural talent, something Lee had always worked so hard to overcome through sheer determination and hard work. Naruto stepped forward, noticing the sadness in his friend's eyes. "Hey, don't get down, Lee. You gave it your all, and you'll win next time. I know it." Lee glanced at Naruto, his determined gaze returning but tinged with doubt. "Naruto, I thought I had improved enough, but Niji is always one step ahead of me." Naruto grinned, his voice filled with encouragement. "You're the hardest worker I know, Lee. If anyone can beat Niji, it's you. All you need is time. You'll take him down next time, for sure. Just keep training and don't lose that fire you have." Lee's eyes lit up again, the determination Naruto loved about him sparking back to life. "You're right, Naruto. I will continue my training with even more intensity. The flames of my youth will burn brighter, and next time, Niji will face the full power of my hard work." Naruto smiled, relieved to see Lee bounce back, but just as he was about to continue his training, Wukong's voice stirred in his mind. "Why don't you give him a little boost, kid? You've got the power now. He could use it, you know?" Naruto froze for a second, confused by what Wukong was suggesting. "A boost? What do you mean?" Wukong's chuckle echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of mischief. "You should feel it by now. Your power has grown. You're stronger than you realize, and you've only scratched the surface of what I can teach you. One of my abilities, divine empowerment, lets me grant divine strength and longevity to humans. I could make your friend stronger, faster. Give him the edge to beat that Hyuga kid." Naruto glanced at Lee, who was already back to training with renewed energy. The idea of using Wukong's power to help Lee sounded tempting for a moment, but Naruto shook his head, rejecting the thought. "No," Naruto said firmly in his mind. "Lee's a hard worker. He wouldn't want a shortcut to get stronger. He believes in earning his strength the right way. I'm not going to take that away from him." Wukong sighed, though it was more out of amusement than frustration. "You're too soft, but fine. Lee's got spirit. I'll give him that. Still, don't forget about this power. You never know when you'll need to use it." Naruto nodded slightly, his resolve firm. "Yeah, I get that. But for now, I'll let Lee do things his way." After a while, Naruto stepped aside to take a break, thinking over what Wukong had just said. He knew that his power was growing, but he hadn't fully explored what Wukong could teach him. The chaotic energy within him was both exciting and intimidating, and he was determined to understand it better. "Wukong," Naruto called out in his mind, "you said I could learn more from you, right? Well, teach me. I want to understand my powers more." Wukong's voice hummed with approval. "Finally ready to take things seriously, huh? Good. You've got potential, kid. But you're going to have to focus if you want to tap into the real strength I've got locked up inside. Meditate, and I'll show you what you need to know." Naruto nodded to himself, walking over to a quiet corner of the dojo. He sat down, crossing his legs and closing his eyes, centering his breathing as he slipped into a meditative state. The world around him faded into the background, and soon, Naruto found himself deep inside his own mind, standing once more before Wukong. This time, things were different. Wukong, still bound by chains, seemed more relaxed, but only 2 chains remained shackling him. The rest had been broken as Naruto had unlocked more of his power. But now, something new stood out: the loop of binding around Wukong's head, the same white circlet that had appeared during Naruto's transformation. Wukong's fiery red eyes gleamed as he grinned widely, his sharp teeth glinting in the ethereal light. Well, kid. Good to see you again. Looks like we're making progress." Naruto looked at the chains and the loop of binding, curiosity bubbling up within him. "Yeah, but you're still chained up. And now you've got that thing on your head too." Wukong laughed, the sound deep and mischievous. "Ah, the loop of binding. The gods didn't trust me, so they slapped this thing on to keep me in check. Looks like they don't trust you much either." Naruto frowned, but he brushed it off for now. "So, what are you going to teach me today? You said I have more to learn." Wukong's grin widened, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "Let's see if you can handle it. We're going to start with one of my more useful tricks, the magic of immobilization. You saw me use it on Red Boy, remember? It's a handy little move that can stop anyone dead in their tracks." Naruto hesitated for a moment, the memory of Red Boy's death flashing through his mind. He remembered the rage that Wukong had unleashed, the relentless power that had overwhelmed Red Boy, ending his life in an instant. The fight had left a sour taste in Naruto's mouth, and he had been avoiding thinking about it for days. "Wukong," Naruto started, his voice more serious than before, "I've been meaning to ask you about that. When we fought Red Boy, you killed him. I didn't want that to happen. I don't agree with killing him, even if he was our enemy." Wukong's grin faded slightly, though the mischievous glint in his eyes remained. He regarded Naruto carefully, as if weighing his words before responding. "Humph. Killing Red Boy was necessary. He challenged us, and I don't take challenges lightly. Especially not from a brat like him. In my time, you either fought to win, or you didn't fight at all. And if you didn't win, you didn't survive." Naruto clenched his fists, frustrated but trying to stay calm. "But things are different now. I'm not like you, Wukong. I don't want to go around killing people just because they challenge me. There has to be another way." Wukong tilted his head, his tail flicking lazily behind him. "Another way? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But Naruto, you need to understand something. There are enemies out there who won't hesitate to kill you. They won't care about another way. They'll strike you down the moment they see weakness. Red Boy was one of them. If we hadn't killed him, he would have come back stronger." Naruto shook his head, his determination clear. "I get that, but I don't want to fight like that. I don't want to become a killer. If I'm going to carry this power, your power, then I need to do it my way. I'll fight to protect my friends, but I won't let it turn me into something I'm not." For a moment, Wukong was silent, his fiery red eyes locked onto Naruto's. Then, to Naruto's surprise, the great sage let out a low chuckle. "Heh, you've got guts, Naruto. I'll give you that. You want to do things your way? Fine. But remember this: sometimes, the choice isn't yours to make. Sometimes, you'll have to do what's necessary, whether you like it or not. But I respect your choice." For now, Naruto relaxed slightly, relieved that Wukong hadn't pushed back harder. He knew that Wukong came from a different time, a different mindset, but Naruto was determined to walk his own path. "Thanks. I know you don't always agree with me, but I appreciate you understanding." Wukong grinned again, the mischievous energy returning. "Don't get too comfortable, Naruto. You've got a long way to go. Now, let's get back to the training. I'm going to teach you the magic of immobilization. You'll need it for the fights ahead." Naruto focused once more, pushing the thoughts of Red Boy's death aside for now. He had to learn the skills Wukong was offering, especially if he wanted to control his power and use it in a way that aligned with his own values. "All right, the magic of immobilization is simple in theory, but it takes focus," Wukong explained, his fiery eyes watching Naruto closely. "You'll use your energy to bind your enemy in place. Not just physically, but mentally too. You'll freeze their will, making them completely vulnerable." Naruto raised his hand, forming 2 fingers like Wukong had done in the fight against Red Boy. He imagined the golden energy surging through him, visualizing it wrapping around a target like an invisible net. "That's it. Feel the energy flow through your fingers. It's all about control. You're stopping them with your will alone." Naruto focused harder, and slowly, a faint golden light began to form around his fingers. It was weak at first, but as he concentrated more, the light grew stronger, shining with a vibrant glow. Wukong grinned. "Not bad for your first try. You're getting it. But in a real fight, you won't have time to think this much. Keep practicing until it becomes second nature." Naruto nodded, feeling a surge of confidence. He had a long way to go, but the progress was there. This was just the first step in mastering Wukong's abilities. After practicing the magic of immobilization, Wukong decided it was time for Naruto to learn something else, one of his most versatile techniques, multitude of terrestrial killers. Alright, Naruto, this one's a bit more fun. It lets you transform into anything you want: animals, people, weapons, whatever. You can blend in, trick enemies, or just have a little fun with it. Naruto's eyes lit up at the thought of transforming into anything. Wait, anything? Like, I could turn into a dragon or something? Wukong laughed. Well, sure, if you can handle it. But let's start small, alright? Focus on something you know well. An animal, for example. You'll have to really visualize it, though. It's not just about looking like the thing, you have to embody it. Think like it. Move like it. Naruto nodded, eager to give it a try. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on what he wanted to become. His thoughts immediately went to the nine-tailed fox, an image that had stuck with him since he was a kid. Naruto always felt like he had a connection to them, but he wasn't sure why. He felt his body shift, his energy bending and twisting as he focused on the transformation. His form shrank down, his limbs grew lighter, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself looking at the world from a much lower perspective. Naruto had successfully transformed into a small, orange nine-tailed fox. Wukong's laughter filled the air, amused by Naruto's choice. A nine-tailed fox, huh? Fitting, kid. You've got a bit of the fox in you, don't you? Naruto, now in fox form, flicked his tails and patted around, getting used to the new body. It felt strange at first, but the longer he stayed in the form, the more natural it became. He could feel the instincts of the fox kicking in: its speed, its agility, its sharp senses. Good. Now try switching back. You've got to get used to transforming quickly, especially in battle. You never know when you'll need to use this trick. Naruto focused again, shifting his energy, and after a few moments, he returned to his normal human form. The process was exhausting, but exhilarating at the same time. Not bad, kid. Keep practicing, and soon enough, you'll be able to transform without even thinking about it. But remember, this is about control. You don't want the transformation to take over you. You have to stay in charge. Naruto nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Thanks, Wukong. I'm getting the hang of it. Wukong grinned, his fiery eyes gleaming with pride. Good. But don't get cocky. You've still got a long way to go. And the enemies we'll face won't give you time to figure things out. Stay sharp. After finishing his training session, Naruto headed back to his apartment, his mind still buzzing from everything he had learned. The magic of immobilization and multitude of terrestrial killers were powerful techniques, but he knew he had to keep practicing if he wanted to master them. As he walked, Naruto couldn't help but think about what Wukong had said earlier, that sometimes killing was necessary. It didn't sit well with him, but he knew that Wukong came from a different time, a different mindset. Naruto was determined to forge his own path, one that didn't rely on senseless violence. After a long day of training, Naruto finally returned to his apartment, still trying to process everything he had learned from Wukong. The weight of his new abilities, the magic of immobilization, and the multitude of terrestrial killers weighed heavily on his mind, but he was determined to keep practicing and master them. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Kong Jean, who was sitting calmly on the couch, her dragon-like eyes locking onto him the moment he entered. Her presence was always commanding, even when she wasn't saying anything. For a moment, Naruto hesitated, remembering the awkward encounter in the bathroom earlier that day. His face flushed slightly as he recalled accidentally seeing her in the shower. Oh man, she's probably still mad about that, Naruto thought nervously as he closed the door behind him. Kong Jean stood up, her gaze unwavering. Naruto, we need to talk, she said, her voice calm but firm. Naruto froze, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Look, if this is about what happened earlier, I swear it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Kong Jean raised a hand, cutting him off. This isn't about that, she said, her tone not giving away any embarrassment or anger about the earlier incident. I wish to learn more about you, about who you really are. Naruto blinked, taken aback. He hadn't expected that. Wait, what? Kong Jin's intense gaze softened slightly as she gestured for him to sit down. You are carrying the power of Sun Wukong, but I want to understand, Naruto Uzumaki, who you are, where you came from, and what drives you. I've seen your strength, but I haven't seen the man behind it. Naruto felt a strange mix of surprise and curiosity. He wasn't used to people wanting to know much about him, at least not beyond his skills in martial arts or his connection to Wukong. Hesitating for a moment, he sat down across from Kong Jean, rubbing the back of his neck. There's not really much to talk about, Naruto said, his tone more humble than usual. I mean, compared to everything that's happened with Wukong and the powers, my life was pretty normal. If anything, it wasn't all that great. Kong Jean watched him quietly, waiting for him to continue. Naruto sighed, feeling the weight of his memories bubbling to the surface. My parents died when I was a kid, Naruto began, his voice softening as he recalled his past. I don't remember much about them. I just have this picture of them in my apartment. After they were gone, I grew up mostly alone. It wasn't easy. I was an outcast, always different from everyone else. I never felt like I really fit in anywhere. Naruto's expression darkened slightly as he stared at the floor, the weight of his past pressing down on him. I didn't have many friends growing up. Most of the kids didn't really like me. I always thought it was because I was weird, or maybe I just wasn't good enough. But then I met Issei, and for the first time, I felt like I had someone who didn't care about all that. He was just as much of an oddball as me, but he didn't care about that. We got along great. And there was Irina, but she moved away some time ago. Kong Jin remained silent, letting him speak. Her piercing eyes never left Naruto's, but she wasn't judging him. She was listening. Honestly, Naruto continued, a small, sad smile on his face. All I ever wanted was friends. I didn't care about being the strongest or the smartest or whatever. I just didn't want to be alone anymore. That's why I started martial arts. I wanted to get stronger not just to protect myself, but to protect the people I cared about. To make sure I never felt weak again. Kong Jin nodded slowly, understanding more about the boy behind the power. You've carried a lot of loneliness with you, haven't you? Naruto shrugged, trying to play it off with his usual grin. Yeah, I guess. But things got better. Issei's a good friend, and now I have more people I care about. Rias, Kiba, Akino, Kaneko, even Sona. They're like family to me now. And you, of course, he added with a sheepish smile. Kong Jin's gaze softened slightly, but she didn't let it show too much. You've come a long way, Naruto, she said, her voice thoughtful. But what about your end goal? You've trained hard. You've gained these powers. What do you want to do with them? What's your purpose? Naruto blinked, taken aback by the question. He hadn't really thought about it before. For so long, his goal had been simply to survive, to get stronger, and to protect the people he cared about. But what was his end goal? What was the ultimate purpose behind all of this? He scratched his head, thinking hard. I guess I haven't really thought about that. I just want to get stronger and protect my friends. That's always been my goal. Kong Jin raised an eyebrow. That's it? No grand ambitions? No desire to become the strongest, like Wukong? Naruto laughed, shaking his head. Nah, that's not me. I mean, yeah, I want to get stronger, but not to be the strongest just for the sake of it. I don't care about titles or power. I just want to be able to protect the people I care about. If getting stronger helps me do that, then that's my goal. I don't need to be the greatest fighter or the most powerful god. I just want to make sure my friends are safe. Kong Jin stared at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened her usually stoic features. You're different from the Wukong I once knew, she said, her voice filled with quiet admiration. He was driven by pride, by rebellion, by a need to prove himself to the heavens. But your strength comes from something purer. You want to protect, not conquer. Naruto grinned, his usual carefree attitude returning. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm just Naruto Uzumaki, after all. Kong Jin nodded thoughtfully. I see now why you've earned the respect of the people around you. You're not just a warrior. You're a protector. And that's something I can respect. Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed by the compliment. Well, thanks. But I've still got a long way to go. I've got a lot to learn, and I'm just figuring things out as I go. Kong Jin's eyes softened, and for the first time since they had met, she allowed herself to relax. We all have much to learn, Naruto. Even someone like me. But for what it's worth, I think you're on the right path. Naruto smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing between them. For the first time, he felt like he was truly connecting with Kong Jin, not just as a traveling companion or ally, but as someone who understood him on a deeper level. Thanks, Kong Jin. That means a lot coming from you, Naruto said, his voice sincere. She nodded, her dragon-like eyes glowing softly in the dim light of the apartment. You're welcome, Naruto. And remember, no matter what challenges lie ahead, you're not alone. Naruto nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest. Yeah, I know. I've got you. Issei, Rias, and everyone else. We'll figure it out together. With that, the two sat in comfortable silence, the bond between them growing stronger as they shared a rare, quiet moment of understanding. Both knew that the road ahead would be filled with challenges, but for now, they found comfort in the fact that they didn't have to face it alone. The past couple of days had been a blur for Naruto, filled with rigorous training and moments of quiet reflection. Ever since his encounter with Red Boy and the intense fight at the wedding, Naruto had distanced himself from Issei and the rest of Rias' peerage. It wasn't because he didn't care about them, it was because he needed time to focus on mastering the powers Wukong had been gradually unlocking. He also had his mind set on finding the gourd, which Wukong had said was key to unlocking the rest of his memories. Late one night, Naruto found himself wandering through Kuo town under the pale light of the moon. The streets were quiet, and the only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant hum of the town's nightlife winding down. It was peaceful, but Naruto's mind was anything but. He had been pushing himself hard, trying to balance his human life with the godlike powers of Sun Wukong, and the weight of it all was beginning to settle in. As he walked near the lake, something caught his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw a familiar figure sitting by the water, a fishing pole in hand. It was Issei, sitting quietly with another man who Naruto had never seen before. The stranger had an unusual appearance. His hair was black with streaks of blonde, and there was an air of mystery around him. Naruto could feel it immediately. This man was powerful. Curious, Naruto approached them, his footsteps light on the grass. He called out, breaking the stillness of the night. "Hey, Issei." Issei looked up, surprised to see Naruto approaching. He smiled, his usual laid-back energy evident in his voice. "Oh, hey dude. Been a while, huh?" Naruto grinned, but his eyes quickly shifted to the man sitting next to Issei. There was something about him that made Naruto's instincts flare up. The man wasn't giving off any obvious hostile vibes, but Naruto could feel the immense power emanating from him, and it made him wary. The man with the black and blonde hair glanced at Naruto, his eyes calm but clearly sizing him up. There was an unmistakable intelligence behind his gaze, and Naruto knew immediately that this man wasn't someone to take lightly. "Yeah, it's been a while," Naruto said, his voice steady but cautious as he looked at Issei. "Didn't expect to find you out here fishing this late at night." Issei chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, well, I needed a break from all the crazy stuff. And this guy here," he gestured to the man beside him, "he's actually a pretty cool guy. He's been teaching me a few things about balance. You know, just chilling out and not getting too caught up in everything." Naruto nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on the man. There was no doubt in his mind that this stranger was powerful, but there wasn't any malice or negative energy coming from him. If anything, the man seemed oddly relaxed. Still, Naruto wasn't about to let his guard down completely. The man gave Naruto a brief nod, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. "It's important to find balance, especially when things get chaotic," he said, his voice smooth and calm. Naruto couldn't help but feel like there was more to this guy than met the eye, but he decided not to push it. Whoever this man was, he didn't seem like a threat, at least, not at the moment. "I'll catch up with you at school tomorrow, Issei," Naruto said, giving his friend a smile. "I might stop by the club. I've been meaning to catch up with everyone." Issei grinned back. "Sounds good, man. It's been too long." Naruto nodded, but before leaving, he took one last look at the mysterious man. Something about him still didn't sit right with Naruto, but he trusted his instincts, and right now, they were telling him that this guy wasn't an enemy. At least, not yet. As Naruto walked away, he could feel the man's eyes on him, like he was being studied, evaluated. It was an unsettling feeling, but Naruto shrugged it off. There were plenty of powerful people out there, and he couldn't afford to let every new presence make him paranoid. Still, as he glanced back over his shoulder, the image of the man sitting next to Issei remained burned in his mind. "Who the hell is that guy?" Naruto muttered to himself as he made his way back into the quiet streets. But for now, he decided to leave it alone. Issei didn't seem to be in any danger, and that was all that mattered for the time being. "Wukong," Naruto called out in his mind, seeking the advice of the great sage. "Did you sense that guy? What do you make of him?" Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, a low hum of amusement in his tone. "Humph. Yeah, I sensed him. Strong, for sure. But he's not showing his true strength. There's something more to him, but he's hiding it well. Still, I don't think he's your enemy, at least, not yet." Naruto frowned, but he trusted Wukong's judgment. "Yeah, that's what I thought. He didn't seem hostile, but he's definitely strong. I'll keep an eye on him." Wukong chuckled. "Good idea, kid. You're getting better at trusting your instincts. But don't get too comfortable. There are plenty of people out there who can hide their true intentions." Naruto nodded to himself, filing away the encounter for later. For now, he would keep his focus on his training and his quest to find the gourd. But something told him that this mysterious man wouldn't stay in the background for long. As Naruto continued his walk through the quiet streets, his thoughts shifted from the strange encounter to his next steps. The search for the gourd and unlocking more of Wukong's memories were still at the forefront of his mind. He needed to get stronger, not just for himself but for the people he cared about. He remembered the conversations he'd had with Kong Jin just a few days earlier, how she had pushed him to reflect on his past and his goals. Naruto knew that his path was still unclear, but one thing was certain: he wouldn't stop until he had mastered his powers and protected his friends. Tomorrow, I'll check in with Rias and the others, Naruto muttered to himself, a sense of resolve settling over him. It's been too long, and I've been focused on my own stuff for too long. Time to reconnect and see what's going on. The day had been relatively calm for Naruto, who had spent most of it catching up with his schoolwork and finally reconnecting with a few familiar faces around Kuo Academy. As the last bell of the day rang, signaling the end of classes, Naruto found himself walking toward the student council room, his mind still buzzing with the thoughts of the previous night's strange encounter by the lake. He had been meaning to check in with Sona for a while. Sona had been a reliable source of information and advice since he had learned about the supernatural world, and though they didn't see each other as often as he did with Rias Peerage, Naruto always felt a sense of calm when he spoke with Sona. There was something about her methodical and logical nature that grounded him, even when things got complicated. When Naruto entered the student council room, Sona was there, finishing up some paperwork at her desk. She glanced up as he entered, giving him a small smile. "Naruto, it's good to see you," she said, setting down her pen. "I haven't seen you around much lately." Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I've been busy with some stuff. Training, mostly, and trying to figure out the whole Sun Wukong thing. It's a lot." Sona nodded in understanding. "I imagine it must be overwhelming, but you seem to be handling it well." Naruto shrugged. "I'm trying." "So, what's up? You needed to see me?" Sona stood up from her desk and walked over to a small table in the corner of the room, where a chessboard was set up. "Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Do you play chess?" Naruto blinked, surprised by the question. Not really. I know how to play, but I wouldn't say I'm any good." Sona smiled, her eyes twinkling with interest. "That's fine. Would you like to play a game with me? Just for fun?" Naruto hesitated for a moment, but then shrugged. "Sure, why not? Could be fun." They both sat down at the chessboard, and Sona expertly set up the pieces. As they began playing, it quickly became clear to Naruto that Sona was not just good, she was exceptional. Every move she made was calculated and precise, as if she could see several steps ahead of him. Still, Naruto wasn't one to give up easily. He moved his pieces with determination, even though he knew Sona had the upper hand. But as the game went on, Naruto couldn't help but feel more and more cornered. Sona was too good, and no matter what he did, it seemed like she had a counter to every move. Then, in a moment of pure spontaneity, Naruto decided to do something unpredictable. He moved his knight in a way that seemed reckless, but it threw off Sona's rhythm for a brief second. For the first time in the game, Sona looked genuinely surprised. Her eyes flickered with shock for just a moment, but then she quickly regained her composure and made her next move, efficiently checkmating Naruto. Naruto stared at the board, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Well, I figured I'd lose, but hey, at least I made it interesting, right?" Sona smiled softly, impressed by his unpredictable strategy. "You played well, Naruto. You may not be an experienced player, but you have an instinct for thinking outside the box. It's an interesting approach." Naruto chuckled. "Thanks, but I think I'll stick to martial arts. Chess is a little too complicated for me." Sona tilted her head slightly, her smile never fading. "You underestimate yourself. With practice, I'm sure you could become quite skilled at chess. You have a good sense of strategy, even if it's unorthodox." Naruto shrugged again, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment. "Maybe, but for now, I'll leave the chess playing to the pros like you." Sona's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. "I would like to play with you again sometime, Naruto. It's refreshing to face someone who doesn't follow the standard patterns." Naruto raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by her request. "Really? You'd want to play again?" Sona nodded, her gaze steady. "Yes, I enjoy the challenge, even if it's unexpected." Naruto smiled, feeling a little more at ease. "All right, you've got yourself a deal. We'll play again sometime." As Naruto stood up, he stretched his arms and glanced at the clock. "I should get going, though. I told Rias I'd stop by the club room to catch up with everyone." Sona smiled warmly, though her eyes held a glimmer of something more, perhaps curiosity, perhaps something else. "Of course. I'll see you again soon, Naruto." "Yeah, for sure," Naruto replied, giving her a friendly wave as he headed toward the door. "Take care, Sona." "Goodbye, Naruto," she said softly, watching him leave with a thoughtful expression. Naruto made his way toward the Occult Research Club. He was filled with anticipation about reconnecting with Rias, Issei, and the rest of the peerage. It had been a while since he'd caught up with them, and although the weight of Wukong's power and the quest for the gourd still pressed on his mind, seeing his friends was something he knew he needed. However, as he neared the club room, Naruto felt something was off. The usual calm atmosphere around the academy had shifted, and the air was charged with a tension that Naruto couldn't ignore. He heard it, then the sound of clashing swords and a familiar surge of energy. Concerned, Naruto quickened his pace, heading outside where the sounds were coming from. Through the large glass windows, he saw the source of the commotion. Kiba was locked in a heated sword fight against a girl with blue hair, and nearby, Issei was engaged in a tense battle with another girl. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the second girl. She had long brown hair tied in twin tails, and her movements were precise, trained. But it was her face that caught him off guard, a face that he hadn't seen in years but could never forget. "Irina?" Naruto whispered in disbelief, his voice barely audible. It couldn't be. The Irina he remembered was his childhood friend, the girl who had moved away when they were young. They had spent countless hours playing together, and she was one of the few people who had treated him kindly during his lonely childhood. But now, here she was fighting Issei? Before Naruto could fully process what was happening, Wukong's voice echoed in his mind, low and amused. "Looks like your past is catching up to you, Naruto. This should be interesting." Naruto didn't respond to Wukong's comment, his focus entirely on the scene unfolding before him. He had to step in to understand what was going on. Hesitation. Naruto ran outside and called out, "Irina, what are you doing here?" Both Irina and Issei stopped mid-fight, turning toward Naruto. Irina's eyes widened in recognition as she saw him, and her grip on her sword loosened slightly. "Naruto," she said, her voice a mixture of shock and confusion. Issei, catching his breath, looked between Naruto and Irina with wide eyes. "Wait, you're here too, Naruto? And you know her?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Naruto blinked, realizing that Issei hadn't recognized Irina immediately. "Yeah, dude, we all grew up together. It's Irina. You remember her, right?" Issei's eyes went wide as the pieces clicked into place. "Irina? No way. It's been so long, I didn't even recognize her. What the hell?" Irina lowered her sword, her expression conflicted. "It's true, Naruto, Issei. I didn't expect to run into you like this, but things are different now." Before Naruto could respond, the blue-haired girl who had been fighting Kiba stepped forward, her cold gaze assessing Naruto. "So, this is Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. You're even more interesting than I expected." Naruto's attention snapped to the blue-haired girl. She wasn't just an ordinary fighter, he could feel the power radiating off her, and it immediately put him on guard. There was something dangerous about her, and the way she spoke suggested that she knew more about him than he was comfortable with. Kiba, still holding his sword, stood next to Naruto, his voice low but steady. "Naruto, these two are exorcists. They're from the church." Naruto frowned, glancing between Irina and the blue-haired girl. Exorcists? And Irina was one of them? His mind spun, trying to piece everything together. He had known Irina for most of his childhood. How had she ended up as an exorcist? "Irina," Naruto said, his voice steady but filled with confusion. "What's going on? Why are you with them?" Irina hesitated, her eyes softening as she looked at Naruto and Issei. "Naruto, Issei, things have changed since we were kids. After I moved away, I trained with the church and became an exorcist. I'm here on a mission." "A mission?" Issei repeated, his tone incredulous. "What kind of mission has you fighting us?" Before Irina could answer, the blue-haired girl interrupted, her tone icy. "We're searching for something dangerous, something that's fallen into the hands of a rogue faction. We didn't come here to fight devils, but if we have to, we will." Naruto could feel Wukong stirring within him, sensing the tension rising. He knew the situation could escalate quickly, and while he didn't want to fight Irina, he wasn't about to let anyone harm his friends. "What exactly are you looking for?" Naruto asked, his gaze sharp as he addressed the blue-haired girl. She narrowed her eyes, clearly sizing him up. "That's none of your concern. But if you or your devil friends get in our way, I won't hesitate to deal with you." Naruto clenched his fists, the familiar surge of power bubbling beneath his skin. But before he could respond, he locked eyes with Irina, his heart heavy with confusion. This was his friend, someone he had grown up with. The last thing he wanted was to fight her. "Issei, Kiba," Naruto said, his voice calm but firm. "Let's not escalate this. Irina isn't our enemy." Kiba hesitated for a moment but then nodded, lowering his sword slightly. Issei, still glowing with the energy of his boosted gear, looked torn but eventually powered down, though his eyes remained wary. Irina sighed in relief, lowering her weapon as well. "Thank you, Naruto. I didn't want this to turn into a fight." Naruto stepped closer, his voice softening. "Irina, we need to know what's going on. Why are you really here? What are you trying to stop?" Irina sighed, exchanging a look with her partner before turning back to Naruto and Issei. We're after the Excalibur fragments. Several of them have been stolen by a rogue faction, and if we don't recover them, the balance between angels, devils, and fallen angels could be shattered. Naruto's eyes widened. Excalibur fragments, legendary pieces of one of the most powerful holy swords in existence. If they were in the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. Excalibur? Issei echoed, his tone filled with confusion. You mean that holy sword from the legends? Irina nodded solemnly. Yes. The Excalibur was shattered into 7 pieces, and those fragments were scattered and entrusted to various groups. Now, some of them have been stolen, and we're here to get them back. The blue-haired girl's eyes flickered with impatience. And we'll do whatever it takes to complete this mission. If you get in our way, we won't hesitate to act. Naruto clenched his jaw, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He didn't want to fight Irina or anyone from the church, but he couldn't stand by if these Excalibur fragments posed a danger to the world. Before Naruto could respond, Kiba spoke, his voice low and filled with anger. Excalibur. His eyes darkened, and his grip on his sword tightened. Issei, still processing everything, spoke up. Wait, hold on. Naruto isn't a devil. So, he could help you guys? The blue-haired girl's cold gaze landed on Naruto, and her expression hardened. He may not be a devil, but he's no ordinary human either. He carries the power of a god's son, Wukong, to be exact. And that makes him just as dangerous. Naruto's expression remained calm as he addressed them. I'm not a devil, and I'm not here to fight. But if those fragments are as dangerous as you say, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The blue-haired girl scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Even if you're not a devil, your power is still a threat. You're unpredictable. We don't trust you. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but he kept his voice level. Look, I'm not your enemy, and I don't want to be. But I'm not going to let anything threaten my friends. If these fragments are dangerous, I'll help stop whoever's behind this. Irina, seeing the tension between Naruto and her partner rising, quickly stepped in. Naruto's right. He's not our enemy. We should work together on this. The blue-haired girl shot her a disapproving look, but said nothing, clearly reluctant to agree. Naruto sighed in relief, though the situation was still far from resolved. He looked at Irina, his eyes pleading for some clarity. Irina, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? We could have helped. Irina's face softened, guilt flashing in her eyes. I know, Naruto, but this is a church mission, and we couldn't risk involving devils or you. Kiba, however, wasn't ready to back down. His anger toward Excalibur still burned within him, and Naruto could sense it. But for now, things seemed to have calmed, at least temporarily. Naruto turned to Irina, his expression serious. Who exactly is behind this rogue faction? You said they stole the Excalibur fragments. Who's leading them? Irina hesitated for a moment, glancing at the blue-haired girl before speaking. The one responsible for stealing the Excalibur fragments is a fallen angel. Before Irina could continue, Rias stepped forward, her crimson eyes narrowed as she addressed Irina directly. A fallen angel? Who is leading them? Irina's eyes shifted to Rias, then back to Naruto and Issei. It's someone powerful. Someone who's been causing trouble for a long time. Kokobile. The name dropped like a bomb, and for a moment, the world seemed to go silent. Rias and everyone else froze, the weight of that revelation sinking in. Even the blue-haired exorcist, who had been cold and distant before, seemed more tense now. Kokobile? Rias repeated, her voice filled with disbelief. The Kokobile? One of the fallen angel leaders? Irina nodded grimly. Yes, he's the one who orchestrated the theft of the Excalibur fragments. He's trying to destabilize the balance between angels, devils, and fallen angels. Issei's eyes widened, a mix of fear and shock crossing his face. Wait, hold on. Kokobile? As in, one of the strongest fallen angels out there? That Kokobile? Kiba's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his jaw clenched. This just got a lot more dangerous. The air was thick with tension as the gravity of the situation hit everyone. Kokobile wasn't just any rogue fallen angel. He was a leader of the fallen angels, someone with immense power and influence. This wasn't just about retrieving stolen Excalibur fragments anymore. This was a battle that could affect the entire world, and Kokobile had the means to cause serious devastation. Naruto, however, didn't flinch. Instead, a grin spread across his face, and he looked at Irina and the rest with a calm confidence that caught everyone off guard. Kokobile, huh? Naruto said, his grin widening. Okay, so we just need to defeat him. Everyone stared at Naruto in shock, especially Issei, who nearly fell over at the nonchalant way Naruto had said that. Defeat him? Issei exclaimed, his voice almost a shout. Naruto, he's one of the fallen angel leaders. He's crazy strong. Irina's eyes softened, her concern for Naruto clear. Naruto, Kokobile isn't like the enemies you've faced before. He's incredibly powerful. We're not talking about some rogue exorcists or stray devils. This is on a completely different level. Naruto just shrugged, his grin never fading. Yeah, I get that, but I've fought powerful enemies before. And honestly, I've gotten a lot stronger since we were kids. Besides, he added with a glint of confidence in his eye, I've got Wukong's power backing me up. So if Kokobile's strong, that's fine, because I'm even stronger. The others stared at him, trying to process his words. Naruto's casual approach to the situation seemed reckless, but there was something undeniably reassuring about the confidence in his voice. Rias crossed her arms, studying Naruto carefully. She had seen firsthand the immense power Naruto possessed, but even she knew the kind of threat Kokobile posed. Naruto, she said cautiously, I know you're powerful, but Kokobile isn't someone to underestimate. This could be more dangerous than you think. Naruto's grin softened, but his determination didn't waver. I know that, Rias, but I'm not planning on letting anyone Kokobile or anyone else hurt my friends. If it comes down to a fight, I'll do what I have to. Irina looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with a mixture of worry and admiration. She had always known Naruto was strong, but the way he carried himself now, the way he embraced the power of Sun Wukong, was something different. He was no longer the boy she knew from their childhood. He was something far greater. All right, Irina said, her voice steady but firm. If we're going to stop Kokobile, we'll need a plan. We can't just rush in without knowing where the fragments are or what Kokobile's next move will be. The blue-haired exorcist, still reluctant but seeing the necessity of the situation, spoke up. We've been tracking Kokobile's movements, but he's been moving in the shadows. The fragments are scattered, and he's using them to gather more power. We'll need to hit him before he's fully prepared. Naruto crossed his arms, his mind already working. So, we need to find out where he's hiding, get the fragments back, and stop him before he pulls anything big. Rias nodded. Exactly. But it won't be easy. Kokobile's influence reaches far, and if he's working with other fallen angels or rogue exorcists, it's going to be a battle on multiple fronts. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his tone playful despite the seriousness of the situation. So, you're helping us out, huh? Rias smiled at Naruto's lightheartedness, but her expression softened as she looked at Kiba, who stood silently, his eyes dark with anger and determination. Yes, she said, her voice gentle but resolute. Because it's my job to protect my peerage. It's the least I can do. She kept her gaze on Kiba for a moment longer, thinking to herself that this was her way of making things right, especially for him. Issei, who had been unusually quiet, clenched his fists, clearly still rattled by the mention of Kokobile. But despite his fear, a flicker of determination appeared in his eyes. I'm in, he said firmly, though his voice was slightly shaky. If Naruto's fighting, I'm not backing down. We'll stop this guy, no matter what. Naruto smiled, feeling a surge of pride for Issei's resolve. Despite his goofy nature, Issei always rose to the occasion when it counted. That's the spirit, Naruto said, giving him a firm pat on the back. We've got this. He then turned his attention back to Irina, who had been watching the exchange with a mix of concern and admiration. All right, Naruto said, his voice filled with confidence. Let's get to work. We've got a fallen angel leader to take down. The gravity of the situation hung in the air, but for the first time since the battle began, there was a sense of unity among the group. They weren't just devils, exorcists, and a god anymore. They were allies with a common goal: to stop Kokobile and recover the Excalibur fragments before it was too late. Naruto's infectious confidence seemed to lift the mood, even if only slightly. His natural optimism and belief in his friends were powerful, even in the face of an enemy as dangerous as Kokobile. With the power of Sun Wukong flowing through him, Naruto knew he could take on any challenge, especially with his friends by his side. Even the blue-haired girl, who had remained cold and distant throughout the conversation, seemed to begrudgingly accept the situation. Though her expression remained stern, she chose not to argue further, letting the matter rest for now. She clearly wasn't happy about working with devils or a reincarnated god, but she knew that they had no other choice. As the group began to disperse, preparing for the battle ahead, Naruto glanced back at Rias, who was walking beside Kiba. She had taken on a heavy burden, and Naruto could see it in her eyes. He respected her for stepping up to help, not just because it was her duty as a leader, but because she genuinely cared about her peerage, especially Kiba, whose connection to the Excalibur fragments ran deep. Late at night, the city was quiet, the sounds of the distant waves crashing against the docks the only noise breaking the stillness. Beneath the faint glow of the moon, a familiar figure stood alone by the water, the enigmatic man with black and blonde hair, who had crossed paths with Naruto and Issei not too long ago. The man sighed as he glanced at the empty spot beside him, where Issei was supposed to be. "Looks like the kid canceled on me," he muttered to himself. With nothing else to do, he calmly cast his fishing line into the water, watching the ripples spread out across the surface. He always enjoyed the peacefulness of fishing, especially in the quiet of the night. It gave him time to think and plan, but the peace was short-lived. A sudden gust of wind swept across the docks, and a figure descended from the sky, landing next to him with a soft thud. Glowing blue wings, large and radiant, spread behind the newcomer, shining brilliantly under the moonlight. The figure stood tall, his eyes glowing with a powerful, ethereal light, and behind those blue wings, a second pair of white wings emerged. Azazel didn't turn his head. He didn't need to. He already knew who had arrived. "I didn't expect to see you out here tonight," Azazel said, his tone calm and casual, as if the appearance of the new arrival was nothing out of the ordinary. The figure with the glowing wings didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, standing beside Azazel, staring out at the quiet city with a thoughtful expression. Azazel finally glanced at him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "So, Valley, care to keep me company?" The boy, Valley, narrowed his eyes slightly, but his face remained expressionless. "I didn't think you're the type who he needs company." Azazel raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything right away. Instead, he reeled his fishing pole in, the line coming back empty, and cast it out again. "It's an interesting town, isn't it? You can feel the tension in the air, the buildup of power. Things are about to get very interesting here." Vala's gaze didn't waver from the horizon. "You know what's coming, don't you?" Azazel's grin widened slightly, but before he could respond, another presence made itself known. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, and a shadow passed overhead. From above, a figure descended, her presence commanding and unmistakable. Kong Jin's star, in her human form, floated down from the sky, her dragon-like aura surrounding her. Her eyes glowed softly as she landed gracefully a short distance from Azazel and Valley, her expression calm but curious. "I thought I felt something in this town," Kong Jin said, her voice carrying an edge of intrigue. Her gaze shifted to Azazel. "So, it's you, Azazel, leader of the fallen angels." Azazel chuckled softly, unfazed by her sudden appearance. Well, looks like I've been recognized. Though I have to admit, I wasn't expecting to meet someone like you here, Kong Jin star." Kong Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the two figures before her dragon-like intuition telling her that these were no ordinary beings. Her gaze shifted from Azazel to the boy standing beside him, and her eyes widened in recognition. "And the White Dragon Emperor, the Vanishing Dragon. How interesting. What a surprise indeed." Vala's expression remained impassive, but his eyes locked onto Kong Jin with intense curiosity. "You know who I am?" Kong Jin's lips curved into a faint smile. "I've seen many things in my time, boy. The power you wield is unmistakable. The Vanishing Dragon is a legend, after all." Azazel leaned back against a nearby post, clearly enjoying the situation. "Looks like we've got ourselves a bit of a gathering here, huh? Kong Jin star, the Vanishing Dragon, and little old me, the leader of the fallen angels. Quite the trio, wouldn't you say?" Kong Jin crossed her arms, her expression serious. "What are you doing here, Azazel? Why are you in this town?" Azazel shrugged, his usual casual demeanor intact. "I'm just observing, watching things unfold. There's a storm brewing, and I wanted to see how it plays out. That's all." Kong Jin wasn't convinced. "A leader like you doesn't just observe. You're here for a reason." Azazel's smile didn't fade, but his eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. "Let's just say I like to stay informed. After all, with Kokobeel stirring up trouble, it's hard to stay away from the excitement." Chapter 12, Rivals. The sky above the battlefield was painted in hues of dark purple and crimson, a reflection of the chaos unfolding below. The earth rumbled with the force of clashing powers, while streaks of light and darkness flashed across the horizon. During the storm stood Naruto, his form steady atop the Jingu Bang, the staff holding him high above the destruction. Naruto's glowing blue eyes gleamed with confidence as he looked down at the scene below him. His form radiated a divine aura, and the loop of binding on his head shimmered in the dim light, though it did little to suppress the wild energy coursing through his veins. His gaze was fixed on one figure in particular, Kokobeel, the fallen angel leader, whose wings flared out in seething rage as he glared back up at Naruto. "You arrogant fool!" Kokobeel spat, his voice dripping with malice. His glowing red eyes burned with fury, and dark energy swirled around him, distorting the air itself. "Your arrogance will be your downfall, just as it was the first time, Wukong." But Naruto wasn't fazed by Kokobeel's words. Instead, he let out a deep, amused laugh that echoed through the battlefield, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Arrogance? No, Naruto said, his tone calm but filled with an edge of confidence. I'm not arrogant. I'm just very confident in my abilities. Kokobeel's face twisted in rage, the dark energy around him intensifying. You will pay for your insolence, just as you did before when the heavens bound you. This time, I'll make sure you stay sealed away forever. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the gleam of mischief and determination never leaving his gaze. He wasn't the same as before, and neither was the world. He could feel Wukong's power thrumming beneath his skin, ready to be unleashed. This time, he wasn't going to hold back. But before Kokobeel could make his next move, the air around them suddenly shifted. A loud crack reverberated through the sky, and the dome of energy that had been surrounding them shattered like glass. The force of it sent shockwaves through the air, causing both Naruto and Kokobeel to glance toward the source of the disturbance. Naruto's glowing eyes flicked to the side, his senses immediately homing in on the new presence that had appeared. A figure emerged from the shattered dome, floating effortlessly in the sky. Clad in white and blue armor, the figure's energy was palpable, a mix of raw power and something otherworldly. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the strength radiating from the newcomer. It was different from anything he had encountered before, and yet, strangely familiar. The boy in the armor hovered in the air, his presence commanding as he stared down at both Naruto and Kokobeel. His armor gleamed under the strange light of the battlefield, and his expression was one of cold determination. There was no hesitation in his gaze, no fear, only a burning resolve that Naruto recognized immediately. Naruto's heart skipped a beat as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the boy. It wasn't just any power, it was the power of a dragon. And not just any dragon. The boy's white and blue armor glowed faintly, and Naruto could feel the connection, the resonance of ancient power. This was the White Dragon Emperor, the wielder of the vanishing dragon, Albion. Naruto's grin returned, a mixture of excitement and intrigue filling his chest. Well, he muttered under his breath, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Looks like things just got a whole lot more interesting. Kokobeel, too, turned his attention to the armored figure, his red eyes narrowing in recognition and anger. You, he growled, his wings flaring with renewed fury. You dare interfere in my plans, White Dragon Emperor. The boy in white and blue armor said nothing, his eyes cold and focused. He raised a hand, and the air around him seemed to hum with power as he prepared for battle. 36 hours before the battle at Kuo Academy, Naruto found himself sitting in his usual spot in class, his mind still swirling with the events of the previous night. The revelation about Kokobeel, but for now, he tried to push those thoughts aside and focus on the day ahead. Beside him, the ever-smiling and kind-hearted Asia sat, her golden hair framing her innocent face as she glanced over at Naruto. The two hadn't had much time to talk since the whole ordeal with Rainier, and Naruto realized he had missed the easy conversations with her. As the class settled into their routine, Naruto leaned over with a grin. Hey, Asia, how's it going? Feels like it's been a while since we've had a proper chat. Asia, ever so cheerful, turned to Naruto, her eyes lighting up at the chance to talk with him. Oh, Naruto, I'm doing well, thank you. It's nice to be in school and be around so many kind people. Everyone's been so welcoming. How about you? How have you been? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, his signature grin still plastered on his face. You know, the usual. Training, fighting fallen angels, running into old friends who now work for the church. Nothing too crazy. Asia giggled softly, her smile bright and full of warmth. That sounds like you, Naruto. Always involved in something exciting. He laughed, though there was a slight edge of exhaustion to it. Yeah, you could say that. But I'm glad to see you're settling in well. This place is a bit of a madhouse, but it's got its moments. Asia nodded, her eyes shining with genuine appreciation. I'm really thankful to all of you, especially Issei and Rias. They've done so much for me. I feel like I've finally found a place where I belong. Naruto's grin softened into something more genuine, and he looked at Asia with sincerity. You do belong, Asia. You're part of the group now. We're all in this together, and I'm glad you're with us. Asia blushed slightly at the compliment, fidgeting with the ends of her hair. Thank you, Naruto. That means a lot to me. The two fell into a comfortable rhythm, chatting about simple things, how Asia was finding school, the weird quirks of their classmates, and even Naruto's obsession with ramen. Despite the looming threat of Kokobeel and the chaos brewing in the supernatural world, there was something calming about sitting in class, talking with Asia like everything was normal. It gave Naruto a moment to breathe, to enjoy the company of his friends without worrying about what was coming next. So, Asia, Naruto said, leaning back in his chair, what's it like living with Issei? He hasn't been too much of a pervert, has he? Asia's face flushed bright red, her hands waving frantically. And no, Issei is very kind. He's always so helpful and makes sure I'm comfortable. Naruto chuckled. That's good to hear. But if he ever crosses the line, just let me know, and I'll set him straight. Asia giggled again, her embarrassment fading. I don't think that will be necessary, but thank you, Naruto. I feel very safe with all of you around. Their conversation carried on, light and easy, as the classroom buzzed with the low murmur of students. It was a rare, peaceful moment for Naruto, a break from the constant battles and training. Sitting there, talking to Asia, he felt a sense of normalcy that had been missing from his life lately. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't last forever. He had a mission to follow, and tonight he will find Freed once and for all. Naruto, flying around on his cloud, had been scouring the city for hours, his sharp eyes darting around for any sign of Freed or the Excalibur fragments. As part of the team's ongoing mission, he had volunteered to cover as much ground as possible. After all, with the cloud beneath him, he could move faster than anyone else. Just when he was starting to think they might be out of luck, he spotted something suspicious, a warehouse on the edge of town that didn't seem right. The building itself looked run down, but there was an odd energy around it, something dark and foreboding. Trusting his instincts, Naruto made a mental note of its location and zipped back across the city to meet with the others. At a local fast food place, Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, Irina, and Zenovia had gathered. When Naruto entered, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Irina and Zenovia tearing into their food like they hadn't eaten in days. He couldn't help but laugh at the scene as he took a seat across from them. You guys look like you haven't eaten in a week, Naruto joked, watching them devour their meals. Irina wiped her mouth and grinned sheepishly. Church work doesn't pay much, and we've been on the move nonstop. Zenovia nodded in agreement, not even pausing in her assault on her burger. There's no time to think about food when you're hunting down heretics. Naruto chuckled but quickly switched gears. Anyway, I found something. There's a warehouse on the edge of town that feels off. I think Freed might be hiding there. Kiba immediately perked up. That has to be it. Freed's been jumping from place to place, but if you felt something strange, we should check it out. He might have the remaining fragments. Issei, not wanting to waste time, nodded. Yeah, we need to get those fragments back before Freed can do anything worse. As they planned, Issei suddenly looked out the window and spotted Saji, who was walking down the street. Saji, noticing the group, made a beeline for them, his expression sour. He burst through the doors and made a direct beeline for Naruto, his face filled with mock outrage. You. Saji pointed dramatically at Naruto. I still haven't forgiven you for touching the president like that. Naruto blinked, his cheeks immediately flushing red. Wait, don't say it like that, it was just a hug. But Saji wasn't having it. A hug, huh? Sure. But only I should be allowed to touch her like that, he huffed, clearly agitated. Kaneko, who had been quietly sipping her drink, gave Saji a flat look. Why did I agree to help with this? Issei, sensing an opportunity to mess with Saji, grinned. Hey, Saji, I heard Naruto won his second base with Sona too. Shouldn't you be more worried about that? The moment those words left Issei's mouth, Saji's face turned a dangerous shade of red, and he clenched his fists in rage. What? You? I'll kill you. Naruto, facepalming at how the conversation had spiraled, waved his hands defensively. No, I didn't. Stop saying stuff like that, Issei. Issei burst into laughter, clearly enjoying how much it bothered Saji. Kiba, however, stepped in, his expression stern. Enough, you two. We need to focus. Freed could be dangerous, especially if he's got more Excalibur fragments. This isn't a joke. Both Naruto and Saji quieted down, though Saji still glared at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. Issei, though still grinning, nodded. Yeah, you're right. Should we call Rias and the others for backup? Naruto shook his head. Nah, we can handle this. Rias gave us permission to deal with it ourselves, and it's better if we don't make too much of a scene unless we absolutely need to. Plus, they trust us to get this done. Everyone agreed, though there was still a hint of wariness among them. Freed was unpredictable, and with the Excalibur fragments, he had become even more dangerous. Saji, still grumbling, asked, What are you guys even talking about? Naruto looked at Saji for a moment, then suddenly grinned as an idea popped into his head. You know what? I think you and I need to bond over this a little more, Saji. Saji blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Naruto stood up, grabbing Saji by the arm and pulling him toward the door. We're going to talk it out. Maybe working together on this little mission will help you cool down a bit. Wait, what? I'm not going anywhere with you. You're the enemy. Saji protested, but Naruto didn't let him go. Too late. You're coming with us, Naruto said with a grin. We could use the extra help. Issei snickered as he watched the scene unfold. This is gonna be good. Saji, realizing he didn't have a choice, sighed in defeat. Fine, but I swear, if this is some plot to make me look bad in front of the president, I'll… Naruto laughed, cutting him off. Relax, man. Let's go. Naruto, Saji, Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko all headed out, leaving Irina and Zenovia behind to catch up later. The two exorcists, still finishing off their food, exchanged a glance before Zenovia spoke up. He really does know how to get people involved, doesn't he? Irina smiled, wiping her mouth. Yeah, that's Naruto for you. The mission was underway, and despite the banter and teasing, the group knew what was at stake. Freed and the Excalibur fragments were out there, and they needed to stop him before it was too late. But for now, Naruto's idea of bonding with Saji might make for an interesting start to their operation. The group made their way to the warehouse, their pace quick and their senses heightened. Naruto, Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, and a very reluctant Saji arrived to find exactly what Naruto had suspected. Freed Selzen, along with a group of exorcists, was there, wielding the fragments of the Excalibur swords. The moment they arrived, Freed spotted them, his manic grin widening. Well, look who decided to crash the party. I've been waiting for this. His crazed laughter echoed throughout the warehouse, his Excalibur fragments gleaming dangerously in the dim light. Naruto, immediately assessing the situation, turned to the group. All right, I'll handle these exorcists. Kiba, this is your fight. You've got a score to settle with Freed. Kiba nodded, his eyes focused, determination radiating off him. He didn't need any more words. This was personal. As Naruto created several clones to engage the exorcists, he launched himself into battle, fighting side by side with his copies. His movements were fluid, and the clones scattered around, drawing the exorcist's attention. Punches, kicks, and strikes from his staff kept them at bay, preventing them from interfering with Kiba's battle. Naruto knew how important this was for Kiba. He wouldn't let anyone get in the way of that. Kiba, with a growl of rage, charged toward Freed, his sword clashing against Freed's fragments of Excalibur. The two engaged in a furious one-on-one duel, sparks flying as their blades collided. You think you can beat me, pretty boy? Freed sneered, his eyes wild as he swung his sword with reckless abandon. You're nothing compared to the power of Excalibur. Kiba's eyes burned with rage. I'm not fighting for power. I'm fighting to avenge my comrades. Freed cackled in response, clearly relishing the fight. But just as the duel intensified, Issei, Saji, and Kaneko jumped in to support Kiba. Kaneko struck Freed with powerful, precise hits, while Issei used his boosted gear to amplify his strength. Saji, reluctantly but determinedly, used his Vritra gear, trying to bind Freed's movements. With the four of them together, the fight quickly shifted in their favor. Freed, once so confident in his power, started to falter as the combined force of Kiba, Issei, Saji, and Kaneko pressed him back. Just when it seemed like they were about to take Freed down for good, a calm, ominous voice interrupted the battle. That's enough, Freed. An elderly man stepped into the warehouse, his presence sending a chill through the air. His eyes gleamed with calculated malice, and though he seemed frail, there was an aura of dark intellect surrounding him. He wore a crooked smile as he introduced himself. I am Valper Galilei, the man said, his voice smooth. You'll find that things aren't as simple as they seem. Kiba's eyes narrowed, recognizing the name. You. Valper glanced at Freed, then spoke as if he were merely giving instructions. Freed, you're reckless. You'll never control Excalibur properly like that. Let me help you harness its true power. Freed's crazed grin widened even more as Valper's words sunk in. With newfound clarity, he adjusted his grip on Excalibur, his movements more precise and controlled. He seemed to wield the blade with far more power and skill, thanks to Valper's guidance. Suddenly, the tide of the battle shifted. Freed, laughing maniacally, swung Excalibur with new ferocity, forcing Kiba, Issei, and the others to retreat slightly. That's more like it. Freed crowed, his confidence fully restored. Now you're in for it. The situation grew dire as Freed's improved mastery of Excalibur allowed him to regain control of the fight. His attacks became faster and stronger, overwhelming Kiba and the others, forcing them on the defensive. Just as Freed was about to land a decisive blow, a loud crash echoed through the warehouse. Not so fast, shouted a familiar voice. Zenovia and Irina burst into the scene, their swords drawn. With a coordinated attack, they managed to push Freed back, forcing him to stagger and giving Kiba and the others a moment to catch their breath. Irina pointed her sword at Freed, her voice sharp. Your madness ends here, Freed. Zenovia's eyes were cold as she squared off against Freed. You won't escape this time. Freed growled in frustration, but before the group could press their advantage, Valper stepped forward again, assessing the situation. It seems we've overstayed our welcome. Come, Freed. We'll retreat for now. With a quick flick of his wrist, Valper tossed a flash bomb at the ground. The explosion of light blinded everyone for a moment, giving Freed and Valper the cover they needed to escape. When the light cleared, the two were gone. Kiba cursed under his breath, his fists clenched. Damn it, we had him. Zenovia, sword still drawn, looked out toward the direction they had fled. We'll catch them. They won't get far. Without hesitation, Kiba, Zenovia, and Irina ran after them, determined to finish the fight. Naruto, who had been dealing with the exorcists, was about to follow them when a familiar magical presence appeared behind him. He turned to see Rias, Sona, Akino, and Tsubaki arriving at the scene, having clearly sensed the battle. As Rias, Sona, Akino, and Tsubaki arrived at the scene, the group's battle-worn appearance caught their attention immediately. Issei, Saji, and the others stood together, looking worn out but triumphant after their skirmish with Freed and his exorcists. But while they were expecting praise, the look on Rias and Sona's faces said otherwise. Rias crossed her arms, her red hair swaying as she approached Issei, her expression a mixture of frustration and authority. Issei, she began, her voice firm. Why didn't you tell me where you were going? You went into battle without permission. Saji, standing next to him, gulped nervously as Sona's cold gaze settled on him. And you, Saji, she said, her voice calm but chilling, decided to follow them without even consulting me. You should have known better. Issei and Saji immediately pointed fingers at Naruto, desperation in their eyes. It was Naruto. He said we didn't need to tell anyone. Naruto, standing nearby, winced as he scratched the back of his head, clearly not wanting to be the scapegoat. But before he could explain, Rias raised her hand, silencing any defense. Issei, she said, her tone unforgiving, you should have told me where you were going. You know better than that. A large red magical circle appeared in Rias' palm, glowing ominously as she prepared to dish out her punishment. Issei's eyes went wide, and he frantically waved his hands in protest. Wait, Rias, please. It won't happen again. I swear. But Rias' stern expression didn't soften. You'll be receiving 1,000 spankings for acting without permission. Without further warning, she pulled back her hand, and the first smack echoed through the warehouse like a gunshot. Issei let out a high-pitched yelp, his face contorting in pain as the sound reverberated off the walls. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, flinched as though feeling the impact himself. Sorry, Issei, Naruto muttered mentally, wincing at the sight. Next up was Saji, who tried to inch away from Sona, but her calm, authoritative voice froze him in place. Saji, Sona said smoothly, you too will receive your punishment. You should know that following Naruto's orders isn't an excuse to ignore mine. Saji's eyes widened in horror as Sona readied her own magical circle, and he tried to plead his case. But President, Before he could finish, the first smack came, and Saji's cry of pain echoed through the air, louder than Issei's. Each time the magical circle glowed, the punishment continued, and Saji screamed again, his tears flowing freely. While Issei received his punishment with dramatic wails, Kaneko, ever stoic, dropped down onto her knees, ready for her own punishment. But Rias smiled warmly at the small girl, placing a gentle hand on her head. You're forgiven, Kaneko. You didn't act out of turn. Kaneko simply nodded, standing back up and watching as Issei continued to get spanked, her expression unfazed by the chaos. Naruto, meanwhile, was trying very hard not to laugh, at least not at Issei. But when he locked eyes with Saji, who was still howling with each strike, Naruto couldn't resist giving him a cheeky grin. Sure, he felt bad for Issei, but Saji? No, this was well-earned, and Naruto felt a small sense of satisfaction seeing Saji get his get back for all the earlier teasing. Once the punishments were finally over, both Issei and Saji lay on the floor, whimpering in defeat. Naruto, taking the opportunity, started to edge toward the door, trying to make his escape unnoticed. Well, that was a job well done. It was a pleasure working with you all, but I really gotta run now. Just as he thought he was in the clear, a cold, unsettling voice stopped him in his tracks. Where do you think you're going, Naruto? Naruto froze in place, a shiver running down his spine. Slowly, he turned around to see Sona standing there, Her eyes locked onto his with an almost predatory gleam. Ah, Naruto stammered, suddenly feeling very nervous. I was just heading out? Sona stepped closer, a small, unsettling smile on her face. You endangered one of my servants, Naruto. Don't you think there should be consequences for that? Naruto's mind raced. He could feel Wukong laughing in his head, finding the situation thoroughly amusing. You've done it now, Naruto. It was nice knowing you, Wukong teased, his laughter echoing in Naruto's mind. Before Naruto could even try to make an excuse, Sona grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up to her eye level. Her smile widened just slightly as she leaned in close. For punishment, Sona said sweetly, you owe me a date. The entire room went silent. Rias, watching the scene unfold, couldn't hide the surprised grin that appeared on her face. Well, well, she mused aloud. I didn't think Sona had it in her. Akino giggled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Damn, I was hoping I'd get my shot first. Issei, still recovering from his punishment, wailed dramatically, why does everyone go for Naruto? Meanwhile, Saji, still lying on the floor in defeat, stared at Naruto with wide eyes, his tears streaming more freely now. Whether the tears were from the pain of his spanking or from watching his beloved president ask Naruto out was anyone's guess. Naruto, still dangling in Sona's grip, blushed furiously. A date. Sona released him, smoothing out her uniform as if nothing had happened. Yes, a date. You owe me for dragging Saji into danger. Naruto glanced around at the stunned faces of his friends, still trying to process what had just happened. Tsubaki, standing behind Sona, smiled softly, clearly pleased that her king had taken such a bold step forward. Naruto, unsure whether he was lucky or in deep trouble, gave Sona an awkward grin. Sure, I guess a date it is, Naruto muttered, still red in the face. Sona turned on her heel, satisfied. Good. I'll expect you to follow through. Naruto gulped, glancing one last time at Saji, whose broken expression said everything Naruto needed to know. This was far from over. With that, the chaotic scene finally settled, and Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, what just happened? Naruto returned home after the wild day, his mind still spinning from the unexpected punishment, a date with Sona. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or terrified. The night air was cool as he made his way up the stairs to his apartment, trying to shake off the events of the day. As he opened the door, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Kong Jin sitting on the couch, her eyes glued to a book. That wasn't the surprising part, though. No, what caught Naruto off guard was the fact that Kong Jin, a fierce and ancient dragon, was sitting there reading of all things. Naruto blinked. You read? Kong Jin, without looking up, simply nodded. Of course, dragons aren't just about brute strength, you know. Knowledge is power. Naruto shrugged. Fair enough. But then, as he moved closer, something caught his eye. The book's title. And when he saw it, his face turned a shade of red that would rival a sunset. The title of the book read, How to Deal with a Hormonal Teenager. Naruto froze, staring at the cover with wide eyes. His brain immediately went into overdrive. Was she reading that book about him? No way. That couldn't be it, right? Kong Jin. Naruto began, trying to keep his voice steady. What are you reading? Kong Jin, still not looking up, replied casually, just some research. Research? Naruto repeated, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. On what exactly? Kong Jin finally lowered the book slightly, her calm eyes meeting Naruto's. On how to deal with a hormonal teenager. Naruto's mind immediately went blank, panic rising as he tried to process what she was implying. Wait, is that about me? Kong Jin smirked, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Why wouldn't it be? Naruto's face turned beet red. I am not hormonal. I'm just a normal guy. You know, with normal needs and stuff. Kong Jin raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Sure. And your reaction when you walked in on me in the shower wasn't anything hormonal, right? Naruto's eyes went wide in pure embarrassment. That was an accident, he protested, waving his hands frantically. I didn't mean to walk in on you. I just forgot something. Kong Jin's expression didn't change, but there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. You seem to enjoy the view a little too much for it to be just an accident. Naruto covered his face with his hands, groaning. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Kong Jin closed the book and stood up, walking over to Naruto, her gaze still sharp but her voice softer. Relax, Naruto. I'm just teasing. But you are a teenager, and you're dealing with a lot, both as yourself and as son Wukong. It's not surprising that your emotions might be all over the place. Naruto peeked at her from behind his hands, his blush still present but fading. Still, did you really have to read that book? Kong Jin gave a small chuckle, which was rare for her. I was curious. After all, humans and dragons are very different, and I thought it might help me understand your behavior better. Naruto sighed, still embarrassed but somewhat relieved. Well, thanks, I guess? Kong Jin shrugged. I'll let you know if I find anything useful. Naruto groaned, heading to the kitchen to distract himself. He muttered to himself, this is so weird. Dragons reading self-help books? What's next? As he poured himself some water, he couldn't help but glance back at Kong Jin, who had returned to her book with a small smile on her face. Despite the embarrassment, Naruto found the situation oddly comforting. At least she cared enough to try to understand him, even if her methods were a bit unconventional. Still, he made a mental note to keep an eye on the types of books Kong Jin brought home in the future. As Naruto was just about to head to bed, the day's events weighing heavily on his mind, when an unexpected knock on his window broke the silence. Confused, he glanced around the room, wondering who could possibly be knocking, especially this high up. His apartment was several floors off the ground, and there was no way anyone should be able to knock on his window. Cautiously, he walked over and opened the window, half expecting some kind of trick. To his surprise, it was the chubby kid again, the one whose name had slipped his mind until it suddenly clicked. Mithraea. The carefree deity greeted him with that same cheerful grin. Greetings, Naruto Uzumaki, Mithraea said, his voice bright and jovial as always. Naruto blinked, still processing the fact that Mithraea was hovering outside his window. Hello? What are you doing here, Mithraea? Mithraea floated in with ease, his round form somehow graceful as he stepped inside. Oh, I was in the area and thought I'd check in on my new favorite group, your little trio, he said with a laugh, clearly enjoying himself. Naruto frowned slightly, still trying to shake off the surprise. Trio? Yes, you, Kong Jin, and Pigsy. A great, new trio to rival the legends of old, Mithraea said with a wave of his hand, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Naruto let out a sigh, feeling both amused and tired. Sure, let's go with that. He stepped aside to let Mithraea walk further into the room. As Mithraea wandered around the apartment, his eyes quickly fell on Kong Jin, who was still sitting on the couch, calmly reading the same book from earlier. When he caught sight of the title, Mithraea's grin grew even wider. How to deal with a hormonal teenager, huh? Mithraea chuckled, glancing between Naruto and Kong Jin. Should I be expecting a new breed of dragon sometime soon? Naruto's face turned crimson immediately. What the? No, that's not what it, he stammered. But his protest died in his throat when he noticed Kong Jin hadn't denied it either. Instead, she simply gave Mithraea a sharp look, but there was no verbal response. Naruto groaned internally, making a mental note to avoid any more awkward topics like that. Anyway, he started, trying to shift the subject as Mithraea continued to wander. The godling soon spotted a watermelon sitting on the counter, and without hesitation, he made a beeline for it. Ah, my favorite, he declared happily, pulling the watermelon close and digging in with fervor, his face quickly becoming a mess of juice and seeds. As Mithraea devoured the watermelon, Wukong's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, full of irritation. Get him to explain why he's really here. I hate when people poke their noses into my business. Naruto sighed, agreeing with Wukong. He crossed his arms and looked at Mithraea, who was still eating enthusiastically. So, why are you really here, Mithraea? This doesn't seem like just a casual visit. Mithraea paused for a moment, his face still covered in watermelon juice, as if he'd momentarily forgotten why he came. Then, as though he just remembered, he perked up. Oh right, I almost forgot. I'm here because I heard about Pigsy. Word is, he's been captured by a certain spider. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Spider? Wukong let out an annoyed growl in Naruto's mind. Violet got him again, huh? He muttered, clearly not surprised by the news. Mithraea, still enjoying his watermelon, nodded. Yep, looks like your old friend is in trouble again. So, the question is, are you going to help him? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, thinking, yeah, of course. I'll go help him as soon as I finish up here. He glanced over at Kong Jin, who had been quietly listening from the couch. Would you be willing to help me with this? Kong Jin gave a small nod. Yes, I'll come with you. Mithraea, delighted by their quick agreement, smiled widely. Knew you'd say yes, but be careful. There will likely be plenty of traps waiting for you. Naruto sighed. Great, traps. Mithraea finished the last of his watermelon, wiping his face with his sleeve as he stood up to leave. But before he stepped toward the window, he suddenly remembered something else. Oh, one more thing, Mithraea said, his voice turning more serious for a moment. Have you dealt with the fake Monkey King yet? Naruto shook his head. No, I haven't had time to deal with him. We've been busy. Mithraya's expression grew a bit more concerned as he spoke. I've heard rumors that this fake Monkey King has gathered a powerful group of friends around him. Be careful when you go after him, Naruto. He's not alone. Naruto felt a twinge of unease at the mention of a group. Powerful friends, huh? Thanks for the heads up. Mithraya, his playful grin returning, waved his hand. Well then, do be safe. It's a wild world out there. Until next time, Naruto. And with that, he floated out the window, disappearing into the night. Naruto sighed as he closed the window, turning to face Kong Jin, who was watching him carefully. Looks like we've got more trouble ahead, he said, already feeling the weight of yet another mission. Kong Jin stood, stretching her arms slightly. Seems like it. Are you ready for it? Naruto chuckled, though the humor didn't quite reach his eyes. I don't think I'm ever ready for it. But we don't really have a choice, do we? Kong Jin walked over to him, her eyes lingering on his for a moment. No, we don't. But we'll face it together. Naruto gave her a small, appreciative smile, then headed toward his room to get some rest before whatever trouble awaited them next. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, mentally preparing for the battles to come. The next day, the atmosphere in the Occult Research Club room was tense. Everyone had gathered, including Sona, Tsubaki, and even Kong Jin, who had reluctantly agreed to join Naruto after he convinced her to get out of the apartment. Naruto hoped having her there would make things feel more normal, but that was proving difficult with everything going on. As they all gathered, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko had already dispatched their familiars throughout the city in search of Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina, who had gone missing after the skirmish the day before. The group was on edge, waiting for any news. Naruto sat with Kong Jin, making small talk, but he couldn't help noticing the subtle look Sona kept throwing their way. Her face would shift ever so slightly whenever Kong Jin got too close to him. The normally composed student council president seemed bothered, though she tried to mask it. Naruto leaned closer to Kong Jin. You notice something weird going on with Sona? Kong Jin glanced over at Sona, then back at Naruto with a slight smirk. She's been watching you closely since we arrived. I wonder if she's jealous? Naruto blushed, immediately shaking his head. Jealous? Nah, that's crazy. But as Naruto tried to dismiss the thought, Issei was off in his own world, talking to Asia about something strange that had happened in his house the night before. The two were deep in conversation, completely oblivious to the tension building in the room. Just then, Rias suddenly spoke up, her eyes brightening as she received a signal from her familiar. I found them. My familiar located Irina on the outskirts of town. The room immediately sprang into action. They quickly made their way to the outskirts, finding Irina lying on the ground, injured and exhausted from whatever battle she had endured. Asia quickly moved to heal her, her sacred gear glowing softly as she restored Irina's energy. Tsubaki knelt beside Irina, assessing her condition before nodding towards Sona. We should take her to the Citri residence for further treatment. She needs rest. Sona agreed, signaling Tsubaki to transport Irina. As Tsubaki helped Irina away, the group's attention was drawn elsewhere. A familiar, chilling voice rang through the air, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Well, look who we have here. From the shadows emerged Freed, his crazed grin plastered across his face as he swaggered toward them. But something was different this time. In his hand, he held not one, but 4 Excalibur swords, the fragments gleaming with ominous power. I've upgraded, Freed said with a sneer, waving the swords around like toys. Ever since I stole that girl's Excalibur, I've been able to collect a few more toys. The group tensed, preparing for battle, but before they could move, a dark, oppressive presence filled the air. A shadow loomed behind Freed, and from the darkness stepped a figure that made everyone's blood run cold. Kokobile, one of the leaders of the fallen angels, appeared before them. His black wings spread wide as he surveyed the group with cold, calculating eyes. Ah, so these are the ones Michael sent to stop me? Kokobile's voice was smooth, but there was a clear undertone of disappointment. Just a bunch of low-level exorcists and weaklings. I expected more. The group stood frozen, the weight of Kokobile's power pressing down on them like a tidal wave. Kokobile, Rias muttered under her breath, her fists clenched tightly. Kokobile smirked, his gaze scanning over the devils, the reincarnated god, and the exorcists. I'm here for one reason, to start another great war between the 3 factions. The war that once threatened to destroy everything. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his hand tightening around the Jingu bang hidden in his ear. And what? You think starting a war will help you? Kokobile's smile widened. Oh, it's not just about starting a war. It's about making sure it consumes everything. The angels, the devils, the fallen angels, and yes, even the Celestial Court. Naruto's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Celestial Court. He knew what Kokubile was referring to. The mention of the court meant that Kokubile had plans for not only the three factions, but for the heavens themselves. And what better way to draw them out, Kokubile continued, his gaze shifting to Naruto, than to bring their precious son Wukong into the fray? Naruto glared at Kokubile, understanding now that the fallen angel leader wasn't just after the Excaliburs. He wanted a war that would involve heaven and hell, and he intended to use Naruto as the spark to ignite that flame. "You're insane," Naruto said, his voice low but firm. Kokubile let out a dark laugh. "Perhaps, but this world needs to burn. The peace we've maintained is nothing more than a fragile illusion. I'll tear it apart." Rias, her anger bubbling to the surface, took a step forward. "You'll have to go through us first." Kokubile smiled coldly. "That's exactly what I intend to do." Without warning, Kokubile unleashed a small but powerful attack, a wave of dark energy that crashed down toward the group. But it wasn't meant to kill. It was a diversion, buying Kokubile time to set his plans into motion. As the dust settled from the attack, Naruto quickly regrouped with the others. "We need to get back to the academy. This isn't over." Issei, still processing the gravity of Kokubile's words, nodded, though there was fear in his eyes. "Right. We've got to prepare." The group hurried back to Kuo Academy, their minds racing. Kokubile was more dangerous than they had imagined, and the fact that he intended to use Naruto as a pawn in his twisted war was even more alarming. As they entered the academy grounds, the tension in the air was palpable. Everyone knew what was coming, a battle that could decide the fate of not just their town but the balance of power in the entire world. Naruto, standing tall, looked at his friends. "We'll stop him, no matter what." Kokubile's not getting what he wants. Rias nodded, her eyes fierce. "We fight together." Sona and her team had been working tirelessly to erect a powerful barrier surrounding the entire academy, ensuring that no one outside would be affected by the upcoming battle. Inside the barrier, preparations were underway as Rias, Naruto, and the rest of their allies steeled themselves for the fight ahead. The night was quiet, but it was the kind of silence that spoke of an approaching storm. "Barriers up," Tsubaki reported to Sona, who stood at the edge of the academy grounds, her gaze sharp and focused. Sona nodded, her face a mask of determination. "Good. Now we just have to hold it. If Kokubile's power breaks through, this could spill out into the city." She turned to her team. "Stay sharp, everyone." Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the academy, Rias stood with her peerage, along with Naruto, Kongjin. The mood was grim, but their resolve was unbreakable. "This is it," Rias said, her eyes scanning her team. "Kokubile planning something bigger than we thought. But no matter what, we can't let him win." Naruto, standing beside Kongjin, grinned despite the seriousness of the situation. "So, I guess we're fighting together this time, huh?" He glanced at Kongjin, who stood tall and calm, her eyes glowing with the subtle power of her lightning abilities. Kongjin smirked, a rare but welcome expression. "Seems that way. Try not to slow me down." Naruto chuckled. "I wouldn't dream of it." Suddenly, a wave of oppressive energy swept over the academy grounds. The air grew thick, and dark clouds began to swirl above them. In the distance, Kokubile appeared, hovering just outside the barrier. His black wings stretched wide, and a cruel smile spread across his face. "So, you're all here," Kokubile said, his voice booming across the field. "How nice of you to gather. It'll make this easier." Behind him, Fried stood, his manic grin as wild as ever, the 4 Excalibur fragments clutched in his hands. And beside Fried was Valper, the twisted old man who had aided in the corruption of the Excalibur swords. They stood together, their dark presence radiating malice. Rias stepped forward, her red hair blowing in the wind. "We won't let you get away with this, Kokubile." Kokubile sneered. "Won't let me? You're just a child playing in the shadows of devils much greater than you. I'll enjoy watching you struggle." With a flick of his hand, Kokubile summoned a terrifying force Cerberus demon, massive 3-headed beasts with glowing red eyes and snarling fangs, their bodies cloaked in darkness. The ground shook as the Cerberus demons materialized, growling and snarling as they stalked toward the group. Rias narrowed her eyes. "This is it. Everyone, get ready." The battle began in an instant. Issei activated his boosted gear, the green glow surrounding his arm as he charged forward. Kiba drew his sword, moving in sync with Kaneko, who leapt toward one of the Cerberus demons with her enhanced strength. The rest of the peerage followed suit, each of them moving with precision and focus. Naruto and Kongjin fought side by side, facing one of the larger Cerberus demons that lunged at them with its massive jaws. As it came at them, Kongjin raised her hand, and in an instant, bolts of lightning crackled around her fingers. She released a burst of electricity, striking the demon and momentarily stunning it. Naruto grinned as the lightning crackled around them. I gotta say, I'm happy we're fighting together. This is way better than dealing with these things alone. Kong Jin smirked. Just don't get in my way. With a swift movement, Naruto pulled the Jingu Bang from his ear, the legendary staff growing to its full length in his hands. He spun it around before charging at the stunned Cerberus demon, striking it with a powerful blow to one of its heads. The demon roared in pain, but before it could retaliate, Naruto used his speed to dodge, leaping back beside Kong Jin. Kong Jin, wasting no time, unleashed another wave of lightning that struck the Cerberus directly, sending it crashing to the ground. The two of them worked in perfect tandem, their attacks flowing together effortlessly. Each time one of them attacked, the other was there to back them up. Not bad, Naruto, Kong Jin said, a hint of approval in her voice. Naruto grinned, feeling the rush of battle course through him. Thanks, but we're just getting started. As they continued to fight, Fried cackled from the distance, watching the chaos unfold. Look at them go. Oh, this is fun. But let's see how long they can keep up. Rias, sensing the growing danger, called out to her team. We need to take out the Cerberus demons before Kokobile makes his move. Naruto and Kong Jin moved quickly, using their combined abilities to weaken the demon they were facing. With a final strike from Naruto's staff, the beast let out a final roar before collapsing to the ground. But there was no time to celebrate. Kokobile, floating high above them, was watching the battle unfold with cold amusement. He hadn't even begun to show his full power yet, and that fact alone sent a chill through the group. You think this is enough? Kokobile's voice cut through the chaos. I haven't even started yet. With a wave of his hand, Kokobile summoned a sphere of dark energy, hurling it toward the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy. The force of the attack was so powerful that it sent shockwaves through the ground, causing cracks to form in the barrier. Sona and her team were straining to hold the barrier together, their faces etched with concentration. We can't let it break. Sona shouted, her voice tense. If Kokobile gets through, this battle will spill out into the city. Naruto glanced toward the barrier, his heart racing. We've gotta end this now, he muttered. Kong Jin nodded in agreement. If we don't stop him soon, things are going to get a lot worse. Many more demons appeared blocking their path towards Kokobile. As the situation escalated rapidly as Valper and Fried stood inside a massive, glowing magic circle, the air around them crackling with energy. Fried was cackling madly, watching as Valper worked, attempting to combine the 4 Excalibur fragments into one. The atmosphere was heavy with dark magic as Valper chanted incantations, his fingers tracing symbols into the air, merging the swords with an almost surgical precision. In the center of Yard, a second magic circle began to glow ominously. Valper had triggered a self-destruct spell, set to go off in just 20 minutes. The glow from the circle flickered menacingly, a countdown of death looming over the entire battlefield. From afar, 2 mysterious young men watched the developments unfold. They remained in the shadows, their expressions unreadable, as they observed Valper's ritual and Kokobile's growing power. At the forefront of the battle, Rias and Aquino confronted Kokobile, their powers flaring as they launched attack after attack. Rias, with her mastery of destruction magic, hurled powerful blasts of red energy at Kokobile, while Aquino called down lightning from the sky, the bolts crashing down toward the fallen angel leader. However, Kokobile barely flinched. His black wings spread wide, absorbing and deflecting their attacks with ease. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he watched their efforts, completely unfazed by their power. You're wasting your time, Kokobile sneered, dodging another one of Rias' blasts. You're strong, but nowhere near strong enough to challenge me. You're out of your depth, Rias Gremory. Rias clenched her fists, frustration building as she realized how far outclassed they were. Aquino, though equally determined, bit her lip as she watched their attacks fail to leave even a scratch on Kokobile. The sheer difference in power was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Kiba charged toward Valper, his heart burning with the need for revenge. His eyes locked onto Valper, the man responsible for the pain and suffering of his comrades, the one who had experimented on him and the others in the Holy Sword Project. Kiba, I've been waiting for this moment, Valper taunted, his voice cold and detached. Now you'll see the true power of Excalibur once it's fully merged. But Kiba wasn't deterred. He could feel the presence of his fallen comrades surrounding him, guiding him. The memories of the past weighed heavily on him, but this time, instead of dragging him down, they lifted him up. Naruto, fighting nearby, glanced over at Kiba and nodded. You got this, Kiba. Finish what you started. With the help of his friends, both those present and the spirits of his fallen comrades, Kiba unleashed his inner power. His balance breaker, The sword of betrayer emerged in a flash of brilliant light. The sword shimmered, dark and sharp, a reflection of the pain and betrayal he had endured. With a powerful roar, Kiba charged at Valper, his newly attained balance breaker giving him the edge he needed. Zenobia, summoning her mighty Durandal, fought by his side. Their powers combined as they launched a dual assault on the fused Excalibur. With one final, powerful strike, Kiba and Zenobia managed to shatter the fused Excalibur, sending shards of the holy sword flying across the battlefield. The destruction of the sword echoed through the area, signaling a significant victory. Freed, his precious weapon destroyed, screamed in fury, his manic grin replaced with unhinged rage. "No, no, no. My beautiful Excalibur!" he howled, scrambling to recover the pieces. But before Kiba could finish him off, Kokobile stepped in, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Kokobile looked down at Valper, who was now defenseless and trembling. "You're no longer of use to me," Kokobile said coldly, raising his hand. With a swift motion, he sent a bolt of dark energy through Valper's heart, ending his life instantly. Kiba, furious that his chance to kill Valper was stolen from him, gritted his teeth but held back, knowing that the real threat was still Kokobile. With the destruction of Excalibur and Valper's death, Naruto and Kong Jin stepped forward, preparing to face Kokobile head-on. The air crackled with tension as Kokobile's cold gaze shifted toward them. "I'll take it from here," Naruto said, his voice steady, but there was a fire burning in his eyes. He could feel Wukong's power surging within him, ready to be unleashed once more. His god form began to take shape, his eyes glowing a bright blue with golden pupils. The loop of binding shimmered on his head as his power surged. Kong Jin stood beside him, her lightning crackling around her fingertips. "Let's finish this," she said calmly, her eyes sharp and focused. Kokobile, floating just above them, looked amused. "You really think you two can take me on? Even with that power of yours, Son Wukong, you're nothing compared to me." Issei, standing nearby, activated his boosted gear, ready to transfer his power to Naruto. "I can boost your power," Issei called out. But before Issei could make his move, Naruto held up his hand. "Nah, I don't need it." Issei blinked in confusion. But Naruto grinned, his confidence unwavering. "Let me handle this." Kokobile scoffed, folding his arms across his chest. "You'll be lucky if you can even scratch me." Naruto's grin widened. "Let's find out." Without warning, Naruto vanished from sight, moving so fast that Kokobile barely had time to register his disappearance. Before Kokobile could react, Naruto appeared in front of him, delivering a devastating kick to Kokobile's chest. The force of the blow sent Kokobile flying across the schoolyard, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The shockwave from the kick rippled through the battlefield, and Kokobile, stunned, rose from the rubble, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You, what?" Kokobile growled, wiping blood from his lip. Naruto landed lightly on the ground, spinning his Jingu bang with a playful smirk. "Looks like I can do more than just scratch you." Kokobile's rage ignited. "You dare." But before Kokobile could finish, Naruto charged at him again, his speed blinding. This time, Naruto attacked with his staff, the Jingu bang extending and slamming into Kokobile with a force that shook the ground. The battle continued to escalate, with Naruto and Kong Jin working in tandem to push Kokobile back. The overwhelming confidence in Naruto's abilities, combined with his rapid, unpredictable movements, left Kokobile furious and struggling to keep up. The balance of power had shifted, and Kokobile was no longer in control of the battlefield. But the fight was far from over. Kokobile's eyes gleamed with dark energy, and the full extent of his powers had yet to be unleashed. The battle for Kuo Academy had only just begun. Kokobile's laughter echoed through the battlefield as he stood back up, brushing the dirt from his wings and glaring at the group, particularly at Naruto, who hovered above the battlefield on his extended Jingu bang. "This is the most fun I've had in ages," Kokobile said, a manic grin spreading across his face. "It's been far too long since I had a challenge like this. But you're all still fools if you think you stand a chance against me." The group remained tense, their focus on Kokobile, but the next words out of the fallen angel's mouth sent a chill through the air. "Did you know?" Kokobile sneered, his tone taunting. During the Great War, the war between angels, devils, and fallen angels, both God and the four original Satans perished. The revelation hit like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. Asia gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "God is dead?" Zenobia, who had always devoted her life to the church and believed in the strength of God's will, stumbled slightly, her grip on Durandal faltering. That can't be true. God can't be dead. We serve his will." Kokobile let out a cold, amused laugh. Oh, but it is true. Both God and the Satans are long gone. The peace you all cling to? It's based on nothing more than lies and pretenses. The leaders of your factions hide the truth from you because they fear what would happen if you knew. Chaos. Despair. Rias, though shaken by the revelation, quickly composed herself. Her mind raced with thoughts, but she knew they couldn't afford to fall into despair now. She gritted her teeth and stepped forward, eyes ablaze with determination. It doesn't matter. We're still here, and we will fight to protect this peace. But it was clear that the revelation had shaken the group. Asia, Zenobia, and even Issei looked uncertain for a moment, struggling to process the idea that the god they believed in no longer existed. The weight of that truth hung heavily in the air. Just as the mood was teetering on the edge of hopelessness, Issei clenched his fists, shaking off the doubt. His eyes, though filled with disbelief, also burned with determination. I don't care about the past. God or no God, it doesn't change what I want. His sudden outburst caught everyone's attention. I don't care if God's dead. Issei shouted, his voice filled with passion. I'm going to become the harem king, and I'll protect all the people I care about. Rias, Asia, everyone. Rias blinked in surprise, then smiled softly, her heart swelling at Issei's words. Well said, Issei. The tension lifted slightly, and Naruto, still standing on his now towering Jingu Bang, couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's declaration. A harem king, huh? Naruto grinned, looking down at Issei with a playful glint in his eyes. Sure, it's a weird dream, but you know what? You're my best friend, so if you want to be the harem king, I'll help you achieve it. Naruto's words rekindled the fighting spirit in the group, their resolve beginning to return. The bond of friendship and trust between them had grown stronger, and despite the devastating revelation, they knew they couldn't afford to give up. Naruto's expression grew more serious as he stood tall atop his Jingu Bang, which stretched high into the sky. His eyes glowed with divine energy, and his presence radiated a fierce determination. But first, Naruto continued, his voice steady, we've got to beat Kokobile here. Only then can we focus on the future. Behind Naruto, Kong Jin transformed into her massive dragon form, her body crackling with lightning as her powerful wings spread wide. Her dragon eyes gleamed with fury, ready to strike at a moment's notice. From his vantage point atop the extended staff, Naruto looked down at the battlefield, his glowing blue eyes locking onto Kokobile, who still wore that infuriatingly smug grin. You think you're invincible, Kokobile? Naruto called down, his voice booming with confidence. Well, let's find out. You're an arrogant fool. Kokobile spat, his voice dripping with malice. His glowing red eyes burned with fury, and dark energy swirled around him, distorting the air itself. Your arrogance will be your downfall, just as it was the first time, Wukong. But Naruto wasn't fazed by Kokobile's words. Instead, he let out a deep, amused laugh that echoed through the battlefield, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Arrogance? No, Naruto said, his tone calm but filled with an edge of confidence. I'm not arrogant. I'm just very confident in my abilities. Kokobile's face twisted in rage, the dark energy around him intensifying. You will pay for your insolence, just as you did before when the heavens bound you. This time, I'll make sure you stay sealed away forever. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the gleam of mischief and determination never leaving his gaze. He wasn't the same as before, and neither was the world. He could feel Wukong's power thrumming beneath his skin, ready to be unleashed. This time, he wasn't going to hold back. But before Kokobile could make his next move, the air around them suddenly shifted. A loud crack reverberated through the sky, and the dome of energy that had been surrounding them shattered like glass. The force of it sent shockwaves through the air, causing both Naruto and Kokobile to glance toward the source of the disturbance. Naruto's glowing eyes flicked to the side, his senses immediately homing in on the new presence that had appeared. A figure emerged from the shattered dome, floating effortlessly in the sky. Clad in white and blue armor, the figure's energy was palpable, a mix of raw power and something otherworldly. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the strength radiating from the newcomer. It was different from anything he had encountered before, and yet, strangely familiar. The boy in the armor hovered in the air, his presence commanding as he stared down at both Naruto and Kokobile. His armor gleamed under the strange light of the battlefield, and his expression was one of cold determination. There was no hesitation in his gaze, no fear, only a burning resolve that Naruto recognized immediately. Naruto's heart skipped a beat as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the boy. It wasn't just any power, it was the power of a dragon. And not just any dragon. The boy's white and blue armor glowed faintly, and Naruto could feel the connection, the resonance of ancient power. This was the White Dragon Emperor, the wielder of the vanishing dragon, Albion. Naruto's grin returned, a mixture of excitement and intrigue filling his chest. Well, well, he muttered under his breath, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Looks like things just got a whole lot more interesting. Kokobile, too, turned his attention to the armored figure, his red eyes narrowing in recognition and anger. You, he growled, his wings flaring with renewed fury. You dare interfere in my plans, White Dragon Emperor. The boy in white and blue armor said nothing, his eyes cold and focused. He raised a hand, and the air around him seemed to hum with power as he prepared for battle, and in the blink of an eye, he moved faster than anyone could follow. He appeared right in front of Kokobile, striking with such precision and power that Kokobile didn't have time to react. The sound of the blow echoed through the battlefield as Kokobile was sent crashing into the ground once more, his body bouncing off the dirt like a ragdoll. Naruto watched in shock, his grip on the Jingu Bang tightening. He's that fast? The armored boy, now standing over Kokobile, didn't let up. With cold efficiency, he grabbed Kokobile by the throat and, with a powerful yank, tore off his wings, leaving the fallen angel screaming in pain and fury. You bastard! Kokobile gasped, writhing in agony. But the boy didn't flinch. His expression remained calm, almost detached, as he looked down at Kokobile. You've caused enough chaos. It's time you answered for your crimes. With a swift gesture, the newcomer extended his other hand, casting a powerful spell that negated the self-destruct spell Valper had triggered earlier. The glowing magic circle that had been counting down to the destruction of Kuo Academy faded into nothing, leaving the area safe once again. Everyone, from Rias to Issei, watched in stunned silence as the newcomer handled Kokobile with ease. Freed, who had been laughing hysterically throughout the fight, suddenly went quiet, his grin fading as fear crept into his eyes. The armored boy's gaze shifted to Freed, and with a simple motion, he incapacitated the crazed exorcist as well. You're coming with me too. Naruto, still hovering above the battlefield, could hardly believe what he was seeing. This stranger had just taken down Kokobile, someone they had struggled against without breaking a sweat. Well, he would have one as well. He was about to get serious. As the boy was about to leave, Naruto, still hovering on edge after the battle, couldn't let him go without knowing more. Something about this newcomer gnawed at him, a power far too familiar and dangerous. Hey! Naruto called out, his voice cutting through the silence. What's your name? The boy paused, turning slightly to glance back at Naruto. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto Naruto's glowing blue eyes, and for a moment, there was a flicker of recognition between them. A slow, calculating smirk crept onto the boy's face as he responded. Valley. His voice was calm, but carried a weight that everyone in the area could feel. Valley, the White Dragon Emperor. The words hung in the air like a shockwave, sending a ripple through the group. Issei's eyes widened as the reality of what Valley had just said settled in. The White Dragon Emperor? Naruto's expression shifted from curiosity to something far more serious. He floated down from his perch atop Jingu Bang, landing on the ground beside Issei, who looked both confused and alarmed. You'll see me again, son Wukong. As Valley turned and disappeared with Kokobile and Freed, the atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of what had just been revealed. Rias and the others were visibly shaken by Valley's declaration. Rias stepped forward, her voice uncertain. The White Dragon Emperor. But that means… Naruto cut her off, his voice grim. It means that Valley is the host of the Vanishing Dragon, also known as Albion. Issei, still reeling from the revelation, stared at Naruto. Wait, Albion? Isn't that the dragon that's supposed to be? Yes, Naruto nodded. Albion is the rival of Drake, the dragon inside your boosted gear. Issei blinked in shock, his mind racing. So that means… Naruto looked directly at Issei, his expression serious. It means that you two are destined to be enemies. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor are locked in an eternal rivalry. The two of you are destined to fight. The reality of Naruto's words hit Issei like a ton of bricks. He stared down at his boosted gear, feeling the weight of his fate pressing down on him. Me? Fight him? Issei's voice was filled with disbelief. But I'm not strong enough to face someone like him. He just took down Kokobile without even trying. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Issei's shoulder, giving him a small but confident smile. You're stronger than you think, Issei. You've already come this far, and you've got Drake on your side. You might not be ready to face Valley now, but you will be. We'll train, we'll get stronger, and when the time comes, you'll be able to stand up to him. Drake's voice echoed in Issei's mind, as if reinforcing Naruto's words. We've faced Albion countless times in the past, partner. The rivalry between the Red Dragon and the White Dragon is inevitable, but with your determination, We will grow stronger together. Issei swallowed hard, his mind still processing the reality of his situation, but Naruto's confidence seemed to bolster him. He glanced up at Naruto, then nodded. All right, if I'm supposed to fight him, then I'll train as hard as I can. I won't back down. Naruto smiled, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. That's the spirit. We'll take it one step at a time. Kong Jin, who had returned to her human form. His eyes were distant, filled with a mix of frustration and curiosity. I didn't even get to go all out, Naruto muttered, clenching his fists. I wanted to finish that fight myself. Kong Jin placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice calm. You fought well, Naruto. You can't control everything. Naruto sighed, but nodded in agreement. Yeah, I guess you're right. But just as he was about to relax, he felt something. A faint but familiar presence, one that sent a shiver down his spine. His eyes widened as he scanned the area, his senses heightened. That same feeling from the wedding. Red eyes, watching him from the shadows. Wukong stirred in Naruto's mind. Those eyes again. Keep your guard up, kid. Naruto's gaze darted around, searching for the source of the feeling. The presence was fleeting, but unmistakable. Whoever or whatever was watching him wasn't done yet. He could feel it in his bones. Kong Jin noticed his sudden tension. What's wrong? Naruto shook his head, still looking around. I felt it again. The same thing I felt at the wedding. Someone's watching us. Kong Jin's eyes narrowed as she scanned the area as well. We need to be careful. Whoever it is might be more dangerous than Kokobile. Naruto nodded, his mind already racing. Whoever was watching them had power enough to keep their presence hidden from everyone but him. But why? What was their connection to all of this? As the group began to regroup and prepare to leave, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of those red eyes lingering in the back of his mind. As the dust settled and the immediate threat of Kokobile was finally behind them, the tension around Kuo Academy began to lift. Sona and her team, ever the diligent defenders of their school, immediately set to work fixing up the damage. The magical barrier they had erected had held for the most part, but the battle had left cracks and scars on the academy grounds that needed tending to. Sona, standing at the forefront, directed her team with precision, her calm demeanor returning as she oversaw the repairs. The tension from the previous day had melted away, but she couldn't shake the lingering unease about how much closer their world had come to complete disaster. But, for now, there was work to be done. Meanwhile, Kiba, having fought his demons and truly overcome his painful past with the Holy Sword Project, approached Rias. The morning light filtering through the Occult Research Club window cast a soft glow on him as he knelt before his king, a new sense of peace and purpose in his eyes. Rias Gremory, Kiba began, his voice steady. I vow to serve you with everything I have, alongside my friends, for as long as you'll have me. The pain of my past is behind me now, thanks to all of you. I am your sword. Rias smiled warmly, pride swelling in her heart. She reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. You've always been my sword, Kiba, and now you've become even stronger. I'm proud to have you as one of my most trusted. Kiba rose, the weight of his past lifted from his shoulders. He had finally found peace, but more importantly, he had reaffirmed his purpose protecting Rias and his friends. The next morning, the atmosphere at Kuo Academy was lighter, but the events from the previous day still hung in the air. Naruto, Issei, and Asia walked through the school halls, still talking about everything that had happened with Kokobile and Valley. As they entered the Occult Research Club, a surprise awaited them. Sitting at the club table, wearing a Kuo Academy uniform, was none other than Zenovia. Zenovia? Issei exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. What are you doing here? Zenovia stood up, her expression more composed than usual. I've made a decision, she said, her voice calm but resolute. After learning the truth about God's death, I found myself lost. But I've realized that there is still a path for me to walk, even without God. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, you've decided to stay? Zenovia nodded. Yes, I have reincarnated as a devil, serving Rias Gremory as her new knight. Issei and Naruto exchanged surprised looks, but before they could respond, Asia stepped forward, looking at Zenovia with wide, questioning eyes. There was a tension between them, a lingering air from their past confrontation. Zenovia had been harsh with Asia before, dismissive of her role as a former member of the church. Zenovia took a deep breath and turned to face Asia directly. Asia, I owe you an apology. Asia blinked, clearly not expecting those words. A apology? Zenovia's eyes softened as she spoke, her tone sincere. I was wrong about you. I spoke out of pride and arrogance before, and for that, I am truly sorry. You were a part of the church, but your path led you here, just like mine has now. I see that more clearly than ever. Asia's face lit up with a warm smile, her natural kindness shining through as she nodded. I forgive you, Zenobia. I know we all come from different places, but we're all working together now. The room felt lighter as the tension between the two girls faded away. Rias, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at the newfound unity among her servants. It was a good day, and for the first time in a while, things felt peaceful. As the others talked and shared their thoughts, Naruto found his mind wandering. He looked out the window, the blue sky stretching far beyond the horizon, and his thoughts drifted to everything that was still left unresolved. The recent battles had brought up so many new challenges: the looming threat of Valley, the mystery of the red eyes watching him, and the ever-present danger from the Celestial Court. But above all, one thing gnawed at the back of his mind. Beiji. Naruto sighed, his gaze distant. He had delayed for too long. Beiji had been captured, and despite all the distractions that had piled up in front of him, it was time to set things right. He needed to rescue his friend from this spider. Wukong's voice stirred in his mind, filled with urgency. You've got to move, Naruto. Beiji's in trouble, and you're running out of time. You can't keep getting caught up in these distractions. Naruto nodded to himself, knowing Wukong was right. Yeah, it's time I made a move. He glanced at his friends in the clubroom, Issei, Asia, Rias, and the others. They were safe, at least for now, and with Zenobia joining their ranks, they were even stronger than before. But Naruto had his own mission, and he couldn't let it fall by the wayside any longer. As the conversation in the clubroom carried on, Naruto quietly slipped out, his mind set on the task ahead. It was time to save Beiji, but he had one final stop to make, as he made his way to the student council office with a grin plastered on his face. It was time to follow through with a promise he made, and he wasn't going to let Sona slip away from it. Naruto, Sona greeted, slightly raising an eyebrow. What brings you here? Naruto gave her a wide smile. I'm here for the date. Sona blinked, taken aback. The date? What are you talking about? Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head. You don't remember? You kinda promised me a date after the whole, making me feel bad for getting Saji in trouble. Sona adjusted her glasses slightly, her eyes narrowing as she remembered the playful promise she had made. I did say that, but I wasn't expecting you to cash in on it so soon. Well, Naruto said, leaning against the doorframe, I was going to take you to the arcade or something fun, but that's kinda boring. Sona folded her arms, curious now. Boring? What exactly do you have in mind? Naruto's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How about you come with me and Kongjin on a super cool adventure? We've got some business with spiders, giant spiders. Sona raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting between disbelief and amusement. Spiders? She glanced at Tsubaki, who looked equally puzzled. Yeah, Naruto nodded enthusiastically. But don't worry, it'll be fun. It's not every day you get to face down some nasty monsters and save a friend, right? Sona leaned back in her chair, tapping a finger against her chin. Naruto, I can't just leave my duties here unattended. I have responsibilities as student council president, you know? Naruto waved off her concerns with a playful shrug. It's the weekend. Come on, we'll be back in 2 days max. You can trust Tsubaki to keep things running smoothly while you're gone, right? He glanced at Tsubaki, who looked a bit taken aback but didn't disagree. Sona hesitated, glancing between Naruto and Tsubaki. 2 days, huh? Her voice softened slightly. And if I don't come, you and Kongjin will be alone? Naruto nodded, slightly confused by the question. Yeah, why? Would that be a problem? For a moment, something flickered in Sona's eyes, though her expression remained as calm as ever. After a beat, she turned to Tsubaki. Can I trust you to look after the council in my absence? Tsubaki, though surprised, nodded immediately. Of course, President. I'll ensure everything is handled. Sona sighed softly, but a small smile tugged at her lips as she stood up, adjusting her glasses. Fine. I suppose I'll accompany you on this adventure. You have a way of dragging people into unpredictable situations, Naruto. Naruto's face lit up, practically beaming. Awesome. This is going to be the best first date ever. Sona, though keeping her composure, allowed herself a tiny smile. I didn't expect my first date to involve giant spiders, but I suppose I should have seen this coming. You're nothing if not unpredictable. Naruto laughed as he led the way out of the student council room. That's the spirit. Don't worry, I've got this whole thing planned out. We'll be back before you even know it. Sona followed him, her mind half wondering what she had just agreed to. She couldn't deny that Naruto's infectious excitement made her curious about the adventure ahead. As they walked through the academy, Sona gave one last glance back at Tsubaki, who simply smiled and waved them off. Kongjin was waiting outside, leaning casually against a wall. When she saw Sona approaching with Naruto, she raised an eyebrow. So, The council president's joining us? Sona nodded, still composed. It seems I am. Naruto grinned, clearly excited. All right, let's go save Beiji and have an adventure while we're at it. But just as Naruto, Sona, and Kangjin were about to head off on their adventure, Naruto caught sight of someone familiar approaching from across the school courtyard. It was Irina, looking a little more composed than the last time he saw her, though her usual cheerful demeanor was shadowed by something more serious. She walked toward him with purpose, her eyes locking onto Naruto's. Naruto, Irina called, her voice soft but firm. Naruto, ever the friendly one, smiled and waved. Hey, Irina, feeling better? Good to see you back on your feet. Irina smiled, but there was a hint of hesitation behind it. I wanted to thank you for saving me during the fight against Kokobile. I could have, well, it could have been much worse. Naruto shrugged it off, his usual carefree attitude shining through. That's what friends are for, right? No need to thank me. He gave her his signature grin, the one that could light up any room. But Irina didn't seem to fully relax. She looked like she had something more on her mind, and Naruto noticed it right away. He tilted his head slightly, his smile fading just a bit as concern flickered in his eyes. Irina, is something wrong? Irina's expression grew more serious. She glanced around to make sure no one was listening before stepping closer to Naruto, lowering her voice. I have something important to tell you. It's about your mother. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, completely taken aback. My mother? What do you mean? Irina's gaze was intense, but she held back from revealing everything in that moment. I can't explain right now. There's too much going on, and you've got your hands full. But when you come back after this journey, you and I need to talk. It's important, Naruto. Naruto stared at her for a moment, confusion and curiosity swirling inside him. His mother had passed away when he was young, and there were so many things he didn't know about her. For Irina to bring it up now, and with such seriousness, it caught him off guard. Okay, Naruto said slowly, nodding as his mind raced. I'll make sure we talk when I get back. Irina gave him a small but sincere smile, her hand resting briefly on his arm. I'll be waiting. Be careful out there. Naruto nodded, though his thoughts were already swirling with questions. I will. Thanks, Irina. As Irina turned and walked away, leaving Naruto standing there with a mix of emotions, Sona and Kangjin came up beside him. Sona noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor and raised an eyebrow. Everything all right? Sona asked, her usual calm curiosity piqued. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts, shaking his head slightly. Yeah, it's just… Irina mentioned something about my mom. Said she has something important to tell me when I get back. Sona and Kangjin exchanged glances but said nothing, giving Naruto a moment to process what he just learned. Anyway, Naruto said, flashing his signature grin again, though it was a little more subdued. I'll deal with that when we get back. For now, let's focus on saving Beiji. With that, they continued their way, but Naruto couldn't help the lingering thoughts about his mother, wondering what Irina knew. Something deep within him stirred, and he knew that when he returned, there would be answers waiting for answers he wasn't sure he was ready for. And that's the end. I decided not to have them fight this time. Originally, I had Naruto take the form of Kokobile, but I've got something better planned. In the next chapter, I've dropped hints about who might show up. Oh, those red eyes. Why do they always follow him? Can anyone guess what his first transformation will be?